Chapter 1 of The Death of Society, a Novel of Tomorrow. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. The Death of Society, a Novel of Tomorrow by Romer Wilson. Chapter 1. In Norway, in the district of South Trondheim, between the Trondheim fjord and the Dovre fjeld, lies a tract of country which still retains its primeval grandeur. In the old days this parish was part of the great forest region of Scandinavia, and here at night, when the moon was full, there came a murmur and a silvery shimmer over the vast darkness of the pine trees. And in spite of the bishop, pastors, wandering tutors, and good church folk, a million fairies in battle array skimmed across the forest to engage the giants, trolls, dwarfs, spooks, and ghosts of the Dovre fjeld in war. Below, in the dark forest, shocking things were seen and heard. The werewolf prowled, and terrible unseen nothings suddenly took possession of men's hearts and opened their eyes to frightful scenes around them. Often lonely wanderers, lost in the deep vaultage of the trees, fancied themselves in the cellar of the earth among the pillars of the underworld, below the green fields and pleasant farms, and either perished there before some indescribable manifestation of the wickedness of Satan, or returned mad with tales of a nature that sent the girls screaming to bed and made the boys sweat under their shirts. Since those days, however, the forest had been put to commercial uses, and association with trade had diminished its fearfulness. Railroads, highways, new houses, tourists and foreign visitors had driven its supernatural landlords into the Dovre mountains, and now there was no need to pay rent in little cakes, or to perform antique ceremonies to ward off evil, though in some parts superstitious people still kept up the old customs. Upon a warm day in spring, a solitary rider came along the S road upon an English horse. It had rained during the morning, and now the opaque blue sky filled with white clouds hung low over the dark landscape. The slopes of the mountains were covered with patches of half melted snow, and down in the gorge below the road the swollen river roared and foamed. A soft wind carried the pleasant smell of snow water from the high snow fields. The mild, clear air was full of quiet melancholy. It was one of those sad afternoons in spring when disappointed men feel kindly toward the earth, when old people recall their youth, and young people wander out into the orchard to dream of the fabulous countries of love. The Englishman upon the horse came along the road at a foot pace. He appeared to feel himself secure from avalanches and falling stones, for he sat bolt upright in the saddle, and gazed around him at the landscape with calm grey eyes, as if he were proud in love or sure of his place in creation. Like a man riding about on his own estate, he wore no hat on his rough black hair, and as he looked up at the clouds gathering about the mountains, then far down into the ravine where the yellow river foamed, he seemed to be satisfied that his estate was in perfect order. His figure was that of a man of close on 30 years of age, and yet his air belonged to one who has seen all that the world can show, and his handsome dark face, with its calm eyes, expressive mouth, and long clean shaven chin, was open and simple, as if he had long been immortal and had watched the accumulation of circumstances upon the earth during several ages. His simplicity, his fine demeanour, his air of experience were such as to make men say, "There rides a man." But by very reason of his dignity he had passed through life in a somewhat solitary fashion, and had pursued his way alone in his own company, much as he did this quiet afternoon. The peaceful grandeur of the day made him imagine himself in a higher state of existence. The diffracted light and unfamiliar landscape gave him a serene sense of remoteness from every day, and yet he found nothing in this better condition but satisfaction in simple nature and the common world. The lovely colours of the valley, with the blue sky above, filled him with gladness. He rejoiced because there was snow upon the mountains, and because the larch trees were green. He found pleasure in watching the movements of his horse's muscles under its skin covered with fine smooth chestnut hair, and the plod of its hoofs and easing of the saddle leathers soothed his thoughts into a thousand quiet dreams of every day. In time he would come to the inn to which he had posted his baggage. There he would eat a poor dinner and sleep in a rough bed, both with satisfaction; and at his leisure proceed down to S and the steamboat for Trondheim, whence he intended to return to Christiania by rail, and thence home to England. He hoped the steamer would accommodate his horse. He had ridden by stages from Christiania over the Dovrefjeld, and in consequence, now that he was in the lowlands, felt slothful and contented, and of a mind to dream away his life among simple folk. In the wooden villages the fallacy of rural peace deceived him, and he forgot to remember how in the North men and women clothe themselves in stolidity to resist the forces of nature, and to ward off the influences of earth and sea and sky to which they are too near. In the South the heavens hang high like the roof of a palace. Rain, sun, and wind are mighty forces which come from afar; but in the North the sky is low upon the earth, clouds and winds are made among the hills close to the hearth, and when the sun shows himself he is received as a guest to whom doors and windows are ceremoniously opened. But the wind is an enemy. Fences and ramparts are raised against it, over which it howls like a pack of giant wolves, to destroy the work of men's hands, tearing, rending, clawing, lifting, day in, day out. To day everything was at rest. The snow lay like pied cows in the high pastures, and the gentle breeze, as it spread down the valley, rustled and sighed softly in the odorous branches of the larch and pine trees. The man on horseback went along at a steady pace, watching the valley gradually open before him, until a mile or two further on the steeps upon the right began to fall away, and presently he came to a place where a sandy lane ran up and over a gentle slope into the forest. The road to S continued winding ahead, and not far beyond the turning the hills rose up again toward the mountains. At the corner of the lane stood an old oak board upon a larch pole, and on it was painted in fanciful letters the word Rosendahl, to which place presumably the lane led. Major Rane Smith stopped and looked at the board. Rosendahl might be 10 miles away, but as there was no indication of distance against the name, he presumed that it could not be very far. Whether far or not, however, he turned his horse up the carriage track, for at best he might find a night's lodging superior to the inn, at worst rest his horse and proceed as he had intended. He was too lazy to take out his map and learn the nature of the house. Moreover, if it were a private residence, he would find it easy to suggest that he had lost his way. Gradually the road, now overshadowed by larch trees, became less steep. The ground on the right began to slope downward into a hidden ravine, and Smith supposed that further along the hills opened out into some small valley full of waterfalls and lakes. Sooner than he expected, and a little to his disappointment, the road descended through a dark wood of gloomy firs, and on his left appeared a grove of silver birches, certainly planted by human hands. He went in among the birch trees, under which grew all manner of spring flowers, and through the weeping branches fluttering with young leaves, saw in an open space beyond a handsome wooden house built in the style of those parts, with brightly painted gables. It was well designed, evidently by a modern architect, who had improved generally upon the country fashion. Smith rode through the birch wood and came up to the door. Smoke was issuing from one of the chimneys, but otherwise there was no sign of life about. To the left, in front of the house, stretched a garden with rose bushes still in their winter hats of wine bottle straws, and a wooden summer house, large and commodious, with the shutters closed. The garden was rough and full of alleys between natural rock grottos, and in the space between the rose beds and the summer house grew a number of young cherry trees. To the right of the house were several wooden outbuildings enclosing a courtyard, and behind all the pine forest rose again toward the precipices of the mountains. This, perhaps, was not Rosendahl, but only the summer residence of some Christiana millionaire. Presently, however, as Smith gazed around him without any feeling of respect for the inmates, who were no doubt only an old caretaker and his wife, the door opened and a man appeared. He was short and fat, and wore spectacles. His hair was thick and grey, and stood up wildly on the top of his head; otherwise Smith would certainly have mistaken him for the servant. His nose and mouth were large. The mouth, partly hidden under a ragged grey moustache, was decorated beneath the full bottom lip with a tuft of hair that gave him a fierce appearance. Against his nose, under the left eye, he had two warts, and upon his right temple another larger wart. He wore a tailed coat buttoned above his stomach with one button, of which the upper part, together with his waistcoat, was large and ill fitting, while the lower part was too tight. His sleeves also were too short, his trousers too long, so that he looked like a walnut shrunk in its shell and all fallen to one end. The old man seemed annoyed, but Smith, after contemplating him for a moment with slightly humorous thoughts, said in Norwegian: "Is this Rosendahl?" Beside "yes, no, please, I am, and thank you," he knew very little of the language. "Yes," said the old man curtly. "What do you want?" "I can't speak Norwegian," replied Smith. "I am English." "Ah, English," repeated the old man in that language. "Where do you come from?" "I have ridden from Christiania." "Oh, indeed," said the owner of the house, for such he seemed to be. "Indeed," he repeated, in a more kindly tone, as he scrutinized the expressive face of the handsome young man. "Why?" "Why?" echoed Smith, and smiled in a charming fashion with amused astonishment. "Well, to be candid, I quarrelled with my friend Sven Sigerson." "Yes?" asked the old man. "And so you cooled your temper over the Dovrefjeld?" Smith laughed a deep laugh, and replied in his fine deep voice: "I found it cold enough for that." "And so," continued the master of the house, "you wished to find Rosendahl?" "No, I expected to find an inn." "Well, then," said the old man, folding his hands behind his back, "since you are disappointed, you had better dismount." Smith backed his horse 2 steps and answered: "I think I must apologize for troubling you, sir, and be getting on." "Nonsense," said the old fellow, bringing his right hand forward and shaking it on the air. "Nonsense! Get off your horse. We do not often have chance visitors here." Smith dismounted from his beautiful horse, and the old man watched him critically, yet a little as if in admiration of his grace. Then with much deliberation he came down the house steps, and without a word went towards the courtyard. Smith followed him, leading his animal by the bridle. An ugly, bent old man in a wolfskin cap was carrying 2 wooden pails across the yard. But when he saw his master he put down the pails and said something in Norwegian. Of the stranger he took no account. "Let him have your horse," said the old man, indicating the horse to the ancient groom with a gesture of one large, loose hand. The creature came up to the animal and took hold of its bridle on each side close to the bit. "Not much corn," said Smith anxiously, like a child asking its parent not to spoil one of its toys. This place seemed full of aged folk, and for a moment he felt it incredible that either of these old beings would understand a young man's horse. "It will be all right," said the master, and Smith was forced to accompany him out of the yard, not without some anxiety, which his horse seemed to share. "Nils will do all right," said the old man again, who evidently was aware of his mistrustfulness. "Extremely kind," murmured Smith, and finally dismissed his childish fears, as he had no means to prevent the cause. They were now outside the house again, but the old man, instead of going in, rubbed his hands slowly together, spread them out as if to catch rain, and looking up at the sky said: "A fine afternoon. I will walk round the garden a little, now I am out, if you will give me the pleasure of your company. I have not been out since yesterday morning. I should do so, I should do so. In fine weather it is better for the health. When one is old one has to consider that, and eat Cedermann's biscuits, and wear flannel upon the skin. Ha, ha! You do not know what it is like to be old. Perhaps you have no respect for age, and think like many young people that at 60 old folks should go to the doctor and pass quietly away in his hands." "I have every sympathy with old age, sir," replied Smith. who, beside being amused, was at a loss what to say, much as if he were conversing with an unknown ghost. "From the Soviet of Youth, that is quite a compliment," said the old man, and churned his hands slowly together. They passed down a wet alley in the garden between high rockeries and alpine shrubs, and Smith felt very tall, very athletic and fine cut beside the old man's baggy figure. The pride of youth possessed him for a moment, and since he was not of himself arrogant, he felt at the same time courteous respect for the old man's age. They went along in silence for a little distance down the sodden path. Everything dripped with water, and in the crevices of the rocks grew bright mosses, ferns, and mountain flowers of many kinds. "Up higher," said his host presently, waving one hand toward the rising ground behind the house. "We get into the woods again. There my wife has her favourite walks, to Langeherfoss and Wolfsäter. She shall take you there to morrow." He laughed. One never goes away from Rosendahl without remaining one night to please the host, and if one cares, a night to please oneself, thirdly a great honour one night to please the mistress of the house. I cannot promise you that. That does not lie in our power." "It is very kind, but " began Smith, thinking of the boat at S . "One day at a time," interrupted the old fellow. "We cannot speak for the morning." They continued to saunter round the garden, which lay open to the woods on every side. All at once Smith perceived its beauty. "I wish I could see your garden in summer," he said. "In summer, yes. But then the house is not at its best. The spring is the best time. The windows are open again, the women shake out the beds and put the feathers and heavy blankets away till next year. Everything smells of beeswax. There is new life in it. One thinks, 'After all, I grow young every spring.' For one day I give the women my study, and on the same occasion we perform the ceremony of opening the summer house. I direct everything, and my daughters decorate it with larch branches. We are very rural here, and have our own ideas." Smith did not credit the existence of women attached to the old man. No image of them or their activities came to his mind from his host's words. Instead, his thoughts were filled with the idea of cultured simplicity, and he recollected that that rural innocence which he had associated with village life belonged entirely to the widely educated, who alone, even without money, are above towns and countries, and can make of both what they choose. "Well, well," continued the old man, as they wandered away from the garden up a woodland path under high hanging pine branches, "you are a young man from England, and I am an old Norwegian." His eyes twinkled as if he were about to make a joke, and his face looked to be full of thoughts. "I am," he announced, "Karl Ingman." "The critic?" asked Smith, and by analogy ejaculated, "Brandes?" "Yes, Brandes. We each think ourselves superior to the other by the difference between the sun and the moon." "I saw Brandes at Cambridge." "Ah, at Cambridge," repeated the old philosopher, who would not admit to himself that his declaration of identity had been a dramatic failure. Smith, who saw very clearly what was passing in the old man's mind, said accordingly, "I remember him very well. He wore a velvet coat and an eyeglass on a thick black ribbon." "Ah, yes," said Ingman, with the boredom of one great man who hears about another. "And yourself, what of yourself?" "My name is Rane Smith," said the young man bashfully. "I have spent most of my life as a soldier, but once aspired to write plays. Before that I read the classics." "That is very good," murmured Ingman. "So you have studied Homer. Then Telemachus set up the axes in a straight row by the light of nature?" "I have forgotten." Smith laughed and blushed, but recollecting his experiences, assumed command of himself. He was about to make a reply when the old man suddenly stopped in the steep path, and clapping him on the back, cried jovially, "Schneehatten!" Smith turned and saw through a space in the trees, gleaming white over the Dovrefjeld in the light of the declining sun, that romantic center point of the Norwegian country and of Norwegian national love. "Schneehatten!" exclaimed the old man again as he stared at the mountain, and Smith turned his eyes from the high white horizon and watched him. "This is Ingman then," he thought. The breeze caused the old man's stiff grey mop of hair to tremble like hoar bilberry wires. and as he stood there lost in memories, he seemed a little tremulous, as if his nerves were ashake upon the gentle winds of reawakened aspirations. The young man knew as he looked at his old companion what it was to be old, and what manner of thing time had in store for himself. "I say to myself erroneously, you are looking at the highest point," went on old Ingman, whose age seemed more apparent now that a breath of youth blew out of the past across it. "A survival of childhood," he said as he turned away. "Are you a mathematician?" "Philosophically, as a dilettante," replied Smith, recovering himself from his own thoughts, which had begun to come upon him. "Ah, yes," remarked the old man, "let us continue to walk and talk," and thereupon began to descend the steep path again. "You are perhaps," he said, "also a dilettante scientist?" "I cannot call myself anything more." "So you have dissected live frogs, examined the energy of the snail, and become intimate with certain principles circulating in Europe. If I say the word karyokinesis, you will welcome it like a well known object seen in your daily journey in a railway train. You have no God, you have criticised Weissmann, you speculate upon facts separated from you by 1,000 unknown accidents." "Yes," answered Smith, and laughed again. "I am, I own, nothing more than a schoolboy." Ingman smiled, and Smith felt that he was thinking of his immense past, in which Ibsen and Nietzsche were only figures, and suddenly the old man ceased to be merely an old human being in a wood, and became significant in Europe. "Are we not all schoolboys?" he said with great friendliness. "Is not our knowledge perhaps only an ability to estimate the faults and powers of our fellow men correctly? Our strength only the intuitive wisdom which makes us aware when the shadows of the unknown pass over us?" "I cannot speak for anything," said the young man a little seriously, and saw his tentative and simple philosophy drift away again like smoke, as it had so often done before. "I have had perhaps 10 or 15 experiences which seem to matter in my life." "Which are?" asked his host, standing still under the shadow of the high trees. Smith faced him with the pride of a strong man before his judges, but he did so with difficulty. Ingman's question threw his words back upon him. He was not accustomed to being examined on his inner life, which up to this point he had lived silently and alone, though not as many men, blindly. His consciousness had always been fully awake, though inexpressive. Nevertheless, he answered in direct reply to Ingman's question, "My adolescence, my few self conquests, and 9 or 10 episodes in love and war." He was surprised at the ease with which he made the statement. Never before had he made such a pronouncement upon himself. Even Markham, he remembered, the greatest cynic and cross questioner he had ever known, had never got so complete an answer from him in a whole night of ironies upon the infinite. He recalled Markham clearly now, with his square handsome face, his disgusted interest in Bryce, his own curious coarse friend, and the many evenings the three of them had spent together during the dreary months of the armistice out in France. Those strange, not unemotional nights of ill assorted companionship seemed to belong to a play that he had witnessed in a different world, which he half wished to witness again, with himself as then both actor and spectator. "Good, good," said the old man in answer to his words, and nodded his head. "You think." "The patronizing old fool," thought Smith, and followed him slowly along the woodland ways. Ingman walked so slowly, though with a firm tread, that Smith was forced to balance himself on his feet between each step, and found time to examine the grass and little weeds that grew along the edges of the path. Whether the old man was a fool or not, there issued from him dignity, force, and aristocratic consciousness which comes to those who have long been considered in the first rank of life. At any rate, he was the viewpoint of a vast panorama, and whether one chose or did not choose to see with his eyes, it was unquestionable that he had power of vision and knowledge of that power. Such was his force of character that now, even without speaking, he reasserted his importance in the young man's mind, and Smith once and for all accepted him, and prepared himself to take him at his own valuation, which was high, and in his own fashion, which appeared to be sincere. Presently they came to a wet log arbour, accommodated with a seat. Ingman entered it, and taking a German pipe out of his tail pocket, sat down, and Smith sat down beside him. The pipe was apparently already filled, for the old man immediately lit it and began to smoke. When he got it going he handed the match box to Smith, who drew out a blackened briar with some relief. Now at any rate he could set up a defence between his soul and his host. Upon the match box was a Noah's Ark and the word "safety match" in Swedish. "The matches are bad, bad," said old Ingman, who was watching him closely from his corner. "They have used all the explosives in the war." Smith filled and lit his pipe, and then, satisfied in his security, gave the box back to the old man. "And so you have quarrelled with Sven Sigerson," said Ingman presently. "If he is of 32 Karl Johansgade, then he is no doubt the lad who ran away to sea, and son of my old friend Hjalmar Sigerson, the experimental chemist." "Yes," answered Smith, "he is the son of Hjalmar Sigerson." "And I heard," went on the old man, "that he ran away to sea again from Edinburgh, where he had got himself as assistant in the dispensary of a Dr. Macnab, and that the doctor's daughter went with him." "Yes," said Smith, "her father turned her out when it became apparent that she had been going with Sigerson, and she died at sea in childbirth during a storm on an iron trader." "Shocking," said the old man, without any horror in his voice. "He was an interesting boy." "I believe," went on Smith, in order to continue the conversation, "that he became a barber in Buenos Aires, bought a share with the proceeds in an Antarctic whaler, and finally, through lucky speculation in war materials, grew suddenly rich in Valparaiso. I met him in London at the Ritz, where he called himself Jan Jansen, and it was he who induced me to come to Christiania. I came because he interested me, and suggested an opening for me as his English agent." "And then you quarrelled with him." Smith laughed. "He quarrelled with me because he was jealous of my experiences in the war." "Ah, yes," said Ingman. "His mother was a wild actress, and we get in him a good example of heredity, the father's proclivity, science, being subdued in the son to the mother's passion, adventure. Choose the mother of your sons, for the daughters you will be responsible. I have no son." There was no regret in the old man's voice, so Smith offered no condolence. "He is amazingly vital, though a little man," said Smith, referring again to Sven Sigerson. "But he is not your force." "Mine!" exclaimed Smith, and his heart leaped, causing the blood to suffuse his face in spite of himself. "Yes," said Ingman decisively. Smith lifted up his head and took on increased dignity. He felt glad, as if he had suddenly seen some new woman he could love. Then he became bashful, and blowing harder at his pipe, drew himself a little further into his corner. He wondered if Ingman were purposely instating him in a good position. At any rate, he felt himself gain new confidence, not so much with Ingman as with himself, and a new power to speak his mind came to him. "Now I am an old man, 64 and past the death mark," Ingman continued, "and I am getting to the end of my books. I like to look about and compare the young men of my day with those of to day. We were mere children. Our socialism was heroic, wild, unbounded. I wore a red tie ostentatiously. But you are as quiet as I am now, more quiet. I am altogether a piece of the past in the museum of to day for your criticism." "I do not criticize the past," said Smith, and his heart began to beat. "No? That is behind the war. I find the present too vital, the future too magnificent. I have even given up speculating upon such appalling magnificence." He suddenly felt himself become alive. Only once or twice before had he seen life as he conceived it, when he got a view, as it were, over the heads of humanity and circumstance. Now he felt that the vision was about to become substantial for him again. This time, perhaps, his philosophy was to be realized, and he was to live his idea. He was, perhaps, to experience joy similar to that of a man who is about actually to possess the woman he has long dreamed of. Yet there was only an old man and an arbour to form his present world. Ingman made no comment upon his passionate words, but sat still in complete silence, smoking. And Smith, with bright eyes and his whole body in vital tension, stared at the hanging branches of the fir trees outside the arbour. They seemed to move quickly, to whirl swiftly past the arbour, which itself was travelling at a great rate. In this condition the young man waited. When his hope and expectation were about to break away in a million shattered dreams, the old man rose, and as he rose creation stabilized itself, and Smith found himself secure in a new country. He stood up, also made stronger in his faith of himself, without any ostensible cause. And again his heart leaped, as the old man said after a meditative pause, "And now we will go in." End of chapter 1. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 2 of The Death of Society, a Novel of Tomorrow by Romer Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 2. They went indoors. The hall ran across the whole centre of the house, and was large and full of space. At both sides there were windows, and a row of pillars carved and painted like totem poles supported the upper story. In the centre of the room stood a huge table of unvarnished oak with carved trestle legs. A set of pewter candlesticks was placed upon it, and around it were arranged heavy carved and painted chairs. Highly varnished vermilion wooden chests, painted with jasmine flowers in green and white, stood under the walls, and in the brick fireplace large logs smouldered upon iron dogs. It was a dark room, for the pine rafters of the ceiling were open to the floor boards of the room above. Ingman went to the fireplace, and taking an armful of spruce branches from a large farmer's basket, threw them down upon the logs and waited until they flared up into a lively blaze. "Ah," he said, "that makes it more cheerful." At this point a solid country girl, in an embroidered white shirt and dark green skirt, came out of a door beside the fireplace, with a thick homespun cloth trimmed with lace over her arm, and her master said in English, "What? Supper time?" and then in Norwegian, "Ebba, we have a stranger." She smiled a country smile at Smith, who felt cheered to the heart, and smiled back as she bobbed a curtsy. Ingman was evidently house proud. "Well, lay thy cloth," said the old man to the girl, and leaving the fire, which was now well burnt up, took Smith over to a door upon the opposite side of the room under the stairs. "Now," he said, "you shall see my wife." At last Smith was forced to realize that there were women belonging to the old man. What women could they be, he thought, but dull and stiff Norwegians? The ideas and feelings which Ingman had brought round him would be dissipated. His host opened the door, and he found himself in a large family room that seemed to take up the whole garden side of the house. The light was beginning to fade, and the silvery evening glow shed a radiance of incomparable beauty over the simple furniture and the long vermilion curtains at the windows, and made romantic the figures of two young women embroidering a huge spread of damask, though they surely could now scarcely see the threads. "Hildegarde, Natalia," said Ingman in English, "here is a stranger whom you have no doubt seen from the window walking with me in the garden." Hildegarde rose, calm and staid, and in an elderly manner, though she could not be more than 20 years of age, came towards the young man. Natalia, small, elusive, and dark, the younger by 12 months or more, followed her sister, and they both shook hands with him in the English fashion, for they at once guessed his nationality. Smith was glad to find the elder delicately rounded, and the younger pretty as an angel, and in contrast to his apprehensions they both appeared in the highest degree charming, all that a man could wish of women in general. "Your mother?" asked Ingman, and the two girls laughed, saying in their native language, "She is vanished." Smith thought their laughter odd and unusual, but the smile on the old man's face reassured him. All at once Ingman became solemn, and Smith, following the direction of his eyes, turned and saw sitting at the far end of the room, with her feet against a huge white majolica stove, a woman whose age he could not guess. He altogether forgot that she was his hostess, and that it was not for him to stand in the middle of the room and stare at her. There she reposed, quiet and mysterious, in a simple corn-colored dress with an embroidered drapery about her shoulders, her small hands in her lap, her face, with its grave, smiling mouth, blue eyes, and lovely brows, turned toward him. "I have brought thee a stranger, Rosa," said Ingman, going up to her. She rose, and standing beside her husband, put her hands upon him. Smith approached within a few paces of her. Closer at hand, her beauty had a northern delicacy, an inexpressible quality of fineness which northern flowers possess, that is seen nowhere in the luxuriant south. He was amazed. "Your name again?" said the old man, and in a deep voice, out of which he did not think to keep his emotion, the young man replied, "Rane Smith." Mrs. Ingman smiled and put out her hand, and Smith, advancing, took it in a half conscious state of wonder, and let it go again. He had the sensation of being bewitched, with the bewitchment fairies exercise over men whom they overtake in lonely forests and on smooth grassy slopes. He stared at her openly and without sense of shame. This, then, was Ingman's wife. She was like a creature of a romantic story. Ibsen's Lady from the Sea, perhaps, only 1,000 times more strange. She spoke to him. She said quietly in her native tongue, "I am glad you have come, young man." As she spoke he felt the dreamful bliss of wonderful caresses upon him, and became a little lost. Ingman's voice recalled him. He said in English, to give him confidence, "Here is a youth from England, Rosa. I have been talking to him in the garden." And then he repeated to his wife in Norwegian, "It is an English youth who lost itself in thy garden, and now in thy heart, as we all. My wife understands no language but her own, and a little German," he said, turning once more to Smith. Natalia laughed again, to Smith's astonishment, and the Professor beamed upon his wife and daughters. Suddenly the whole family seemed to forget him, and to become serious in a concentration of family love. He expected the four of them to draw together like needles toward an invisible magnet, and the women to vanish into a pocket handkerchief, which the old man would shake out like a conjurer and stuff into his pocket, remarking at the same time, "So much for a family." Nothing of the kind occurred, and Ingman said to his wife in her own language, "This youth will stay the night." "I hope he is as entertaining as he is good looking," said Natalia. "Tush," said Hildegarde, "you fancy yourself wicked." "A long winter makes a wicked woman," cried Natalia, quoting an imaginary proverb, and danced over to the window. "Karin, Karin, thy red shoes," said her mother, with an intonation made of the echoes of 1,000 fairy tales, and Ingman said to Smith, "My wife will be pleased if you will stay with us a few days." And he, not understanding Norwegian, was unable to know that they had not discussed the matter in any human language. Ingman and his wife sat down, and Smith, still standing, watched the two girls gather up their heavy embroidery, and patiently awaited the liberty to seat himself in Rosa Ingman's company. "Oh," said Natalia, "the Englishman should help us to fold this linen." But Hilda blushed, for it was part of some bed linen she was preparing against her wedding that summer with a good for nothing lieutenant in a crack cavalry regiment whom she idolized. "Come, Natalia, you are slow," she said, and took her sister and the linen out of the room, adding to her mother as she went, "I will see about the dinner." When they were gone, Smith sat down, and Ingman said slowly to his wife, "He has come from Sven Sigerson, Hilmar Sigerson's son, who has returned." "Oh, Sven Sigerson," she said, and Smith surrendered himself again to gaze upon her. "I hear terrible things about him from this man. Is it not so?" he continued in English. "Hilmar Sigerson's son has plenty on his soul." "Yes," answered Smith, as if the gods addressed him. The old man understood his state of mind, and began to talk to him easily, and yet with a certain intention of throwing him into deeper embarrassment. He held his wife's hand all the time. "My wife," he said, "as you can see, is more than 20 years younger than I am. You will remember by hearsay, no doubt, the date when the production of Ibsen's plays were European events. In those days I lived in Christiania in order to criticize Norwegian dramatic productions. I met my wife in a little white house on a hill. You notice yourself, you cannot take your eyes off her. She was 16 when I first saw her, and she was in love with Ibsen. She married Ibsen's critic, the great Ingman. Well, I am the great Ingman, and this is Ingman's wife. You have seen their fleshly children. They have other, less substantial, more enduring daughters and sons. You think her wonderful, and I nothing whom you thought wonderful in the garden. Two wonderfuls in one day. Zwei wunderschönen. Drei wunderschönen. Youth, genius, woman. Smith had nothing to say. He blushed deep red all over his handsome face. The wife, who had been watching him, rose, and approaching him, put her hand upon his shoulder. He clenched his teeth and began to sweat in his effort to keep command of himself, and stirred and took a deep breath through his nostrils. "I am glad you have come," she said, bending down over him, and he was forced to look up into her face. He wished to seize her hand from his shoulder and devour it with kisses, to press and fondle it with groans and sighs and 100 signs of passionate emotion. He looked at her with a look near to anger. Immediately she understood and took her hand away, and his impulse was to seize her then and there and fight for himself, but Ingman was present. Once more she smiled, and said something in her own language in a tone which caused him to know that she was well aware of his feelings, and went quietly out of the room. Directly she was gone, Smith buried his face in his hands, then recollecting himself ran his hands backward over his rough black hair, and folded his arms upon his breast. "You think," said Ingman, "she is mad." "Mad?" said Smith with a start. "I think so too," went on the old man, "but only mad according to society, that class of persons who have a code of behaviour and are educated without acquiring knowledge. They say I have driven her mad. I pity them. It is she who has driven me to the verge of insanity. But she is the only woman I could have endured in marriage. Ah, she is extraordinary." "The lady from the sea," murmured Smith in his deepest tones. "Your remark is just," said Ingman, "but insufficient." "Yes, yes," exclaimed Smith. Ingman cut him short by getting up, and indeed he had nothing in his mind to say, but only passionate visions. Nor were his visions clear, not more than troubled half born dreams full of dark colours and violent uncompleted motions. Ingman began to walk about, and after a little while he came back to the end of the room where Smith sat, and spoke. "I knew Ibsen very well," he said, speaking slowly. "He always had the air of an immortal, though in appearance a homely man. You think him perhaps an old fashioned moral reformer. I saw him shod with wool. I will tell you, you are apt to forget that these people lived a daily life. That is the greatest difficulty of a critic. They cannot remember that their men rose from their beds once in every 24 hours, and once in 24 hours went to bed again. Our brilliant European critics of Shakespeare forget this. Their logic, their force of critical construction, their contributions by criticism to philosophy and every science, is each defective in one particular. They build too high upon accident, and allow too little for incident. Bah! They are not simple enough. Criticism is the most human art, especially of the dead. If I am reading Nietzsche, I must forget Nietzsche. If I criticize him, I must remember him. The first thing I must ask myself is, what was this man's consciousness?" Smith lay back in his chair. He wanted to smoke, but partly for his own protection, partly from courtesy, he dared not interrupt the old man, who continued to pace up and down the room with his memory wandering among the millions of thoughts contained in his past, some few of which he gave at random to his guest. "Today," continued Ingman, and placed himself in front of Smith, with his hands in the tails of his coat. "Today you come out of nowhere. At first my impulse was to resent your innocent intrusion, and to send you away. My nature still presides at times over my philosophy. My nature is to be cautious, my philosophy in the events of life never to choose, never to select. I do not advocate it, I have experimented. I accept everything that comes to me. You do not suspect me of retaining everything. No. I reject most of life after I have taken its nourishment into my blood. What remains? Certain simple principles. The principle on which I now accept you is this: all men and women are equal in the one sense that they are human beings. In the same sense all their acts are equally important. Men will not remember that the accumulated force of innumerable small deeds is 10,000 times more potent than a catastrophe." Smith looked critically up at the old professor. His words were calming him, even though he no longer found them of particular interest. He thought: "This old man has not talked for some time. I will listen to him only because it is part of this adventure," and felt as if something was complete in him that he was unable to realize save with the assistance of all these people, that he had conceived by fate what time alone could deliver him of. He gave himself up therefore to patient attention, being well aware that only by entire self surrender could he hope to learn the truth of life. "Catastrophes," went on Ingman, "are to life what volcanic eruptions are to the progress of nature. The grass will not grow greener because of Vesuvius, the world no wiser because of Napoleon. I know there are those who see life in terms of great men and great wars, but I prefer to be democratic and say, what the mass of the people do every day is life." He paused, and several thoughts passed through his head unuttered, and Smith, still considering him rather than his words, felt: "Yes, now indeed have I put out to sea again to sink or swim." Many times in the past had he given thanks to God for safe delivery from a perilous voyage, and had sworn to himself to abide by the inactive security of the land. But as many times, directly a new adventure presented itself, without caution or recollection of past dangers, he embarked afresh. Presently the old man continued speaking. "I have observed many people and subjected myself to many events. I have written, correctly or incorrectly, many books. To day you stand at the doorstep of my house. I open the door to you because I always open my own house door. You are before me. I see your face filled with expectation and curiosity. You see a little fat old man who conceals the fact that he has given way to nature, and is irritated because a stranger has ridden into his garden. I deliberately force you to dismount and thus recover myself. Your quiet manners and grave anxiety about my treatment of your horse persuade me to like you, and I induce you to walk and talk with me. I see that your way and mine agree, that you are willing to let the future unroll before you with the curious expectancy wherewith I have watched the past. No doubt, as I have done, you will on an occasion seize life and use it boldly to your own ends. Ah, yes, young man, to seize life and to use it successfully requires courage, a sharp wit, and a clear head." "It does," said Smith, as the old man moved in the direction of the door. Smith rose. "Indeed it does, and you know how to do it," said old Ingman, stopping and tapping on the air with his fist. "Have done it, no doubt," he added. "You are no fool." They left the room from which the lovely twilight was now fading, and as they went into the dark hall with its grotesque pillars, Ingman said: "Hilda will take you to your room." End of Chapter 2. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 3 of The Death of Society, A Novel of Tomorrow, by Romer Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 3. Hilda emerged from nowhere like one of those supernatural beings who serve old magicians, and saying, "Come this way, Mr. Rane Smith," led him up the stairs. The hall was now very dark, the stairs obscure and shadowy, but Hilda carried two candles, and behind the pillars the white table, sparkling with silver and glass, shone in a haze of candle light. Smith ascended the stairs in a dream, and following Hilda through a door at the top, found himself in a wide passage full of wooden cupboards and recessed doors. "It is strange to you in a Norwegian house for the first time," she said. She spoke English with a strong Norwegian accent. "I will light the lamps," she added, without waiting for him to answer, and handing him the candles, lit a long wax taper at them, which she carried in a silver holder like a large pencil case, and with it illuminated four lamps that hung by chains from the rafters. "I want the electric light," she said, "but father is romantic, so we must endure darkness and be afraid of fires." "It is very beautiful," Smith murmured, and followed her, carrying a high wax candle in each hand. The warm wax from one of them spilt down the copper candlestick on to his hand, and he felt warmed throughout, as if he had drunk a pleasant draught. Before the pleasure had passed, Hilda said, "This is your room," and led him into a small dark apartment smelling faintly of pine wood. The long black windows sparkled in the candlelight, and dimly reflected himself standing stock still, and Hilda moving familiarly about. "Here I hope you will be comfortable," she said. "This door is to your bathroom, this mechanism turns off or on the heat." "Thank you," said Smith. "Thank you awfully." He heard himself accentuate his English nationality. Hilda came and took the candles from him, and placed them on each side of a mirror upon a vast chest of drawers that glowed dull red where the light fell upon it, and seemed to be painted with roses and stephanotis. When she had arranged the candles and a girl's hairbrush and comb to her satisfaction, she came over to where he still stood and put out her hand. "You were not afraid of us? You are not homesick?" she asked. "No," he answered, taking her hand, charmed with her staid, natural manner, which at the same time was a little shy. He looked into her bright black eyes, smiled with sudden kind affection, for his heart was wide open to all good feeling, and wanted to kiss her, but he let her hand go and said vaguely, "It is delightful." She half turned, gesticulated toward the window, and saying, "You will see the mountains in the morning," prepared to go. "I will come in 10 minutes," she added, and softly vanished away. "Incredible family," he remarked to himself, and thrusting his hands into his trouser pockets, went over to the window and fell into a dream. Presently he opened the windows roughly and stepped out onto the balcony. Below him stretched a larch wood; beyond rose the black and white masses of the Dovrefjeld. The dark air was mild and fragrant, the silence filled with soft sounds of rustling pines and the clear noise of dripping water. Mysterious hills rose on either hand, and from behind him he felt their protective shadows fall across the house and garden. He stood some moments thinking of nothing, with the wind blowing idly through his hair, himself as vague in spirit as the unsubstantial hills and dark shadowy woods, till at last the trickle and the drip of many small streams awoke him to the actual, and he went back into the room. The insufficient candlelight showed him little more than its simplicity. Along one side extended a low wooden bed, upon which faintly gleamed a royal blue silk cover. Behind the door appeared the dim shape of a large cupboard. On his left, near him, close to the window, his bathroom door stood open. All these drawers and cupboards were of no use to him, he recollected. He had no luggage; it was at the next post inn. His collar must be disgraceful after a whole day's riding, but he had no means to remedy that. "Forget it," he thought. "At any rate, I can wash myself." He flung his coat off onto the bed, and carried the candles into the bathroom, a small paradise of white majolica tiles painted with blue and green flowers. There he found, laid out upon a glass table, a couple of Swedish razors, one of each gender, and all the necessities of the bath. He scrutinized the shaving brush. It was dry and clean. Certainly these people knew how to conduct life. The clean shaving brush gave him a sense of security. He had no time to shave, but he thought, smiling at himself, "The house is dark and nobody will kiss me." Of this he was glad not to feel too sure. At any rate, he repeated to himself, "I can be clean," and tearing off his tie and collar, he washed himself furiously. He felt exquisitely happy, and sang a snatch as he dried himself upon the luxurious towel. Humming all the time, he went back into the bedroom and tried to brush his stiff hair with the girl's hairbrush. What would that minx Natalia think of him? Would she still find him comic enough to provoke her to laughter? He would like to catch her and kiss her 100 times, pretty kid, and tease her with 1,000 tricks of fancy, and kiss Hilda more soberly, all in a rapture over that woman whose hand he still felt upon his shoulder. As he was refastening his collar, a gentle knock came at the door, and he sang loud as he fumbled with the stud. "Come in." Hilda entered, but seeing him in his shirt sleeves, said, "Ah, you are not ready." "Yes," he cried, seizing his coat, "I am, but in a disgraceful condition. My baggage is at the next post inn." "Nils will fetch it in the morning," she said demurely. "A trouble!" he exclaimed vaguely, and quickly becoming again the sober man who had entered the room, he followed her down to dinner. CHAPTER IV. Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 4 of The Death of Society, a Novel of Tomorrow by Romer Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 4. He was aware, directly he entered the hall, that Mrs. Ingman was there, and immediately sought her with his eyes. She was already seated at the long table upon Ingman's left at the farther end, which end alone was laid for supper. A dozen candles made the centre of the hall a blaze of light, and as he came out from behind the pillars to his place on Ingman's right, he half closed his eyes, partly because of the light and partly the better to see Rosa Ingman. The old man got up from the table with a napkin hanging from his waistcoat, and welcomed him to supper with a handshake. "And now," he said, sitting down again, "we can eat, which you will no doubt be very glad to do." As he spoke he helped himself from a bowl of salt fish and spring salad, and Hilda pressed various dishes of eggs and savory fish upon her guest, beside whom she sat. "Fill his glass," said the old man, "and let him make himself welcome." And as Hilda obediently filled Smith's glass from a big jug of iced light beer, Ingman filled his own with thin white wine. When the men were served, the women helped themselves. "And now you are at Rosendahl, to which your curiosity led you," said Ingman, and Smith, whose body was again beginning to fill with the most exquisite sensations of new passion from the presence of the woman opposite to him, smiled with shining eyes and answered, "I consider myself a lucky man." "You should speak Norwegian," said the old man, and Smith found no necessity to ask why. "Rosa has a great many things to say to you." "To me?" asked Smith, and his long face flushed with sudden joy as he looked into Mrs. Ingman's eyes. What elusive shadows and radiances passed across her cheeks and brow and chin in the candlelight, emphasizing their delicate, mature beauty. Her hair shone with all the tones of silk before it is woven. Her eyes, by reason of the soft light, seemed deeper and more blue. And she was so quiet that the young man thought peace must lie within her like an unborn child. The old man turned to his wife and said, "I told him you wished to talk to him." And Rosa Ingman replied, looking at Smith, "It is so." She smiled, and though Smith could not understand her words, he dared to let her know by his expression that she had bewitched him. She showed no sign that she found his information embarrassing or strange. She appeared to think, "I am glad. It is the most natural thing for men to love women." Whether these were her actual thoughts or not, a new calm such as he had never yet felt came over him, then a strong impulse to spring up and say, "You are human, you understand me, we are one," which, being subdued, gave way again to the serenity of one who has the right to walk in heaven. All this time Natalia, who sat beside her mother, watched him narrowly, and now, putting her hand upon her mother's arm, said, "He is my young man," and laughed at Smith, who turned without any attempt to disguise his interest in Rosa Ingman, and laughed back, though he did not understand what she had said. "Hush! We do not know how much he understands," said Hilda, to which Natalia retorted, "Because you are betrothed to Axel you need not be a grandmother. I prefer him 1,000 times to that Axel of yours." "Please be quiet," said Hilda, who had a great respect for her duty to her fiancé, and would not allow herself to hear a word against him. "Well, I know who I will be in love with, at any rate," cried Natalia, and laughed gaily at Smith. "Karin, Karin, thou wilt laugh him into the woods," said Rosa Ingman. "There, I shall kiss him," cried the young girl, to provoke her sister, who she considered had become prudish since she was to be married. "Oh, oh, a man has come to the house! Winter is gone! Father," she cried, now in English, "let us open the summer house to morrow." "If Mr. Rane Smith will help you." "I will certainly help you," said Smith, and saw himself laying aside his grave demeanor and exhibiting his agility in shirt sleeves before the girls, as he sprang for cherry and larch boughs to make a decoration. "We usually wait till St. Eric's Day," said Hilda, who did not altogether care to have the old customs changed. "Well, call to morrow St. Eric's Day," said Smith, a little indulgently, to the two young women. At that moment they seemed very young to him, mere children who knew nothing of love and war, work and sin. "St. Eric's Day to morrow," cried Natalia to her mother. "The young man has fixed it." And Rosa Ingman smiled at Smith as if they two alone together understood the whole world. "Does she appear to other people as I see her, or has she an everyday exterior which she will never wear for me?" he asked himself, and concluded that no doubt she had such a thing in her wardrobe upstairs, a transparent gossamer affair which she would one day show him and say, "That is what I wear to the world." He smiled in his mind at his power of invention, to which love was already making him expert. The servant Ebba now brought in the roast chickens, which she carved, and served to the men first and Mrs. Ingman last, which reversal of custom, Smith felt, put Rosa Ingman at a great advantage over them, as if she were the hostess and mother of them all. Ingman had continental manners, but how or whether Mrs. Ingman ate the food before her Smith did not notice, and if he had been asked would have said she never touched her plate. Thus the illusion of divinity was not rudely broken for him. The old man said no more until he had finished some large quantities of food, but having done before the rest, he sucked and picked his teeth, and sat back rubbing his hands together in great satisfaction. He continued to pick his teeth and drink sips of wine for some time, during which the others ate in silence, for when Ingman's thoughts began to brew up toward conversation, the rest felt themselves unable to say anything. At last he wiped his mouth and broke the silence, and as he spoke to Smith in English, the young man was bound to sit back and give him his whole attention. "So," said Ingman, "Brandes has formed this international society in which the intellectuals are told they are not to set themselves up." "I believe so," replied Smith. "I have joined the London branch, but I know little about it. I meant to go to the Clarté office in the Rue Feydeau last time I was in Paris." "A new corpse for the same old blood." Smith laughed. "And Romain Rolland and Barbus," continued Ingman. "Where is Vildroc? Dead, perhaps. Societies are very terrible things. They kill first their distinguished founders." The old man smacked his lips and shook his head. "The devil take me," he muttered, "if ever I belong to a society for the improvement of my fellow men." Smith was amused and laughed again. Old Ingman, who had drunk a good deal of wine, leaned back and put his left hand in the bosom of his coat. With his right he continued not infrequently to raise his glass to his lips. Still sucking his teeth with loud smacks from time to time, he exclaimed in Norwegian, "Midnight Sun's Parade! Tcha!" Then in English, "That is what I, Ingman, think of it all. Long shadows, nothing but long shadows. In unity there is strength, but no intelligence. An intellectual society is an impossible paradox. This world is ruled by individuals, sir," he cried fiercely. "Progress flows through the unconscious masses. Religions, philosophical, moral, and political, are mere excrescences, each the offsheddings of an era that is passing. I profess none. I am too ignorant in any but technical matters to presume to follow a rule of conduct. I believe this, I believe that? No, I believe nothing. I am but an individual taking individual events in an individual manner. I will not march through life to orders. I consign these enlightened angelic clubs to hell. Societies? I belonged to 100 before I married Rosa. At one time I went without my dinner twice a week in order to forward intellectualism among the laboring classes. Now I let the world roll on as it may, and keep myself in as good health as my age allows." Smith thought, "No doubt the old man is jealous of Brandes." Ingman's prejudices seemed to cause him great irritation, for presently he blew out his cheeks, shook his head forward so that his hair moved, and banging his right fist down on the table, roared at Smith in Norwegian, "Young man, it is all wrong." He continued again in English, "Yes, I have no sympathy with that kind of thing. Then suddenly he smiled and said quietly, "But perhaps you will say quite justly that I am merely prejudiced against a position my rival has been fortunate enough to capture. Brandes is a great man, but in spite of him I must live on my own lines. I am a recluse." Smith took out a cigarette and lit it at one of the candles, which Hilda approached to him, and as he raised his eyes saw the bright glance of Natalia fixed upon him. "What?" he said to himself. "Have I taken her fancy?" But immediately banished the thought as he turned again to listen to old Ingman. "Well, well," said the old fellow, and gulped with indigestion. "My daughters are tired of sitting here. Let us go with them into the family room, and somebody will play or sing to us." They all rose and went into the sitting room, which was now well lighted with candles and lamps. The curtains were drawn close and exhibited beautiful embroideries of old fashioned flowers, lilies, roses of a forgotten loveliness, wallflowers and striped tulips in great profusion, with arabesques of dark forget me nots to form a background. Smith, who loved flowers passionately, exclaimed to Natalia, "What beautiful curtains!" "They are very old," said Hilda, going up to them and fingering the faded vermilion damask. "The mother of my mother embroidered them." Very old, thought Smith. So Rosa Ingman came from the past, and yet was not old herself. Thus she took on for him something of the immortal. He said, "I wish they belonged to me," and imagined his bedchamber hung round with them. He spoke quite jealously, and felt a sharp and keen desire to own them. It was beyond imagination that they should ever be his; nevertheless, as he turned away, he thought, "If I married one of these girls, I should ask for them in a settlement." He smiled. Marry a wife for 2 pairs of old curtains? A man can get anything if he is willing to pay for it. Thenceforth, however, he looked upon them as a part of Rosa Ingman. The old man set himself down in a chair near the stove for his after dinner nap, and sat there like an old overfed spaniel experiencing his dinner again. Smith stood aimlessly in the middle of the room finishing his cigarette, and as he watched the 2 girls change the position of the candles and arrange the room for the evening, his thoughts wandered away, chasing a vision of Mrs. Ingman through 100 half conceived imaginary scenes of the past, like butterflies. In this manner he began to fabricate legends about her. Presently Natalia said, "Will you play draughts with me, Mr. Rane Smith?" "Why, yes," he answered, becoming alive again to the people around him. "I should like to, but " he lied for want of something to say, "you will have to teach me. I can only play what we call French game." "French game?" asked Natalia. She spoke English with less accent than her sister, more freely and with greater charm. She seemed at least 12 years younger than himself, very childish indeed, he thought. No doubt she had been educated in England, but that could hardly be, as the war must have lasted all her adolescent school days. Nevertheless, he felt as if she belonged to his nationality, and was not a foreigner like Hilda, whom he found more Swedish than Norwegian. "French game," he said, laughing, and followed her to the cupboard where she kept the draught board. "That is where you lose all the time." He felt they were at least cousins to one another. "How silly," she replied, "and how difficult to wish not to win. I always wish to win, at everything." "You are quite right," he answered. "Even if you lose gracefully, the gods don't pay your losses for you. I only care to pay my losses when I am beaten by the better man, and not by my own silly quixotism." He seemed to have a little difficulty in following his words, but pride apparently did not permit her to show it, and a slightly tyrannical amusement made Smith wish to talk to her as if she had complete command of English. "I am sure," he said accordingly, "that you, no more than I, are imbued with a passion for that extremely ineffectual type of self mortification." "I was in England," she replied defensively, knowing from his smile that he was teasing her, "during the whole war, because my parents dared not fetch me across the sea. Now I shall never go to England again, I hope," she cried very loud, and looked at Smith as if she were defying him and the fates. "Rash," he said, "to shout it in the face of the gods like that." She blushed and carried the draught board to a little table in the window near the beautiful curtains, and Smith said aloud, as if she knew his thoughts, and therefore his words were of no consequence, "No woman, no curtains." "What do you say?" she cried, as he sat down opposite to her. He made the best of his half intentional remark. "I was thinking," he said, contrariwise to the fairy tales, that in order to win those curtains I must win the princess first." Natalia turned and called to her mother in her own language. "Mother, give me those curtains. I want them to catch a husband with," and laughed provokingly at Hilda. Smith laughed too, because he guessed quite well what she was saying, and thought he would pay her out, so he remarked, "No curtains, no husband." Natalia blushed to the roots of her hair, and then laughed again, saying, "But you don't understand Norwegian." "I don't," he replied seriously, "but I can take a joke against myself in good part." "I am sorry," she said. "No need for that," he murmured, and looked straight into her eyes to assure her that he was perfectly sincere. It was a long time since he had been in the society of girls, and he found it charming, though a little strange, to talk with this young creature, who seemed made of fragile, delicate flesh and bones, and to need his care against the world of men and women, though she was so sprightly, and could, after a fashion, hold her own with him. He had no romantic illusions about women, but here in this house the illusions of other men seemed incarnate, and all those nonsensical attitudes of the old fashioned woman worshipper to be justified. As he looked at her, however, her eyes changed. He saw that he was mistaken. She was no china nymph, but capable of all his passions and sins, and he was assured again that this was the truth as she looked down and said quietly, in a decisive tone that made him obey, "Now I will teach you." In 2 minutes she had given him enough idea to show that she was quite a fair player at the game which he had played so often and so unsuccessfully with Bryce. Bryce had played draughts to perfection, as he played billiards and poker, and as once he had boxed. Smith wondered, as he pretended to take instruction, whether he would ever see him again, odd, dear old Bryce, the only man or woman he had found to care seriously for during the last 2 years, though he was a liar and a selfish brute to all the world, and to Smith's good knowledge imposed regularly upon him. Yet conscience played some part in their relationship, and he called Smith the Angel, and gave him all his queer, distorted confidence, lethargically and with many laborious contradictions, to afford the truth secure refuge. Now that he was happy, his love for Bryce suffered a recreation. He wished to see him, and to have him here, in order to show him there was one place on earth where all were welcome. All surely were welcome here. He said, forgetting that he ought not to know how to play draughts, "This reminds me of the many games I had with a man I knew called Bryce." Natalia was aware that she was about to learn something interesting concerning the vitally interesting dark Englishman before her, and instinctively did not remark that he had given himself away. He said, making his moves without much thought, "Bryce was hardly at first sight the kind of man you would care to meet. His ways, particularly with girls, were distinctly unusual, but he was, as he said, all right at heart. He looked as if he bred bull terriers. He was fat and short and muscular. He had a thick neck that you couldn't have hung him by, and a clean shaven jowl, bluish, you know, like a prize fighter's. You don't mind me yarning about him, do you?" "Oh no, please," said Natalia, who was entranced to hear a man speak of men. It was an approach to reality. Smith smiled, as she thought, in the most charming fashion, and went on. "I have no gear of mine here, and it kind of establishes me to talk about myself to you. I saw Bryce last standing on the quay at Havre, with his service cap on the back of his head, his delicate pince nez gleaming in the sun on his thin, fine nose. He had an extraordinary mixed face. It was an emotional moment. I was going away from the army forever, a moment I had hardly credited to see, though we all believed in it. Bryce had to stay behind only a few weeks, but he thought it eternity. If ever you fight a war, Miss Ingman, pray for God to dispense with an armistice. Bryce called me Angel." Smith paused and looked at Natalia as if he were willing to perceive the ghost he raised, and to know that he was not a nomad without any ties. "I recollect, as the boat drew out," he said, "'So long, Angel, you damned lucky brute.'" He had a lazy voice, the laziest voice imaginable, but I saw him wish to kill me. I cried out rather heartlessly, I fear, "Bad luck, Ed." His name was John Edward. "If you see my girl," he shouted, "tell her I don't worry." I have never seen him since, and of course not even chance itself could bring me in sight of his girl. That was his mode of speaking. He was an odd chap, Bryce, but I liked him. Natalia had strained to follow all that he said, and began to think him a wonderful oracular creature. She sided with Bryce at once against the universe. "There now," he said, "I am beating you at your own game." The memory of Bryce brought back a feeling which he had had during supper. "It is all right, all perfectly right," he said to himself. He recollected a few occasions on which it had previously come to him. On it he based his reasons for an optimistic philosophy. Once he had felt it during a heavy advance, when the blood of a friend had spattered him from head to foot. Once in the armistice with Bryce in a broken down café near the battle ground, and at a few other times. He saw that café clearly now. A beautiful peasant girl in a carmine blouse stood at the door, with the sunny awning shading her figure like a picture by John. Bryce's remarks about her were not edifying. She was not virtuous, the inn was not clean. But Smith, suffused with happiness, had thought, "This is all perfectly simple and in proportion. I don't want anything better." He also associated the feeling with the newly dead in battle, as if they alone saw what manner of place the world was. When his thoughts and recollections were beginning to make the game difficult to endure, somebody began to play upon the piano. He looked up. It was Mrs. Ingman. Natalia asked, "Do you wish to listen to her?" "Yes," he said, getting up. "I am terribly tired." He spoke the truth. He was terribly tired. He sat down again, and, shading his eyes with his hand, shut them. The war had come back upon him, and he was in distress. Mrs. Ingman did not play brilliantly. It was difficult to say what she played, but whatever it might be, it sounded like flowers falling out of a blue sky, or clear streams in deep green woods, and all the delicate beauties of a spring day, such as they had had. She sang sometimes softly as she played. Smith opened his eyes, and throwing back his head, folded his arms upon his breast to listen, and yet not to listen, but to dream and forget the war. "Her music," said Natalia, "does not belong to us." Smith found nothing supernatural in it. It was not even strange, and yet to his mind so exquisitely right, though maybe only a few random wanderings upon the piano, by reason, it seemed, of her touch upon the keys, that it must be the origin of those echoes of perfection which he had heard in the past. He thought he must get up and come closer to that source of happiness, which, like that of a wide river, here welled up a little spring. He thereupon rose and stood in the middle of the room near the piano. After a few minutes he said quite spontaneously, "Rosa Ingman." She took her hands off the keys and looked at him so calmly that he thought for a moment she was, as her husband said, mad. "He loves music," she said. "Play to him, Karin." "No, it is thy music," said Natalia. "He is bewitched. Look at him as he stands like a totem pole in the middle of the room." "Tell him," said Mrs. Ingman, "if he will let you play, I will talk to him." "Why, he cannot understand a word of Norwegian," cried Natalia. "Nevertheless, I wish to talk to him," said Rosa Ingman, and rising, came over to Smith and put both her small hands on his breast. He became at once terrified of losing command over himself, as when she had touched him before, and said hopelessly in German, "Please, please." She took her right hand away, and said in her own tongue, as she gently gesticulated, "There is nothing to fear." Natalia sat watching them, spellbound. "Come," said Rosa Ingman now to Smith, "sit down and smoke thy cigarette." He understood the word cigarette, and giving his actions over into her hands, followed her and sat down with her upon a board settee near the stove opposite Ingman. Hilda sat near by embroidering, but Mrs. Ingman took not the slightest notice of her. She put her hand confidently and trustfully in Smith's, and again he thought she must be a little simple minded. There was nothing coquettish or amorous in any of her actions. She behaved as if they were her ordinary and natural actions of every day. The presence of others made it impossible for Smith to act as he spontaneously desired. Beyond that one ejaculation, "Rosa Ingman," he had said and done nothing that he wished. He imagined if they were alone it would be possible for him to converse with her, or, in excess of demonstrative passion, to regain his self possession. All that he could realize now was that he loved her to madness without knowing her, and madly wished to possess her. That only was clear to him. Everything else was insignificant. Terror seized him as he said to himself that this belonged to the impossible, for which the only price was her life and his. His terror mingled itself with old terrors and became scarcely supportable. He was not himself to night; his mind was tired and his heart full of past long conquered shadows, which lurked again upon the heels of the present enemy to destroy him. It was a long time since he had desired anything so madly. During the war, in the months before he was wounded, he had been possessed by an obsession to become the father of a child. When the danger was at its worst, his obsession gripped him the harder. This life only became valuable to him for this one purpose. He ceased to exist for himself, but as the father of a child to bear his name. After he was wounded it had passed away, never to return. Now he must have this woman, to whomsoever she belonged, howsoever difficult of attainment, and he was ready to write creation away to get her. Natalia was playing the piano and Rosa Ingman was talking to him quietly. He neither understood nor heard. At last his position became intolerable. He got up and going over to the window separated the curtains a little and stared at the dark glass. Natalia stopped playing. She wished to run up to him and say, "You have made me your friend. What is the matter?" But she was unable to do so, as he seemed to have gone out of her world. Hilda looked at her mother. She felt that her mother was above all criticism, that she must as usual be left to act in her own way, which lay over different ground from that of herself. There was finality and completeness, and yet freedom, in all that Rosa Ingman did and said, and it was not in the least like the words or actions of any other person. Presently there came to Smith at the window, as if out of the curtains that he held, the words, "How do I know she will never be mine?" "What?" he asked himself. "You fool, such things are impossible." "Impossible?" his self inquired. "How?" "Because I am," he thought, "on the whole, a decent man, and " He ceased to talk with himself, and gazed in astonishment at the vision of civilization which appeared as if reflected from his eyes upon the window pane. Inexorable social law and religious law and law of morality forbade even the thought of love between himself and this woman whose husband had invited him into his house. He felt the whole weight of the superficial world upon him. If he remained still he could just support it; if he moved it would crush him against that deep natural desire which had suddenly sprung in his heart. He thought again. In the eyes of nature Rosa Ingman was only a woman, himself only a man. With the rest of her affairs he as a man could and would not concern himself. He was bold enough and strong enough for that. But wait, he thought, I have only just seen her. I have not been denied her except by my imagination. Has she not given me every freedom? Has not Ingman seconded every gesture and glance of hers, which have been perfectly natural, without concession to me of anything but my freedom? Fool! In this house you are a free man. Free, he said to himself, and went and sat down deliberately again by Rosa Ingman. "Rosa Ingman," he said, "you have set me free." "He says you have set him free," said Hilda to her mother, and Mrs. Ingman looked at him as if she understood all his thoughts. Old Ingman, who was now awake, said, "Yes, Rosa sets everything free, sets the wind free. Dost thou not, Rosa?" "I am glad," said Mrs. Ingman. "That is as it should be." "Tell him," she said to her husband, "that I will take him a walk to morrow. We two will be alone together, and then we shall get to understand one another. I love him, Karl. I love him very much." "Well, well," said old Ingman, "Rosa Christiansen was always right," and added to Smith in English, "My wife will take you for a walk to morrow morning." End of Chapter 4. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 5 of The Death of Society, A Novel of Tomorrow, by Romer Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 5. Smith found himself again in his own bedroom. A curious and intolerable nightshirt of old Ingman's lay upon the blue bed cover like a limp, headless ghost. Smith took it up and shut it away in a drawer. The very sight of a nightshirt had always given him a sensation of base ugliness, Nothing would have induced him to wear one. He undressed, and when he was naked, opened the windows wide and let the air blow upon his bare flesh. The mountains were clear in the moonlight, and he wished now that he were still up there upon the lonely Dovrefjeld, at the uncomfortable ancient inn of Jurchen, under the shadow of Snøhetta. He very much wished to be up there in the wintry desolation, under the silvery moon. To night the clouds were wonderful, the sky so dark behind the white mountains that it appeared royal purple. Below and around him the trees stood deathly black, and from their cavernous shades the precipices of the hills rose like the walls of hell toward the moonlit snows. It was as light as fairyland up there, but down here all lay in the very depth of night. He stepped out onto the balcony and felt the wind chill. High to the right a long grey streak of falling water hung down the sheer cliff, and its faint silver sound echoed clear above the distant roar of the snow swollen cataract down in the valley, which murmured through the darkness muffled by 1,000 trees. At last he began to feel cold, and going in again blew out the flickering candles and sprang naked into bed. He shuddered. After all, it was only a romantic notion which made him wish to be back in the antique kitchen of the Jurchen inn. What a view he had had next morning! The officious guide told him it was exceptional, but everything was exceptional according to the guide: the mildness of the season, the absence of fog, Snøhetta, the sky, the inn, the guide himself, who assured Smith he had seen an exceptional amount of the war, having been blown up and rescued from 3 distinct coasting vessels employed as mine scouts. Had Rosa Ingman, he wondered, ever sat in that old inn, in the chair which, so they said, Charles XI had hallowed with his royal weight? Did she of nights fly up, and dance and skim upon those everlasting snowfields on the roof of the world? Or did she glide swiftly with mocking, unearthly laughter down those high waterfalls over the dark precipices in the Driva Gorge? Perhaps she was merely a tame house cat who set stray fools like himself wantonly on fire. He was pledged to go a walk with her in the morning. He was also pledged to decorate that closed summer house with her daughters. The summer house was to be opened in his honor because Natalia wished it. Hilda viewed him, he felt, with slight disfavor, but even she had been remarkably gracious to him. He did not at all dislike the idea of acting the part of Dionysius to oblige these young women. As to old Ingman, he vaguely remembered having read one of the old man's books, something called the Yes and No, badly translated from the German. Of its contents he had not the least recollection. He had read nothing of Brandes, on the other hand, so at any rate the old fellow could have nothing to say to him on that score. He remembered more clearly a nobody's book about Ibsen. When Ibsen was a child he had seen a black poodle dog, which was really the devil, enter the church opposite his house. That was surely the same poodle dog which insinuated itself through Faust's keyhole. Black dogs and Scotch pipers warned of death. Undoubtedly he was falling asleep. He wished to think a little longer about Rosa Ingman, so he roused himself and broke his sleep. What the devil was Rosa Ingman? Was she a fairy? Was she an incarnation of the grotesque fancy of the world? Did she go out at night with iron teeth and devour flesh? Was she Freya or Fricka? Was she Semele or Ganymede? Was she male or female? Was she good or bad? Was she mad or sane? Would she darken his window to night as a vampire, or come begging of him in a wraith, an immortal soul? Were these her daughters, and that old man her husband? He lay thinking of her for some long time. She was more than a pure picture to delight the eye, but what more? She roused the imagination down along the centuries. This only was certain, that whatever might be her nature and her circumstances, she was for him firstly a woman, free to his mind as a woman in an uninhabited world where he was the only man, and he as man with her good will must attain to her entirely and unequivocally. Definitely, he said to himself, I must possess her. That was clear to him, and moreover it seemed unquestionably right that he should do so. If he failed to come by her through force of fate, he would fail cheerfully, because he would have lost to fate in well fought battle; but it would be no fault of his, and no cowardice of his, if he never asked and received her. "Yes," he said, "she shall be mine. She must and will be mine." What joy! No shadow of denial had yet fallen upon him, except perhaps unconsciously from Hilda's eyes. He had worn his heart, too, on his sleeve. This was a wonderful place. This was a new household. This was a fairy tale. This was in the future. "God!" he thought, "I have never known what it was to be free before." And full of happiness he fell asleep until the morning. End of Chapter 5. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 6 of The Death of Society, a Novel of Tomorrow by Romer Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 6. The next morning he was awakened by a loud knock upon his door, and in response to his "Come in," Ebba entered carrying his baggage. "Good morning," she said, and put it down on a chair beneath a large ebony and ivory crucifix that hung upon the wall. "Good morning," he replied, and yawned and smiled. The country girl turned round after she had loosened the straps of his portmanteau, and stood with her arms akimbo in the middle of the room. She said in Norwegian, "The sun has come out for the Englishman," and smiled. Smith stretched his naked arms above his head and replied, "I do not know what you are saying, but you are a handsome girl. Women are wonderful creatures." She laughed. So he did not wear the old man's nightshirt, and looked at his arms. He looked at them himself. "It could not be done," he said, and laughed, shaking his head. "You would not have worn it yourself, Ebba." She laughed again, and passed by his bed toward the door. As she passed, he put out his hand and twitched her skirt. She turned and said, "He is impudent," and leaning towards him cried provokingly, "Ha!" He slapped at her cheek quickly and lightly, and she, hitting at his hand, missed it. "It's all right, Ebba," he said. "I am only in good spirits. Kiss me." She understood "kiss me" very well, and bending down gave him a smacking kiss on the lips. "That is nice," he said. "Now hook it." But putting her hands again on her hips, she laughed at him, throwing back her head, and then went out of the room saying, "He is a gay Englishman." Nils' son Peter, who had been gone since dawn after the baggage, was her particular young man; but she had no objection to kissing happy, handsome strangers once in a way on a sunny spring morning. When she had gone, Smith flung himself from his bed, singing at the top of his voice Schumann's song, Der herrlichste von allen, and thought of himself as the very best and happiest of all men in the world. He filled the bath with warm water, and sang and splashed in the sparkling white bathroom until he had half flooded the floor, then ran into his bedroom, and tipping up his suitcase shook the contents out all around him. He picked out his safety razor and selected some clean linen, and singing all the time, quickly shaved and dressed. When he was dressed, he stood and looked at his belongings. Should he straighten them away? No, Ebba could have that trouble, and flattering himself that she would enjoy rendering him such a service, he began to examine the crucifix. Were these people Catholics, he thought? On the crucifix hung a wreath of artificial flowers made out of painted wood chips, so he decided that it was placed there for other than religious reasons, and said to himself, "How these people love flowers!" He turned himself about. The cupboard behind the door had materialized into a curious old clothes press of dark stained wood painted with flowers, the contemporaries of those upon the old curtains downstairs. He went up to it and put his hands upon the shining surface. He now suddenly felt closer to Rosa Ingman, and leaned himself against the cupboard so that his cheek touched it. No doubt it had stood in her father's house, and knew more about her than he was ever likely to know. He had particular fondness for pieces of furniture, and at one time chairs and tables had been his only friends. They seemed susceptible to caresses,
and his affectionate nature often led him to stroke them in a kindly fashion. "Well," he thought, after a few moments, "I will go downstairs, as I have the freedom of the house." He went down into the hall, but found nobody there, and though the fire burned cheerfully, no cloth was laid upon the table. He lit a cigarette, and putting his hands into his trouser pockets, stood by the fire to warm the backs of his legs. The pillars, which by night seemed to be carved with demon faces, were now this morning only much turned posts brightly painted and carved at intervals with garlands of fruit and green leaves. Presently Ebba came out of the family room, and laughing at him made pretence to eat, then pointed at the door, shaking her thumb backwards in the air. "Your Englishmanship, please, they are in there," she said, and added something merry for her own amusement, in safe bravado. He made a face at her and replied in suitable terms, for he knew what kind of joke she had with herself, and then putting his hands to his ears as if he expected her to box them, dodged past her and walked sedately into the room. They were all seated at a breakfast table in the window, Ingman, his wife, and two daughters, as actual and alive as they had been the night before. The table and the breakfast alone seemed to have sprung up from nowhere. "Good morning," they all cried in English, and old Ingman got up, with the voluminous folds of his napkin as usual hanging from the bosom of his coat, and shook both Smith's hands. "Did you sleep well?" he said. "A fine morning." "This is a beautiful place," Smith answered, and seated himself at the table opposite Rosa Ingman, with his back to the window. He looked at Mrs. Ingman. Yes, she was just the same. Night had not destroyed or changed her, and his heart leaped. "Will she never change?" he thought. "Not even to me? Can I change her, make her whole self, not only her eyes, so known to me that I shall forget her outward appearance?" "Did you see the mountains?" said Hilda. "I did," he answered, and took the eggs she gave him, which were apparently provided for his English taste, as the others contented themselves with rolls, coffee, and honey. "Are not the mountains beautiful?" said Hilda. "I like that room because of the mountains. We always put Englishmen there, but I have it as a rule." "Oh," he said conventionally, "I have turned you out." "Yes," she answered, "I could not bear you to miss the mountains." "They are hers, hers!" cried Natalia, "but the forest is mine. Hilda is mad about the mountains. When she was at school in England she had to be brought back to see them. Was not Hilda mountain sick at school, mother?" she asked in her native tongue. Their mother signified by her reply that she sympathized with Hilda, and Smith's ears caught her tones again with rapture. "Was ever so glorious a morning!" he thought. "It is St. Eric's Day," he said to Natalia, "and you and I, at any rate, are going to decorate the summer house." Her eyes sparkled with joy. She tilted back her chair and cried, "Yes, yes, you and I, and if she cares, Grandmother Hilda. But if Axel has written to her she will want to read her betrothed's letter all day long." "Hilda is betrothed?" asked Smith, calling one of the family for the first time by name, and Hilda said, "Yes, my fiancé is a cavalry lieutenant, Lieutenant Axel Fors," and as she spoke she looked a little vexed with her sister. "Sven Sigerson knew a Fors family," said Smith, "and I met an officer of that name out at the Pfitzner Café with a man named Olaf Homensby, of the same regiment." "Captain Homensby is a friend of ours," said Natalia. "He introduced the Fors family to us." "And did he seem well?" asked Hilda shyly, whose world contained but one man. She blushed with boldness and with pleasure to ask about the man to whom she had given her soul. "Yes, he seemed in excellent health," said Smith, with the great politeness befitting the answer to so sacred a question. And he felt indeed so chivalrous that Hilda blushed again; for Smith had a very great respect for women, who genuinely believe in men's potential virtue, though his only recollection of Axel Fors was of a good looking dandy who boasted of being ruinously in debt to create an impression. Natalia looked at Smith in surprise, as if to say, "Surely you and I have our own opinion of Axel Fors," and then she felt as if she had acted guiltily toward Hilda, and made a resolution not to decry Axel again, for Smith's good manners shamed her bad ones. As she seemed to have fallen out with those at the table, she rose, although they had not finished breakfast, and sitting down at the piano played a few bars of Der Herrlichste von allen. Smith smiled at her transparent interest in himself, and because she did not look very happy, got up also and went over to the piano. "You heard me sing that in my bath?" he asked. "Yes," she said. "You sang quite louder than the birds." He laughed and said, "I'll sing it louder than a lion later if you will play it for me, prelude to the opening of the summer house." She smiled and looked a little self conscious, and took up the music which she had at hand. He thought, "She must have fingered it on my behalf already this morning." At this point Ingman went, and Hilda also took herself away, and Natalia looked up at Smith so like a sweet child, and asked him if he would not sing now, that he put aside his reluctance to make himself conspicuous in this manner before Rosa Ingman, and said to please her, "Why, yes, if you say I am to, I must obey." She began a little nervously, but soon caught courage from him. Since he had to sing, he sang both brave and loud, and gave Rosa Ingman to understand what a fine, gay man he was, and what a happy mood he was in. He turned to look at her as he sang, and saw that she had set her chair in the sunny window, and was listening. When he had finished, she said to Natalia, "He sings well; bid him sing again." Natalia looked up into his eyes and laughed. "Which now?" she asked. "Im wunderschönen Monat Mai." Why not? He said, laughing also in overflowing gaiety of heart. As he sang the song his whole soul stood up before Rosa Ingman, fresh, young, charming, and bold, for her to see and to admire. "Oh, it is a morning!" he cried when he had finished, and going right over to her said, "Rosa Ingman," and spread out his arms. "I feel like that. Natalia," he said, turning round, "I am gone clean mad." Natalia threw her head to one side and laughed, though she had been serious enough a second before. He shook his head and said in mock despair, "I shall be bound to kiss you before the day is out. Simply can't help myself on St. Eric's Day. Besides, it's allowed." She laughed again, and crying, "No, no, no," jumped up quickly and ran out of the room. In sheer goodness of heart he loved the whole family, the house, and everybody in it. The next minute he turned and realized that at last, after all the ages since God first made man and woman, he was alone with Rosa Ingman. To give himself grace he took a cigarette and felt for his matches. He had no matches. Mrs. Ingman watched him, and said as she saw him hesitate, "Smoke thy cigarette." He made a gesticulation and said, "No light, no matches." She rose, she tore a piece of paper off a letter, twisted it, and going over to the stove, knelt down, opened the door, and lighted the paper at the fire. He followed her, and bending over her lit his cigarette from the flame in her hand. He was quick, because she must on no account burn her fingers for him. "Oh, oh," his heart said when he stood upright again, "how close she was to you!" But Rosa Ingman had gone away like a tame bird that he had let escape. He followed her, and they sat down in the window, but the sense of closeness was now gone. Presently she began to talk. "I know," she said, "that you cannot understand what I say, but I shall talk to you all the same." He thought, "She is going to talk to me. I don't understand her, but what of that? I understand her better than music or the wind." She continued, "You admire Ingman, who found you in my garden. I think you are right. Many people come, and I give them the same advice: keep your wisdom while he talks to you. Because he is a great man, do not say he cannot be wrong." I think often humble people say the best truth, but then God speaks through them, and they do not remember their own words. Ingman has ideas about life. I know them all, I know more than 20 years of them. He tells me everything. In the night he is humble, and feels with me how men and women can never know God's ways by reason, but only in their hearts, and we feel together that God made no laws for those whose hearts are open and simple. But in the day he makes a mistake. He thinks, "I am right." He writes books as other men write books. In the daytime I think Ingman is proud. He is proud and says, "I am wise." When the sun shines he does not know very much. I do not know what other great men think, but I feel Ingman makes this mistake. He thinks, "The night is over, I am right." She smiled like one in thought. Smith looked at her all the time she spoke as if his heart knew what she was saying. He gathered that she was talking about her husband. He said, "I am very ignorant about your husband, Professor Ingman." "There," she said, "you know I am talking about him, but you do not know the foolish things I am saying. But it pleases me, and it is all one. Words do not mean very much between people who see alike." She put her hand up to her eyes and looked gently at Smith from under it. "I think," she continued, taking away her hand, "that you see as I see. Whether it is good or bad I do not know. Good or bad is something which I have never understood." He stared at Rosa Ingman like the most infatuated lover. She spoke so quietly, and her words sounded each so beautiful, that he could scarcely believe he could not understand one of them. He felt that if he could stare long enough he would understand her, that her shadow would sink into his dreams and mature into herself. She was, and this perplexed him because he knew it ought not to perplex him, something familiar, something which he had seen and thought of for a very long time, ever since he could remember. She was not his dream woman. His dream woman was a composite creature made up of all the beauty and goodness of his past loves. Judith Green, his adolescent love, matured and grown up through Vera Abramovitch, Laura Forsythe, even through Peggy Marsh, and that soft, worthless soul he was engaged to in the middle of the war, Jane Terry; even perhaps made most human and most fine of all by that casual beauty he had taken for himself in Paris when Jane Terry died from his heart. He loved them all still, though they had mostly gone by him, and loved Judith Green beyond the rest. He felt very young now, as young as when he had poured out his heart to Judith in the country lanes behind her father's house, with a youthful sincerity that he had never known again until Lucette had lately brought it back to him in Paris. He still adored the memory of Judith as freshly and romantically as in the old days, when there was nothing he kept from her, coarse, foolish, or fine; when forever and ever seemed a trifle, and promise of eternal fidelity and absence nothing at all. Since then, save to Lucette, he had never confessed his heart to man or woman. He had got closer to Bryce, perhaps, than to any. Rosa Ingman was no continuation of this memory, yet after a fashion she was. He was unable to tell. She watched him, but without curiosity. Did she find it natural for him to stare at her in this manner? Was he only part of a piece, part of the attitude of men toward her? This did not please him, and yet he could not say that he was jealous, jealous of that procession of Norwegians, Swedes, Frenchmen, Englishmen, Germans, Russians, Spaniards that must have passed before her eyes. He wondered if they all sat and stared thus before her indifferent gaze. Did she not understand his case? She seemed to. Was it then so common? Was she so totally indifferent to his attitude as to find it neither blackguardly nor flattering? He could not ask her any of these questions, and found no means to answer them himself. Hilda came in. He leaned back and said, "Your mother has been talking to me." "Tell him," said Rosa Ingman to her daughter, "that I wish to walk with him." He asked, "Are we to open the summer house?" "This afternoon," said Hilda, "that must be, as my mother wishes to walk with you this morning." "Ah!" he ejaculated, and stood up. "When?" He flushed, and his heart began to beat. Perhaps his understanding would be clearer away from the house in the forest. "I don't understand a word she says," he said, rather hopelessly. "She knows no English," said Hilda, "but the walk is very pretty. She will go in 10 minutes." "In 10 minutes?" he asked a little stupidly of Mrs. Ingman as she left the room. Rosa Ingman looked at Hilda and said, "Answer the young man for me." "Yes," said Hilda, "she will be by the fire, I think, waiting for you in the hall," and then followed her mother out of the room. Smith sat down directly they had gone, and burying his face in his hands, cried aloud, "My God! O God! My God!" In a minute the fit passed, and feeling calmed again, he went upstairs to prepare himself for the walk. End of Chapter 6. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine.
Chapter 7 of The Death of Society, A Novel of Tomorrow, by Romer Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 7. When he came down into the hall, Natalia was there. "Where are you going?" she asked. "Out with your mother," he answered. "So the summer house is not to be opened?" she said. He looked at her with a slight frown. Was she going to cry? "Why not?" he said. "Mayn't we have a splendid afternoon?" She climbed on to the table, and sitting down there, sighed. "Oh yes," she said, a little sadly. I thought " "What did you think?" he asked, as she paused. "I thought," she replied, "some people must always wait." "How old are you?" he said, smiling. "My age?" she asked, and then burst out laughing. "You are a funny man, but I don't like your name." "Rane Smith?" he said. "Yes, I don't like it. I should prefer to call you Torvald Gran. Torvald for Norway, and Gran for Gran." "Why, certainly, then. I shall turn into a Norwegian." "No," she replied, "you will only be more yourself." "You are like your mother," he said. "No, I am not," she declared, jumping down off the table and coming up close to him. "Nobody and nothing is like Rosa Ingman. I do not believe she is my mother, so I call her Rosa Ingman. I have a father, but no mother. I am the daughter of a cook or a cupboard, or came, as they say, by a stork. I have been at school in England, and there I saw what home was like. I am old, very old, and I want to be young. I want to understand the world as Rosa Ingman does, and to see it as she sees it, for myself. I want to be free. But there is Hilda and the world. She is freer than I am, though she is bound to that fool Axel Fors. And I say, Torvald, to you what is in my heart. I am going to be free, but I am 18 and a fool. I know that." Passion seemed to be rising in her face. "Yes," she said, "I want all the world." Smith hoped his instinct would provide something to say. He spoke. "Then this afternoon, when we open the summer house, we will declare the world open, and you shall step out of the summer house right into it." "You understand?" she cried. "Yes," he said. "Then I know why Rosa Ingman looks at you as she does. As father says, Rosa Christiansen is always right." "Now go your walk," she cried, "and begin to learn what I know. She will probably tell you some of her stories which," and she laughed, "you will not understand." With that she vanished away through a garden door, and Smith saw Hilda and Rosa Ingman at the bottom of the stairs. "You will probably go to Tagezo," said Hilda. "What's that?" asked Smith. "Fog Lake," Hilda replied. "They say there was a hermit there once who knew the oldest sagas and runes." "I am ready," said Rosa Ingman, and the next minute Smith found himself out with her in the sunshine under the glittering birch trees, where she became for him at once Primavera, a northern Primavera, with a quality of a million years upon her which no southern goddess ever possessed. She began to talk as they turned to the left along the road toward the dark fir trees. "You have never been to Tronheim before. It is a beautiful place," she said. "This year we came early, and I watched the winter turn into spring." He answered, although he felt it was useless, "I like this place. I admire your house." She said, "To day I shall go down to Tagezo, for either it will be full of beautiful clouds, or it will be clear and reflect all the mountains. In either case I shall like it. They say that a lonely man lived there who knew what the old people thought, that after 1,000 years he became a rock, and a tree grew out of his heart in which the birds build. He was said to have been a monk, but the monks lived by rote, so he left them." He was right. Monks are men who retreat themselves to think. That is right. But what they think is a law. That is wrong. I know everything which is said after "thou shalt" is always wrong. That is a law, "thou shalt." "Thou shalt give me thy life." There are no laws of God. My husband says, if I believe in God, I must say, "I do not know if there is a God or no God. I prefer to think that there is." Now I look at the sky and see the sun. Ingman says the sun is nothing in the universe. From what I see, the sun is larger than the stars. But I am largest of all because my little eye is large enough to hold them all the sky and the moon and the Milky Way. Her soft, clear voice was to Smith the most lovely sound he had ever heard. It was the perfection of the human voice, and wove itself among the tones of rustling trees and bright splashing water, as if it bound all the sounds under heaven together into an enchanted web. She continued to talk, and he prayed that she might never cease to do so. "But I know," she said, "Ingman is right, and though my eye contains all I see, all that there is so large that in comparison with it my eye is unimaginably nothing. That is what I know. What I feel and what I know are often so wide apart." As he walked beside Rosa Ingman down the forest track, under the long green cascades of pine branches, he felt love take deeper hold of him. His whole body charged with love of her, and he became beautiful in his own sight.
Presently she stopped, and with a gesture of such pure loveliness that it was for him the only gesture in the world, said, turning to him, "I expect you to understand me, because I am telling you what I keep in my heart." His heart cried, "Now, now, take her, force her to understand." But his tongue said in bad German, "I cannot speak German, nor speak Norwegian." He was desperate with himself. Why did he not say, "I love you with my whole heart, as honestly as a man can. I want my reward"? Apparently she understood his German, for as she turned again down the hill, she answered, "It does not matter," in the same language. He let his hands fall to his sides, and became aware that he had held them out like a man praying earnestly to heaven. He felt a cold tremor pass all over him, but when she began to talk again he recovered. He had been frustrated twice by his own self. "I like to pretend you hear," said Rosa Ingman. "I have always pretended. I pretend Ingman is very great, greater than Ibsen, whose plays used to astonish me very much. I love Ibsen. He is dead, but I still love him. I tell my husband stories. He likes them as much as I do. Sometimes we lie in bed in the middle of the night and cry over them. At first I told him stories about Ibsen, but since then I have been a long way by myself, and when I come back I tell him what I have seen. We still sometimes revisit the old places because we can go there in company, and two is always better than one." She paused, and Smith cried in a deep voice, "Talk, Rosa Ingman, my delight, my love." He was glad now she could not understand him. He could address her in whatever words he liked. He forgot, however, that lovers' language is universal. He repeated, "Talk, talk. By God, I love you." Any words sufficed. Rosa Ingman put up her hand as she walked and shook her head slightly. "Foolishness," she said, smiling. "Foolishness," and looked away because her eyes were shining. He realized by her tone, which did not reprove him nor yet convey to him any further freedom than she had already given him, that she was aware of his feelings. He said, coming closer to her, without touching her, "Speak." He chose a word for "speak" from among those which she employed. Evidently he had chosen right, for she answered, "I will," which he understood. "As we walk I will tell you a story. You are to think that we are no longer in these woods descending a hill. We are in a small town, and you and I are brother and sister. Our house belongs to you, but the mind behind the house belongs to us both. You are mayor of the village, and I am the mayoress. Never, never do we require anybody else. You are my brother, I am your sister. No girl wants you for a husband, no man wants me for a wife. And the reason is, we are born out of time many years too soon. The mine is worked by men. Men and women live in the village. They say we are immoral, but all the same you are elected mayor, and I am asked to preside over the working parties that make clothes for naked negroes. You and I are silent, we do not speak to one another. Our soul flows in and out of us and carries our thoughts. Sometimes you have our soul, sometimes I. We never think wrong. All we think is quite right. Nobody agrees with us because we say time is money and pay all our workmen the same. When I ask the ladies if all in the town are clothed, they say they do not know. I say, I have heard it is hot in Africa. They answer, but they are indecent and naked. They cannot go to church without shirts. Then I say, God made them, and I laugh. I laugh madly because all the people in the town do things which they know are not worth doing out of bad habit. I shriek so that they rush upon me and have me carried home to my house. You are there, my darling. You take me in your arms and kiss me and drive the women away. We still remain mayor and mayoress. We are right, and everybody knows it. At least they say they know we are right, but do not choose to act that way. They say it is not practicable in society, and you and I sit there in a time which for us is long past, and work our mine in our own fashion. We sit there and we love each other. We are quite alone. It is sad and mysterious. The weather is always wet, but we love one another, my darling, and we are waiting for the death of society. That is how I tell Ingman stories. I believed you were Ingman, and I transformed Ingman into the mayor, therefore you became the mayor." Smith was bewitched. His intellect understood what she had said. He had received a vague picture of a remote mining town, and the thought, the death of society, came into his head. They were now at the bottom of the hill, and coming out of the trees saw a little lake in the small valley before them. At the end of the lake fir trees grew again, but the hills rising from the water were bare of trees, except for isolated groups of them here and there, and were covered for some distance upward with alpine bushes and young uncurling ferns. Birch trees grew in places down to the water, which reflected them sharp and clear in its shining surface. The lake waters were bright and black, as only the waters of icy mountain lakes are, and in it the blue sky overhead and the high hills, still crowned with snow, were reflected pure as in a glass. The air was so marvelously soft and shining that the leaves of distant trees, the contours and roughnesses of far off rocks, were as distinct as those at hand. "This is Tagesos," said Rosa Ingman. "It is as bright today as the songs say it is in Paradise. Then will I walk across the hills of heaven, where the bright day gleams round the feet of God." "How beautiful," said Smith. "How beautiful." And he was satisfied simply to stand there with Rosa Ingman, as if it needed nothing to complete the world. They walked along the road by the lakeside for some little way, and when they were near the middle Rosa Ingman pointed at a small hut high upon the opposite side and said, "Wolfzeter, that is Wolfzeter and belongs to me." She pointed to herself and contrived to indicate that it was entirely hers. She put both hands to her breast, and seemed to be a northern virgin indicating her acceptance to the angel of God. "Wolfzeter is yours?" said Smith. "Yes," she nodded and smiled, as if to possess it were blessed. "I shall go there?" he asked. "You will take me?" He conveyed his meaning by many gestures. "Yes," she said, and looked at him in a way so deep, and yet again so much as if such looks were part of her common life, that he was amazed, as at the sudden realization that the glorious view from a high mountain was there, whether he beheld it or not. "Oh," he said from the very depth of his soul, "oh, Rosa, Rosa Christianson." And he shook his head from side to side with the inexpressible joy of his love. "Rosa, Rosa, I have never loved a woman before." She put up both her hands, but not for him to take, and looked at him in such natural possession of herself and of him, and it seemed of the whole of life, that he let her stand with her hands up, and never moved to take them, because her hands did not repulse him, and again life seemed to call for no action from him but to be complete. She turned back, and he followed. He felt now that he had no necessity to try to cause her to realize that he loved her. She seemed to be aware not only of his love, but of its quality. She thought that out here she was transformed, made more amazing in her simple beauty, that in a crowd would not have made her noticeable. But he realized that it was within him that the transformation was taking place, and that in reality she was unchanged. His power of perception was becoming stronger. As they walked along she began to talk again. "The death of society," she said. "It is a thing, I say. Ingman likes my stories about it when they also contain an expression of love for himself. Well, my people are never dead. We will go into the past again. We will go to Christiania. We are at the theatre. We have a box. My dress is white, and I have flowers on my shoulders. My hair is rolled up in a roll down the back of my head. I am very beautiful. You are sitting beside me, only looking at me. We were married this afternoon. Tonight is our bridal night. For a treat you have taken a box at the theatre to see Rosmersholm acted. I do not understand the play, though I like the love scene. You do not listen to it, but we are both delighted, and talk about the lovers in it to each other as we go to our new house. Everything is new at home, but when we arrive there we see a man waiting on the doorstep. He slaps you on the back, he kisses me and cries, 'Sleep well on your new bed,' in a coarse way. He is a man who was at the wedding. We go in, we are angry. I cry, and you understand why. You are very angry. We bolt the door, we slide upstairs in the darkness. We hide ourselves in each other's arms in a corner and kiss each other. We are ashamed. We dare not go to bed. We move when the day begins to break, and sit down holding each other's hands. We do not speak. We never speak when our hearts think alike. We are married by the law and in our minds. Can we be married otherwise? We do later bring ourselves to consummate our wedding, but we shun the world in our hearts, and determine never to show it any of our intimate happiness. We pretend to hate one another and live on the shadow, hoping to be able to make all our thoughts clear one day, after the death of society. Rosa Ingman looked up over her shoulder at Smith and smiled clear into his eyes. He heard the same phrase again, and connected it with a thought in his mind. "The death of society," he said. The death of society. Rosa, what do you mean, I wonder? Rosa, Rosa, Rosa. Now he was very near her again, almost near enough to touch the gates of her heart. "Oh," he cried, "I'll make you mine long, long before that happens," and flung his arms wide again. Again she stopped his embraces merely by putting up one hand. "Oh," he said, "your hand, Rosa Ingman. Despite of it, I shall have you. In spite of custom and fanatical morals, and that society which you make me wish to be dead, I shall make you perfectly and absolutely mine. I can conceive of no sufficient reason against it. I know no sufficient reason against it." She seemed to guess that he was raving about his courage and love for her. "Mad," she said kindly. "He is mad," and once more met the irresistible love in his open, fearless face with fearless calm. He did not understand her, but he did not care, for the present. It was sufficient joy to realize that he accurately understood himself, that he was, as he had thought yesterday, truly clear as to his own heart, his own wishes, and his own intention. End of Chapter 7. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine.
Chapter 8 of The Death of Society, A Novel of Tomorrow, by Romer Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 8. Old Ingman was present at lunch, but he seemed preoccupied with himself, sat down in silence, ate in silence without addressing a word to anybody but his wife, and to her he only said, "Rosa, my feet are cold. Bid Ebba fetch me the foot warmer." Neither Hilda nor Natalia nor their mother had anything to say beyond the mere necessities of the lunch table while he was present. For the first time Smith felt a stranger. He wondered whether his walk had been a dream, whether his love for Rosa Ingman and her interest in himself were not all a fiction. He had a great desire to break up the family silence and call attention to himself, to ask them whether indeed he loved that small woman with the deep blue eyes and delicate hands, beyond what he had ever imagined, or whether he had for the space of a few hours gone mad upon an apparition that was now faded. Many strangers probably came to this house and sat at table in a long succession. Strangers were no doubt an entity in this household, and he was now the stranger whose character, like that of the cook, was composed of the family feeling towards that body corporate. It probably did not matter whether he was young or old, foolish or good. He sat there an invisible form behind an invisible mask which these people had the power of perceiving. He was sorry for himself. He wondered how many other men had gone to compose the creature that now sat in his chair, and if any had added any characteristics by their force of character to the miserable wretch he imagined he represented. He could hear Hilda say, "They always love the mountains." The stranger, by reiteration in its poor way of one sentence, had conveyed its fondness for mountains. What else? Did it always go a walk with Mrs. Ingman, and again by reiteration make clear that it preferred this occupation to any in the world? Had it to submit over and over again to the same treatment by old Ingman, and hear the same words flow from his mouth, and have the same sensations forced upon it? Smith desired never to hear the old man speak again, and it seemed not unlikely that his wish would be granted, for he sat there choking down his food like a small elderly hog, deprived by the enchantress of the place of the use of his tongue. Smith wished that he knew the position of strangers in the house. If only he could talk to Mrs. Ingman. At last, when the silence became unbearable, Ingman rose and went from the hall into his study, and directly the door was shut, Smith turned to Hilda and said, "May I ask your mother a question through you?" "Oh yes," she replied. "Well, I should like to ask her this. Do you keep a person in this house called the Stranger? Do you behave to him over and over again in the same way? Am I the Stranger now?" Natalia laughed, but Hilda conveyed the message to her mother. There was a moment's pause, and then Rosa Ingman put both her hands down toward him on the table. He put his own hands upon hers, and she smiled at him so sweetly that he became faint with love of her. "Each one," she said, "is different, and each is in his own and right place." Smith, with his hand still on Mrs. Ingman's, turned to Hilda, and she repeated her mother's words. "I wish," he said, "I could go on talking to her. What I want to say sounds mad in public." "Well," said Hilda, "I will ask her opinion." She spoke to her mother, who replied, "Tell him I think I shall like it if he talks English; that to morrow I will show him Wolfsäter or some other place, and that he may speak freely. Tell him he is quite free. Men who are slaves are fools. I speak to free men." She took away her hands. Hilda repeated all her mother said, and Smith was ready to spring out of his chair with joy and crush her to his heart. But his grey eyes only became deeper, and his dark, long face lit up with his enchanting smile as he laughed and looked at Natalia and laughed again. Natalia said in Norwegian to Hilda under her breath, "This loves her." Hilda said "Tush," but her face coloured dark red. Natalia sighed, and as her mother rose and left them, saw Smith's eyes follow her, as if no movement of hers must be allowed to fall upon the empty air, but must all be gathered into his heart. When she had gone, he turned to Natalia. "Oh," he cried, "oh, Natalia, what a woman!" As if Natalia were a mere friend of his, who had no interest in the matter beyond their friendship. He cried out quite unconsciously, and did not in the least realize what he had said. Natalia half started from her chair, and Hilda said, "He is mad. I wish he had not come." Natalia, at her words, flung herself down again in her seat and said, "Torvald, give me a cigarette." "Well," said Hilda, "you may take his part," and followed Rosa Ingman out of the room. Smith gave Natalia a cigarette, and she leaned over the table for him to light it. Her hand trembled as she steadied the cigarette in her mouth. "I will light one from yours," he said, because he thought it would please her, and they leaned across the table with their heads close together. Then they sat down again and looked at one another. "You know," he said, "I am so happy that I love everybody. I love the whole house. I think you are charming and delightful." "I?" He meant every one, inclusive of Ebba the servant, but he said, "Yes, you. You remind me of a girl I knew when I was a boy, called Judith Green." "Do I?" she asked again, and blushed a little. She blushed easily. "You remind me of a man who went with that Englishman, Captain Scott, to the South Pole. So I call you Torvald Gran. His name was really Trigve, but Torvald suits you better. He was my hero in a silly fashion when I was small, like girls have." They sat silent for a few minutes, both a little embarrassed, and Smith occupied himself with recollecting photographs he had seen of Gran. "Gran was handsomer than I," he said at last. "I do not think so," Natalia replied. "You don't? Well, then, I need not envy Gran," he laughed. Natalia leaned forward again on the table. "It is difficult to be free," she said. "Free?" he asked. "As Rosa Ingman said." "It requires courage," he answered, and looked at her steadily. "Very great courage." "But you are brave." "I don't know," he replied, and great reluctance to show his heart came over him, as it always did when anybody seemed to wish to talk with his inner self. "I hope you are brave," she said, "so brave that you are afraid of nothing, nothing at all." "One must be afraid," he said. "But it must never count, never stop you, never be seen, except by—" "By whom should my cowardice be seen?" he asked, smiling. "Well," she replied, "it is hard to speak. This is all new. Torvald, if I saw it, it would not matter so long as you were brave over it. If I saw it, it would not matter. I mean if some one of my sort saw it. Because I am a foundling, what they call a waif. When I go to dances and ski parties at Christiania, I know it. I am sure I am out of Hans Andersen. What waifs see does not matter. They never tell anybody, except perhaps the elder tree, and the elder tree only tells those who have colds and take hot elder tea, which nobody does now." Smith laughed, although she seemed sad. "You charming child!" he cried. "A child? Mr. Old Man Torvaldsen?" "You are simply bewitching," he cried, "and when you put up your hand like that, so like Rosa Ingman, that I believe you are Rosa Ingman as she was at your age." "No," she answered, "I am not at all like her. She was always strange, but I am not, only I am a waif. Even common orphans are always a little different from the rest. They always know better what the things they have are worth, because once they did not have them. I know what a home is worth." "Why," exclaimed Smith, laughing, "you were never without a home." "Oh yes," she said. "I never got used to being born until I went to school. Then I had no home, of course, and now I only feel here a little bit, as if I were really a ghost. And everything says it all happened before, but I don't know where, and I am waiting for nothing, and I don't seem to care very much for any one. I want to, but I can't. And when I think I am caring, I say, 'This is how they love in the world,' and then my caring vanishes. This is the world, isn't it?" "Yes, this is the world all right," said Smith. "You and I really have got out of the train, and this is the place. It's not quite what we expected, though, is it?" "Yes, yes," she said, "that's what I feel. But they don't seem to. They seem to have been here all the time." "Enjoying this place you and I had such funny illusions about in the stork's nest?" "Yes, yes," she cried. "I remember sitting on the edge and thinking, 'I am going to be born next week.' But they never seem to have thought like that." "They are the inhabitants of the world, that's it, isn't it?" said Smith, laughing. "We are only visitors." "It's because they are all free, and I am not," she said. "Even Hilda, as I said, though bound to Axel 4's, is free, because what she does comes out of her own mind. What I do is only done because of what I think somebody else thinks. I know I am just a slave to what people say. If Hilda hated Axel 4's, when they had been married she would go away from him, otherwise she will suffer as long as she loves him. But I should go away from my husband because Rosa Ingman has said, perhaps, something about such things, or somebody else has, and I wouldn't go calmly, as Hilda would, but in a passion. So you see I am not free, and I only wish to be free as Rosa Ingman is, and Hilda is, and even my father is, and they are all happy. I seem to talk to you." "Well, talk to me," said Smith very kindly. "Talk to me for hours upon end, if you care to. One day I may wish for somebody to talk to, and then I shall expect you to listen to me." "Yes, yes," she said, springing up. "Talk to me. I should be so proud." She came round and stood beside him, and laid her hand on his shoulder. "Torvald, you are a good man," she said. "I good?" exclaimed Smith, putting an arm round her waist and looking up at her. "No, not by the code of honour, not as men and women declare the rules of goodness. You know," he said, "Natalia, I am beginning to realise that the world is growing up, and that I must open my eyes and see if the stale old rules are out of date or not, break them perhaps, and maybe say, after all, the old people were right." "Then you are good," she replied. "I am no better and no wiser than any other man, who takes his life into his own hands and tries to live without a set of rules or public opinion." "But you are not heavy looking or earnest or dirty like the people in Christiania, who say they are advanced. That is what I mean." "I am not what they call an intellectual, if that is your meaning. I prefer in general to conform to the times in matters like clothes. I belong to the common herd, you see. But my mind is my own, my thoughts are not bought at the bookshop. My actions, I hope, in serious matters spring fresh from my heart every time. I don't strive to this end, Natalia." "No," she answered, "you are free. But I am always trying to be or think something, something somebody else has said which seems pleasant. You look as if you had seen the whole world." "I am quite ignorant, Natalia," he said, and rubbed the back of his hair with both hands, "pitifully ignorant. But I never think of the world as a thing of to day, but as a thing of old times. You know," he went on, "I can see myself in primeval times hunting the brontosaurus. That is enough to make one unsuccessful in modern business." Hilda came into the room again. Smith was annoyed. He felt himself beginning to talk to Natalia and to enjoy it. It was a pleasure to be understood. He wished to go on talking. "Oh," said Hilda, "so you have forgotten your summer house, Natalia." "Oh, the summer house!" exclaimed Natalia. "Torvald, we had forgotten it." "Why, so we had," he said, jumping up. Hilda looked at them both. "Do you require any help?" she asked. "Why, yes," said Smith, "if you will be so kind. We will do the work and obey your commands." He smiled. "You cannot say you hate him," said Natalia to her sister in Norwegian. "In his place he is good enough," replied Hilda, and looked at these two, one 10 years older than herself, as if they were both children. Of the two, Natalia seemed to her to have the greater consciousness. There was something wide, something vast and relentless and half awakened in Smith's gaze that his fascinating smile could not sweeten for her. He seemed only half to know himself, and as he stood there looking at her with his deep grey eyes and a peculiarly enchanting smile on his clear innocent face, she thought, "No, that man cares not a fig for anything but what he may happen to see. He is bad, he is bad. He will have no mercy at all." And yet she felt that she herself would like to talk to him, and that what he would say to her, as long as he spoke his thoughts, she would find superior to what other men said in honesty and truth. "Well," she said, "it is 2 o'clock, and it will take some time to open the summer house." "Then we will begin," cried Natalia. "Torvald, you shall take the keys and open the door." "That will be fine," said Smith. "I shall feel like Siegfried searching out Brunhilde." "Yes, yes," said Natalia. "You know how things should be done, Torvald Torvaldsson." "Why do you call him that ridiculous name?" murmured Hilda in her own language. "Because," said Natalia, "I choose to. I call you Torvald," she said, addressing him, "to show that you are my slave, my serf, as if I were Fredegonda. Do I not, Mr. Smith?" "Yes," replied he. "I am Torvald the Smith, the humble servant of the princess of these parts." Natalia danced up to him, and throwing her arms round his neck, whispered, "Kiss me, as you said you would this morning, to make Hilda mad." He kissed her lightly, and then laughingly picked her up, and seated her on his shoulder and arm, as if she were a little girl, and carried her out into the garden. End of Chapter 8. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 9 of The Death of Society, A Novel of Tomorrow, by Romer Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 9. They passed across the rough lawn under the pale shadows of the cherry trees, which had been pruned so that their boughs grew higher and more symmetrically than by nature. The white branches made a pattern like sea foam against the blue sky above. "Stop, stop!" cried Natalia. "I will break off some cherry boughs." "If you twist about like that I shall drop you," said Smith severely. "If you let me fall I shall have you executed. Hilda shall stick pins into you until you die, then we will give a party to the trolls and roast you. I shall have Nils to build a big fire and spit you, and I shall turn the spit." She hit him on the head with the cherry branches she had broken off. "You are a wild kid," he cried. "Stop it." "Yes, I am wild. Now holà! I am out hunting on my new horse." She hit him again across the shoulders, and he let her drop, catching her tight to him as she reached the ground, in order not to let the fall hurt her. "I said I should," he laughed, hot with his effort. "You mad kid," and he let her go. She sprang off, and seizing the keys from Hilda, ran up to the summer house crying, "You shan't open it, you shan't open it." He sprang after her, and as she got the key in the door, clamped his hand down on hers. "None of that," he said roughly. "Those keys are mine. Your old god Wotan gave them to me. Now, now, now," he said, laughing, "if you get hurt, don't blame me." "My keys, my house," laughed Natalia harder than ever, and shook her head back in his face. "You can't wake Brunhilde," he said, "so what is the good of fighting about it?" "I was going in to kill the nasty wretch," she cried. "I hate her, I hate her." At last she was quite out of breath, and gasped, "Oh, I am out of breath." Smith stopped fighting, but kept his hand on hers, which was still tight round the key. Hilda, who stood near them with a broom and dusters, said in Norwegian, "Thou wilt break the key, Karin." She wished the fight to stop, she wished them to cease to be so unself conscious, and to help her to open and clean the house. "What will you give me if I take my hand away?" said Smith, in the ancient manner of ransom. There was not anything he particularly wanted, but primeval nature never surrendered its captives for nothing. "I will give you," said Natalia, "a curl of my hair."
Not enough, he cried, and started to squeeze her hand on the key. Swap Brunhilde for a lock of mad girl's hair? I will give you a she wished to say kiss, but Hilda was there. I will give you a keepsake of chip flowers. She twisted because the key was hurting her hand, but she dared not cry out, for then Smith would let go, and she did not want that. Like that in my room? He asked, thinking of the flowers over the crucifix. Yes. Won't do, he said. I will steal for you, she cried, and bit her lips, those curtains in the sitting room. He took his hand off hers at once, and she took hers away also. There was a red impression of the key in the palm. Smith did not notice her. His soul glowed with the complete recollection of Rosa Ingman which came to him. He took out a cigarette, and Natalia looked up at him in surprise, with sudden tears in her eyes. Well, he said, for that you can have the key and Brunhilde and the universe. She unlocked the door, and going in quickly blinked and let her tears fall. It was dark owing to the closed shutters, so that she was able to mop her eyes without being seen. Smith, however, had caught sight of her tears. Look here, he said, jumping in after her and putting his hands on her shoulders. I didn't hurt your hand, did I? No, replied Natalia under a sob. Don't, Hilda! And shook his hands off. Right, he murmured, as if he understood, which he did not, and going over to the shutters said, now, how do these things open? But Hilda had already unfastened the windows, which opened inward, and was unlocking the shutters with the keys which had caused so much trouble. Please, Mr. Smith, she said, go outside and take the shutters down. They take quite off. Put them at one end, and Nils will store them away to morrow. He went outside immediately. It was heavy work. The shutters were 7 foot long, and had to be lifted out of their hinges. He took off his coat and waistcoat and threw them on the grass. Soon, however, he had taken down 8 shutters, 2 to each window, and the front of the summer house stood disclosed with its 8 glass doors and wide veranda, as if it had suddenly been created by magic. And now the other side, cried Natalia, who was there in the newly created pavilion like a doll in a doll's house, with Hilda sweeping and dusting as if she had been carrying on her activities for many years, and was now for the first time revealed to the common gaze. What? He cried. You are killing me. Why, you have only opened it to the morning sun, she laughed. The south must be unshuttered also. Smith spat on his hands, and, urged on by Natalia, took down 6 more shutters along the south end. When he had done, he said, what a pavilion! Hilda continued to sweep and dust, but Natalia did nothing more than fix up cherry boughs over the windows, and when Smith stopped working she ceased to do even that. She watched the young man with his sleeves rolled up on his strong hairy arms, and thought his arms were like the boughs of old trees, and wished to touch them to see if they felt as wooden as they looked. Why, you have arms like a may tree, she said, all knots. He turned them round and clenched his fists to raise the muscles. I have handsome arms, he said, and rolled his shirt sleeves up to the top. I could break you in 2 with them. Crack! Bust all your ribs. She came down the steps of the veranda to where he was standing in the grass. Shall I try, Miss Curiosity? He asked, laughing and holding out his arms. Shall I show you how mighty strong men are? Yes, she said. You mean it? Yes, she replied. So he put his arms round her and squeezed her ribs as tight as ever he dared, until she threw back her head and cried, oh, oh, in real pain. He laughed and let her go, and lit another cigarette, as if it was his common practice to try his strength on girls' ribs. Now you know I am not to be trifled with, he said. Natalia also knew how perfectly passionless his gaiety and fun with her were. Half of her was angry and half of her was glad. There was nothing else to be done under the circumstances but to let her gladness triumph over her anger, and as she calmed her wounded pride, she said a little spitefully, Englishman, you horrid Englishman. He laughed. He was gloriously happy because he loved Rosa Ingman. He cared for neither fear nor enemies nor hate. Everything was wonderful. Happiness poured down upon him in the sunshine, and he could as soon toss a pretty girl over the highest tree as kiss her, or run to the top of a mountain and laugh back, Pah! You can't attain to me. I am glorious. Yet he also felt modest, more modest than usual, and he was innately modest, thinking himself the least of created creatures. Hilda saw that it was useless to expect either Natalia or Smith to do any further work with the summer house, and decided on the whole to leave them to themselves, as she had no influence over their actions. Natalia must look out for herself; it was her fault if she let Smith maul her. She had, besides, to recognise that there was nothing in his face but sheer good spirits. Axel only flung himself about in company with men. When he was with herself she kept him at bay, for she knew rough actions led to violent kisses and such like. When Hilda had gone away, saying that she was going to look out the cushions for the cane chairs, Smith became his sedate and stately self again, and Natalia sat quietly down upon the steps of the summer house. "Let us go for a walk up to that precipice where the waterfall is," he said, gazing up at the wall of rock high over the trees not far away, from the top of which the hills curved backward to the snows. "That is one of the brooks which runs into Tagesso," said Natalia. "I like those long hanging streams of water. How blue the sky is!" "At this time of year," she said, "stones roll off the hills and kill you." "I do not care," he cried, like a boastful little boy. "I will catch them in my hand and throw them back at the ugly old mountain." "How stupid you are!" she laughed. "I am. I am quite mad," he replied. "It must be the weather." But he knew quite well it was not. He sat down on the steps beside her. "It is, you know," he said, "the most glorious thing in the world to be mad. I think one is only really perfectly sane when one knows oneself to be completely mad. You would hardly think I was once a major in an army, and know all the bitterness of war." His eyes took on a far away look, and he began to speak as if he were talking to himself, as if he had said the words many times before. "It has gone, gone from my daily life, but I feel that I have lived twice, and I believe that none of us who have seen it can find the world quite what you find it. We can't altogether learn to be men who have not been through the deepest drudgery of hell. I shall never forget there is a complete reverse side to peace, or what it is like. The war has made strange men of some of us. It is as if after a fearful dream our brains are not accustomed to common everyday. You know it has made me patient, so patient sometimes I think I am in a lethargy of don't care. I am unfeeling too, and yet 1,000 times more sensitive. My sense of values has got back to front. What I considered trifles before, I see sometimes now are really profundities, and the other way about. Ugh," he said, "what is a war? It breeds more than it kills, and opens up life to the core. Now," he concluded, "that I can revisualize that frightful hell, take me up to the waterfall." He leaped up, and Natalia had to follow. He went on talking, however, about the past, as if he could not leave the recitation incomplete. "Corrugated iron, shells, mud, those seem to be the war to me. If you can imagine those in the midst of rain and stench and wet, you will know what a dismal business it was. I had a battery of medium heavies, big guns, you know, cannon. The trees had no leaves, the houses no roofs, no doors. There were no women. Nothing but our guns and the shells approached your notion of completeness. The ground was gaping open and littered with debris. Memory is a queer thing. I still recollect my shadow on the mud wall before me. I used at one time to tell myself it was a fine day when I saw that grey blue shadow. I still, when I am tired, remember seeing a man drown in a shell hole behind our battery. He fell in because he was tired, and the mud on his boots prevented him helping himself. It was not a big hole, and I knew directly he was drowned that I could have saved him, but I stood and watched him in cold blood because I had not slept, and instinct was dead, though curiosity remained. If he had appealed to me directly I should have saved him, but he drowned merely muttering to God and the devil. Those were bad days. Not long after that I was mercifully hit and slightly wounded, nothing at all, here through my shoulder, but I had a break, a blissful break from duty and from the emotions of going on leave, where you made a fool of yourself on the line of naked passions. There," he said, "I should not talk about it. It is over and done with, but this house brings it back. This house seems to contain the past and present and future." He led the way up the path that he had ascended with old Ingman, and Natalia walked a little behind and to one side of him. He had not put on his coat and waistcoat, and she wondered if he were not cold with his rolled up shirt sleeves. She was a little cold herself under the still shadows of the high pines, but she dared not go back for her coat. It was about three quarters of a mile to the waterfall along a winding path that gradually grew more precipitous, overhung by rocks. Many rocks, fallen from the cliff above, lay down the side of the ravine below, covered with thick moss, and shaded by fir trees which sprang up between them. The path became level, but the cliffs overhead sheered out so that in places Smith found himself forced to walk with bent shoulders. "You are tall," said Natalia, after they had walked some time in silence. "Heavens!" he said, stopping and looking round over his shoulder. "I had quite forgotten you were following me. Are you all right?" "Yes," she said, very hurt. "I am all right." "Why, I have hurt her," he thought. "Poor child." When they were able to walk upright, he said, "Don't be hurt because I said I had forgotten you, dear. It's a complaint of old soldiers and old huntsmen. They often forget their surroundings and wish they did not. I shouldn't have let you know it, should I? I was thinking of nothing at all but of Bryce and the sand dunes at Dunkirk. We were watching the families of people who camped out there during the bombardments, as Bryce said, like a lot of Hebrews in the ruddy wilderness. Little kids in pink petticoats, old Frenchmen in blue blouses, women, infernally ugly women with babies, ancient grannies in starched caps, ugly as monkeys. They brought mats and kettles and bread, and a few, when they could get them, onions. I've seen women hawking vegetables on barrels in those dunes, with an unfortunate poor dog to help them over the impossible sand. Why, yes, even trying to sell flowers. The few better class hid themselves under little tents of tablecloths and umbrellas. "How terrible it must have been," said Natalia. "Terror, you know," he replied, "is a very curious thing. It is worse to think of than to feel. Imagination colours up reality. It is only subconsciously the real frightfulness of things is felt. A lot is spared to the ordinary senses as long as one isn't ill. Thank heaven we are all rather blind. What extraordinary revelations we should have if our eyes cleared for a single day." "One doesn't know anything at all, and I know less than that." "On the minus side of nothing?" asked Smith, smiling. "What I mean is that I think I know only futile things." "There is your waterfall, Torvald." Smith looked up. The waterfall fell from immensely high down the face of a rock across a little gorge, and 20 or 30 feet below rushed away in a foaming stream. "It is not so long as those in the Driva Gorge," he said, "but how beautiful! Is this Lange Herfoss?" "Yes," he said. "Did Rosa Ingman speak of it?" "Your father did," he replied. "Why, you are shivering." "Yes, are you not cold?" she asked. "No!" he cried, as if he could never be cold again. "But what am I to do with you? I have no coat. Why," he said, "here!" and scrambled up the cliff behind him. "You will fall, you will fall!" she cried. "Not I!" he shouted, and climbed up till he came to a small birch tree with weeping branches, which he tore off. In a moment he was down again, and pressed the leaves round her with his arms. "Creep close to me," he said. "I will make you warm, and then we will walk quickly back. Poor child!" "How kind you are, Torvald," she said. "I kind?" he asked, and with one hand stroked her hair. "Do you think so? Are you getting warmer? Daphne and Apollo, aren't we? Now," he added, feeling he had said something foolish, "tell me about Langer Herfoss until you feel warm enough to run." "How can he be so kind and yet not love me?" thought Natalia. "I don't understand. Oh, oh, he loves Rosa Ingman. I must remember that. Who that loved her would turn his eyes on me?" She said aloud, "Rosa Ingman used to bring me here when I was a small child, and she used to smile at me until I thought I didn't want anything else but to see her smile. She used to smile and say that she thought the waterfall was beautiful. I always thought she was more beautiful, and that she hung the water from the top of the mountain to please me. Oh, I did wish I could think she was my mother." "She can make one believe anything. I believe she spreads the snow out on the mountains like linen," said Smith, and laughed in joyous recollection. "I wished," continued Natalia, creeping closer to him, "that she belonged to me. She loved me, but she did not belong to me. And you, Torvald, you seem to love me, but you do not belong to me." She slipped her arms round his neck. "Are you part of Rosa Ingman?" "I?" said Smith, his whole soul rising within him. "A part of Rosa Ingman? How can I tell? I have not asked her." "Torvald!" cried Natalia, "I love you." She threw her head back and looked into his eyes with her mouth a little open, her eyes lost in gazing like one fainting in spirit. She said in a voice full of tears, but the romantic tears of first love, "I know you do not belong to me. Nothing belongs to orphans. They are born under a black star." Smith's arms trembled. Who could resist such beauty? He felt dizzy. For a minute he found nothing to say, and with difficulty restrained himself from pressing her to his heart and kissing her as lovers kiss. He stared very hard over her head at the waterfall, and its long gliding streaks wore into his brain and gave him a counter dizziness. After a few seconds he recovered himself. He said, "You love me, Natalia?" "Yes," she replied. He could imagine no further words, and threw himself upon his instinct again, as he had done before. His lips said, "Entirely?" "I feel," she said, "as if I could do everything you told me, and go with you anywhere you wished." He began gradually to take his arms from her. "You dear child," he said, "love is a question of two people." "I know," she replied, "and I will not ask you for any love, nor for anything, Torvald, but to let me talk." "Well, you shall talk," he answered, and stood away from her. Had he led her to believe he loved her? The idea made him sick. "Oh," she said, "oh, you make it seem as if fairies were alive, this place all fairyish, and me not real but made of air like a ghost or a fairy." Yet she thought, "How safe it is in his arms. It is the safest place I have ever known." "A fairy," he said. "Do I?" "But that is what you are, and I am only a common mortal man." He smiled, but with difficulty, and leaned his back against the rocks. She stood on the very edge of the gorge, with her back to the abyss, and her hands out on each side, as if she were the fairy Fortune alighted there. She looked again like Rosa Ingman, and he wished it were indeed Rosa Ingman. Then he would clasp her to his heart and never let her go again. He would, he thought, have flung himself and her into the pool below, and sought everlasting unity in heaven, where a man and a woman make one bright angel, or everlasting embrace in the grey shades of limbo, where damned lovers cling and moan. But this minute, if Natalia had stepped backward, he did not believe he could have brought himself to save her by touching her. "What have I done?" he thought again in fear. "Have I injured her heart? Have I made myself responsible to her?" He stared at her hard and breathed heavily. He could bear to injure nobody on earth. At last words came to him, and he said with a dark glance, "One day, one day you will be a marvelous woman, and to that end make what use of me you can. If I have injured you, blame God, who created me a man." Natalia put up her hand to signify that she blamed him not at all. "Oh!" he cried, and turned round roughly from her. "You women and your hands! You will stop mountain torrents, and turn armies, and break the force of the sea." "You are strange, Torvald," she cried. "But if she were here, if Rosa Ingman were here, she would understand you." "You are right, quite right," he said. "We understand one another, she and I." He had no more to say. He wanted to get back to the house, to be near Rosa Ingman, even if he did not see her. All his thoughts ceased, and she filled his whole mind. He had a rushing desire to get back to her, and with impatience aspired to brush away the forest and rocks and distance, as if they were misty nothings that clouded his sight of her like cobwebs. The desire, the absolute necessity to be near her, made him hurry down the pathway so quickly that Natalia had to run to keep near him. Close to him she dared not go, because she knew that he was no longer thinking of her, and beside him she suffered more pain from her knowledge than at a little distance. She felt a little forlorn and pitiful of herself, like the last lamb in the flock which fears it may be lost. Rosa Ingman might be sitting in that long room waiting for him and thinking of him, Smith reflected. She might be alone, and if she were, what kept him here? Why did he not run back to her at full speed, burst open the impeding doors, then fling himself before her and cry with all his soul, "Rosa! Rosa Christiansen, I have come back." End of chapter 9. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 10 of The Death of Society, A Novel of Tomorrow, by Romer Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 10.
When they entered the house it was close on evening. Like a man running the race of God, he went straight into the long sitting room, straight to Rosa Ingman. She sat in her usual place, with her feet against the great majolica stove and her hands folded in her lap. Directly they entered she looked up and said to Natalia, "So thou hast got thy summer house open, Karin?" "Yes," answered Natalia. "Then we went to Langeherfos." "To Langeherfos," repeated Smith, and walked right up to the stove. He held his coat, which was already damp with dew, under his arm, and leaned his back against the warm stove. Now he was indoors he thought of the waterfall and his dreams of Rosa Ingman there, which he imagined had been many and beautiful, just as while he was out there he thought of the house. Natalia came and knelt down between him and her mother and said, "It was cold in the woods." Rosa Ingman got up and put out her right hand to her daughter, who clasped it with her cold ones. With her left she felt Smith's coat. "Thou art cold, Karin," she said, "and this young man has dew upon his coat." She thereupon took off her blue embroidered shawl and spread it round Natalia's shoulders, who shivered by the stove, but not from cold alone. Then she took Smith's wet coat and hung it against the warmth. "Both foolish," she said gently. "Art thou not?" she asked Smith, who answered not a word. Again he followed Rosa Ingman with his eyes, and not one single gesture or action of hers escaped him. When she had arranged his coat she sat down again and sighed, and for some minutes the three of them remained in absolute silence. Both Smith and Natalia never moved so much as an eyelid, but waited, as the dead await the judgment day, for somebody to speak. "It is for you, it is for you," whispered fate into Natalia's ear. "The others can outwait you forever." She said therefore, "I shall go and have a hot bath." "Karin," said her mother, "thou hast caught cold?" Natalia did not reply, but casting off the shawl, hurried out of the room with the tears streaming from her eyes. "I wish thou couldst love her," said Rosa Ingman. But Smith did not know what she said, nor did he hear her speak. He was gone over the border line of every day into the place where everybody speaks about themselves, where the ugliest men and women become beautiful for somebody, and the wickedest somebody's saint. There he found himself the best and handsomest of heroes, and Rosa Ingman the most wonderful idea that had ever entered the thoughts of God himself. After a while he moved, and said, as if the words had been in his mind a very long time, "You are part of the beauty of this world." Rosa Ingman put out her hands a little way towards him, and he flung himself down at her knees and took her hands in his. "You are," he said, "so beautiful, Rosa, that if I did not love and desire you, I should be a fool. I do desire you, and I know that I am perfectly right." He spoke more to himself than to her. "Do you suppose," he continued, "that I am going to let you go by me? When the time comes that I may take you for no consideration, shall I turn away?" Rosa Ingman looked at him with her calm gaze, and he as calmly looked back into her eyes. "I shall fight for you," he went on, "with a clear head, against your husband, against your children, against the whole world. Against you I will not raise my hand. Do you understand me? Have you any idea what I am saying?" Rosa Ingman looked away from him and smiled. "He loves me," she said. "He has loved me all the time. Can he see into my heart? He thinks I am a lonely woman in the world for him to take." She turned to him and asked, "You love Rosa Ingman?" He understood. "I love Rosa Christianson," he replied. He looked at her with such intensity that his temples became drawn in pain. His whole life, his whole hope, all his fears, successes, failures, sins, and virtues were concentrated in that gaze. Rosa Ingman looked away and sighed, as a child sighs when the demands of its affairs fall heavy upon it. Presently she spoke again, quietly and to herself, and the soft sound of those words he could not understand sang against the innermost ears of his brain. "I do not see the world as they say it is," she said, and sighed. Everything changes with each man and woman, and time changes everything. So they say I have false values and am changeable. You cannot see into Rosa Christianson's heart because you are blinded with the love in your own. I can see that. It does not mean anything between us when you say I love Rosa Christianson." She smiled. "But I feel that if I sat here very long with you, your eyes would cease to be blind, and we should understand one another." "I feel in my heart that I should like that. But then all my life would become clear to you, and you would learn what nobody knows. Rosa Ingman does not know it herself. She thinks this and that, and sits alone very much, and when night comes, like witches her thoughts fly out over the world. When they come back they relate what they have seen." She freed her hands from him and stood up. "Daylight is fading," she said. "After the sun has set people gather round me, but during the daytime I am alone. The sun is more powerful than I am. I should like to be loved in the sun." She looked sad, and Smith, who still sat at her feet, threw his arms round her knees and looked up into her face. He was beginning to cease to think only of himself. "Rosa, Rosa," he cried in his deepest voice, and half rose to take her in his arms. "Yes," she said, and looked down at him and put her hands on his shoulders. "Rosa Christianson is glad you have come. Her heart is glad." And she smiled into his eyes in so exquisite a fashion that he sprang to his feet to clasp her all in his arms. She moved away from him a pace and put up her hands. "Rosa," he said thickly, finding himself unable to move. "Rosa, you will kill me." She understood at once that he was suffering, and went away from him into the middle of the room. He went toward her, but to defend her from himself clutched hold of a chair. She shook her head slowly at him. "Rosa," he cried again, "what do you mean by that? What do you mean?" But Rosa Ingman knew that if she let him approach her she would be taken into the arms of a wild man and showered with mad kisses, so she turned away, still smiling kindly, and to his eyes seemed to fade away like an apparition. Smith went back to the stove and sighed heavily. Fata Morgana rode high in the sky of his imagination, like clouds in the setting sun. He sighed again many times, as his love broke like the waves of the sea against the shores of an enchanted country, and he knew then the damnation of ineffectual aspiration in a hell of no attainment. After a while despair gave way to melancholy self pity. He stood some time conscious of himself as a lonely man, and bowed his head in sorrow for his isolation from love, from joy, from human sympathy. At last, sure that he was one of life's sad men, he roused himself and muttered bitterly, "I am only a fool, a human fool after all. Curse hell! I had better go out and have a look at my horse." End of Chapter 10. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 11 of The Death of Society, A Novel of Tomorrow, by Romer Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 11. Ingman was talkative at supper, which was fortunate, because none of the others had anything to say to one another. He began to talk directly he sat down, and addressed himself entirely to Smith. "Well, well," he said, "young man, I have had a good day's work to day. Even at my age, when an old man you would think was past his ups and downs, I have my good days and my bad. Every year work such as I do becomes more interesting. The day, no doubt, is not far away when I shall no longer wish to write, or I shall become, as they say, garrulous on paper, and have too much to say about everything, as old men often have. Then, Rosa," he turned to her, "what will you do when nothing can make me better or any worse?" And he repeated his question in Norwegian, "Because," he went on to Smith, "if an old man has not made his peace with fate at 60 years, he will never make it, God help him." Smith laughed. "That gives me 30 years to make mine." "It can be made," said old Ingman, "in 1,000,000 years, or a day, in 1 second, or not at all, or in all the years that lie between. Stupidity and circumstance are the worst enemies of peace. A clear head and circumstance its best friends. This salt fish is excellent. As you see, my supper almost entirely consists of it. It suits me. It does not suit us all. Thus I have made peace with my digestion, and a peaceful stomach makes a peaceful heart." "A useful fallacy," said the old man, smacking his stomach. "Salvation lies in the liver." What have you said to my wife to day?" Smith looked at the old man critically to see in what sense he asked this question, but as he saw neither suspicion nor real interest in his face, he replied, "Little enough," which was true. "I think she must be very tolerant to be as kind to me as she is." "You no doubt went to Wolfsæter. It is her own, bought with her father's money, and she is very proud of it. Mighty proud of thy Wolfsæter, art thou not, Rosa Christiansen?" "She pointed it out to me from Tageso. We did not go there." "A pleasure to come," said the old man, "for she will not let you leave us until you have seen it." "Leave," thought Smith. "Will it be my fate to go away?" "Yes, I suppose so, in a day or two. Death comes to everybody." But the idea seemed incredible and impossible. "I hope very much, however, that she will take me there to day or to morrow," he replied, "because whether I make my peace with fate or not, I must make it with Sven Sigerson and be back in England next Wednesday." "Yes, life has its claims," said old Ingman, "until you are my age. Now I make my claims upon life, that is a compensation for lost years. This evening after supper I shall claim your society in my library, where you shall drink real schnapps, as you only can now in a private house, and I shall show you a little of my work." Smith was dismayed. He should miss a whole evening of the presence of Rosa Ingman, of which he felt he had deprived himself in a reckless manner all afternoon. "It is very kind of you," he answered nevertheless. "I own, sir, I have read nothing of your work, and even at Sven Sigerson's never drank schnapps. He was too interested in cocktails, for which he had smuggled the ingredients out of England, to offer me anything else." "I might be an excise officer and convict him then on your evidence," laughed the old man. "You might," replied Smith, "but I should doubt if he had not drunk the evidence entirely by now." Supper was hardly ended before old Ingman rose, and saying, "Now I will show you my library," led Smith through a door at right angles to that of the family room. The library, like the sitting room, was long and well lighted down one side, and in it also was a large high stove exactly similar to that in the other apartment. In the window stood an immense office desk, on which stood several neat piles of papers, a bell, and a barograph. And not only were the walls lined from floor to ceiling with books, but the room was partitioned off with low barricades of bookcases into three parts. A pleasant musty smell of leather, aromatic pine wood, and a slight odour of paraffin lamps mingled in the warm atmosphere, and Smith was almost content to forget women, and to be satisfied with a world of books and old man's talk. Ingman led him past the partition up to the stove, near which was set a low table with red wine, schnapps, and cigars upon it, a few mandarin oranges, and some wafers. Sit down," said the old man, "and let us drink to the fair settlement of our debts with fate." He poured out 2 glasses of the much praised spirits, dipped a wafer in his own, and clinked glasses in the old manner, as if he were appeasing the gods, and then drank. "Well, well," continued Ingman, when he had lit a cigar, "you can find out everything I have thought worthy of preservation about myself in my own books, which are: the 'Yes and No,' the 'Critic of Ibsen,' the 'Critic of Nietzsche,' the 'Critic of Criticism,' the 'Critic of Myself,' the 'Critic of Democratic Moral Principles,' and my yet unfinished and last work, 'Recriticism of Criticism.' I propose to say little or nothing about them. My chief interest for you is my life, which I will tell you. Now, I only tell you my life for a singular reason. My fancy has run away with me. I have a fancy to do so." Smith pretended to be extremely interested. His heart was not in his eyes. The old man sat down and rubbed his knees, and Smith thought, "Poor old man, he is old. I will drink his schnapps and be interested in his life to please him." So he leaned forward and said, "I wish, sir, beside your life you would give me some insight into your work." Old Ingman continued to rub his knees slowly, and then said, "Well, in spite of what I have said, I will, since you ask it, give you an impression of my ideas first, and this is not easy, because in my books, through which my ideas have been developed up to their present point, each sentence has a value which must be lost in conversation. Now, my methods of criticism have been 2. My first method, face value, I disposed of in the 'Yes and No.' My second, constructive analysis, has given me greater insight into the workings and psychological mechanism of the human creation than you might have thought possible from the mere dissection of philosophical literature and artistic literature. We will dispose of face value as I disposed of it in the yes and no. I take the example of a book. I can as readily take an action, a code of laws. In the case of a book, give me any book and I will read it, forgetting to the best of my ability that it was not composed by the printer's machine. If anything remains, I deliver myself of the impression it has made upon me. If nothing remains, I throw it into the dustbin. It is below the reach of criticism. My standard is the standard of my attention. Take my criticism of Nietzsche, and out of it select my chapter in which is included the Superman, or, as we say, Also sprach Zarathustra. I say concerning it, I have read Zarathustra from beginning to end. I am raised very high by it. But I do not understand any more than the first few pages. I gave this dictum in a review. It was accepted. I sent this announcement to a paper only lately, after his death. They said this man does not know his Nietzsche. I replied, from one point of view I do not. What I say is reasonable. The work excites me, but it is nonsense to me. I do not understand it, and the world agrees with me, as you will find out if you ask the opinion of a reasonable mass of people. That is the face value of Also sprach Zarathustra. I was able, of course, to conjecture what was meant, but should I be right? No. In all probability I should be wrong. My imagination would not be the same as Nietzsche's. My thoughts, at best, the great granddaughters of Nietzsche's thoughts. Let us now take Ibsen. A man asks me, "What does The Doll's House mean?" I say, "Have you seen the play?" He says, "Yes." I answer, "What did you think of it?" He replies, "A girl ran away from her husband." It was rather exaggerated, I thought. She did not wish to obey him. "Well," I reply, "that is what The Doll's House means. It may mean something different to me. It may convey itself to me as a family crisis that makes a dull play. But its outward or face value, its dullness as a family drama, I have taken as the basis of my first and inferior method of criticism." Now this is very useful, and I ultimately call it reading, not criticism. What further do I do? What next? The old man sat up on the edge of his chair, absorbed in his thoughts, which covered so vast a range, tense with the difficulty to reduce that range sufficiently for the young man's ears. "What do I do next?" he repeated. "I criticise my Zarathustra, or what you will, in a new method. I learn all I can about my author. I see his death mask, read his letters if he is dead. If he is alive, I call upon him. I talk to his friends, I learn what his habits are, how he passes his life, where he prefers to live. Then I pull the book I hold in my hand to pieces. I spread it over the long period during which it was written. I am determined, if possible, to become Nietzsche. I accomplish this as nearly as possible with the help of certain hypotheses. I have the great knowledge that all men are alike. What do I see? I see that most commentaries upon Zarathustra are idle speculations, and many conjectures false, equivalent in idleness with the philosophy of Also sprach Zarathustra, which is only an elaboration of your youthful dream about the world, which you find utter rubbish when you become 21. Well now, I have said that Nietzsche's work is only the expression of an idea about the universe. I add that it is elliptical. Who can supply the thoughts in between? Nobody. I have suggested that the whole thing is a fallacy, as every philosophical speculation is a fallacy. And the Nietzschean fallacy is the illusion of a visionary mind. Also sprach Zarathustra is therefore rubbish. Why then do we read it? How can I tell? That is a personal affair. For my part I read it because it is elliptical, and I am able to enjoy the visionary sights which the words suggest to my mind. I will not pretend to tell you what Zarathustra means word by word. I have learned the conception from a study of Nietzsche's life, his real life, not his appreciation or reading library life. I know the conception is as false as any other which carries away the conceiver, or, I may say, as true. But the book is a great book. Why? I say because it is an expression of one man's vision, which is rare; because its ellipses inspire me to visions of my own, which are superior to many that possess me. If you wish to have refuted the thousand arguments which may spring to your mind, I refer you to my 7 books. Now I will tell you the history of my life, which is more interesting." He filled Smith's glass and his own again, and at once continued. "You see, I do not allow you to discuss any points which I have raised. I domineer over you in my own library. That is the action of an old man." He filled his glass and drank again. When he had finished it and eaten another wafer, which he said he could recommend for the digestion, as they came from the incomparable firm of Liedermann, he cried, "Well, young man, you will say 'Your life, your life,'" and at once he began it. Though my parents were both Norwegian, I was born in Stuttgart 64 or more years ago. I was educated at Weimar. During my life Carlyle, Nietzsche, Wagner, Ibsen, Wilde, Victor Hugo, Tolstoy, D'Annunzio have all produced work, together with Grieg, Byron, Browning, Rodin, Verlaine, and numberless other people. When I went away from Weimar I was made a clerk in the office of the Daily News at Stuttgart, but soon became general critic. I indulged in the usual frivolities of youth, which you are old enough, and not too old, to picture accurately. Gradually I became known as a clever young review writer. I was attached to a Berlin paper, and began to make myself agreeable in literary society. At 30 I became a free lance and wrote generally, sometimes even for the foreign news, and travelled considerably. At 33 I began to devote myself to Ibsen, who, you will hardly be able to credit it, was startling Europe with new ideas, ideas which you may say have long become old fashioned. I followed him wherever he went, and my name was made because I had the boldness to seize Ibsen himself, and often sat in his house. He told me many amazing things about his life, and I realized what an extremely long time he existed before he came to be what he was then, how inferior a writer he was until past the time when most men lay aside their unrealized aspirations. When I was 37 I went to Christiania, and lived among the peculiar people there for a year. My mind was all the time disorderly and fermented. I thought I had a philosophy. I had none. I thought I had a principle of criticism. I had not. I was homeless, wifeless, without ideals. If anything, I was revolutionary. In appearance, imagine me dark, wild, and hairy. I have been said to be repulsive. No matter. I lived at Christiania in a house outside the town belonging to a Nils Christiansen, whose family were very kind to me, and whose children were at that date violent partisans for and against Ibsen. The eldest son would not speak to me, and behaved in the fanatical manner of a young conservative who upholds rationality. The father, however, was a broad minded, sane man, for whom I had great friendship and respect. The others either secretly hated me, or confided their sympathy to me in private. The youngest child, however, was so strongly impressed by Ibsen that she often declared openly, "I love Mr. Hendrik Ibsen. I am his secret wife." She was barely 16 years of age. The family used to laugh and say, "Simple Rosa." One day I was seated in the garden smoking and looking over the sea, when I perceived Rosa coming from the bottom of the garden toward me. She came up to me and seated herself on my knee, for there was nowhere else for her to sit, and said, "You believe, don't you, I am married to Mr. Ibsen?" I said, pretending to be serious, "I hardly know." "I will tell you," she replied. "It is a story. We went to church in my head, and we came out married. After that I know what he does every day of his life. I am not married as people say, but if I imagine I am married, I can imagine the rest better. I have nobody to live with." She put her arm round my neck, and told me she thought I was her brother, that none of the rest were. I felt moved. She began to interest me. I asked her to talk to me, but she replied, "Talk to me, please." I did not know what to say. However, I said this: "Does anybody here love you?" "No," she said. "Nobody does except my father." She did not seem sad. "Do you want anybody to love you?" I said, and began to feel embarrassed for fear that anybody should see her sitting on my knee. "Well," she said, "I do not know. I wish you would tell me everything you know." Then I began to smile. I said, "It is not very interesting. It would take a very long time to tell." "How long?" "Oh," I said, "if I had spare time enough, I might tell you in 40 years, during the evening." "Begin then." I wanted to throw her off my knee and run away, but my egotism said, "Now, you can educate this child while you are here, and experiment. Perhaps you can cure her and make her a little more reasonable." I put my arms around her, and sat her upon my knee like a baby, and said, "Shall I tell you some history?" "I prefer not," she said. Then I suggested the various branches of learning. To every one she answered, "I prefer not." I laughed, and asked her what she did prefer, and thought what a tiresome child she was. She replied, "What did you think about when you were a child?" I answered at random, "Soldiers, hoops, and tops." "No," she interrupted, "you think you thought about those things because men always say soldiers, hoops, and tops about children. I have asked a great many men. They always say soldiers, hoops, and tops. Were they so different from us when we were children?" I thought I had the young Judith, judge of Israel, upon my knee. I became serious. I said, "You are right. Those are circumstances, not thoughts." She turned to me and again put her arms round my neck and said, "I hope I shall marry, as people marry, a man like you. I want to marry somebody who will tell me the truth, and say like you said just now, 'You are right,' instead of 'Simple Rosa.'" I was young in those days. I said, "I am a wicked man." "Oh!" she cried, "tell me." I felt now that I could not take my foot out of the bog I had stepped into. I must, having told her that I was wicked, explain the most minute circumstances of my wickedness. I had no right to do it. My plan of education would become one of degradation. I could not tell my host's daughters the crimes I had committed. I began to talk to her, however, and I continued until the sun set. The next evening she drew me apart from the others, and I talked again. The evening after that it was the same. On the fourth day Nils Christiansen came to me, and I discovered that she had joyfully told him all that I had said. He threw me out of the house. Rosa was his favourite child. I was a vile blackguard. With my life confession half made, I became subject to a fit of madness. I went about Christiania like a tiger whose meat is caged away. What was Rosa doing? Was she deciding between us? That was my first declaration to myself that I expected to marry Rosa. I stayed in Christiania a month, spending most of my time as if I was 21 in a large bush of yew that stood at the bottom of Nils Christiansen's garden. One day when I saw her sitting with her father, as she had sat with me, I came out of the bush. I went to Rosa. I said, "Will you be my wife?" Her father sprang up with her in his arms. He was as frightened of me as if I had been an apparition. Rosa said, "Father, I will marry Mr. Ingman." Her father let her fall on the grass and said, "Marry him then, but do not enter my house again." I was forced to pick her up and take her away with me. She cried a very great deal, not because her father had cast her off, but because he had not done what she considered right. We were then married at church with as great ceremony as possible, at which her youngest brother officiated as her relation, and immediately afterwards I took her away for a long time to various beautiful places. I finished the story of my life to her, and then she began to disclose herself to me. I forgot that I was her senior by more than 20 years. I listened to her with amazement as she displayed to me her rich and extraordinary personality. I have made many mistakes during our life together. I have been brutal, ungenerous, and ununderstanding. I do not yet wholly understand her, but I have come to that state when I acknowledge that I am her inferior in every way, that she can do no wrong, that I must impose no laws or authority upon her. I was angry and disgusted when I first found that she could not keep the kitchen accounts. I hurled reproaches at her because she refused to read. I read to her. That she did not mind, because she was able to abstract herself, if she chose, from what I read. I was tormented because she refused to learn German. She said all languages meant the same. Why should she learn two? And no amount of logic would convince her that she would be a finer woman with two tongues. My life has not been in one sense happy with her. I have had to suffer 1,000 terrors from her simplicity and singleness of heart. When I had been kind, though we used to lie in silence night after night, sometimes she would talk to me. I began after 7 years to perceive what she was. My eyes fell open. I changed everything. Instead of wild I became calm and wrote the yes and no. She made me read it to her, and in doing so I first knew not only inexpressible joy, but modesty, which was a stranger to me. She rewarded me by telling me one of her innumerable stories, in which she used for the first time the notion of the death of society. Occasionally she refers in stories to that singular idea, of which I have only partly comprehended her meaning. There is my life. Smith did not break the silence in which they sat. He remained drinking and smoking for some time, then he said: "That idea, the death of society, came to me this morning when we were out together. I wish, sir, you would tell me the Norwegian phrase." "Samfundets tot?" asked old Ingman, and Smith repeated it a dozen times aloud. The old man smiled in an amused fashion and said: "I believe that is more impressive than all my conversation." Smith laughed. He had nothing whatever to remark. "Sometimes," continued old Ingman, standing up, "on such an occasion as this, for instance, we and I speak for my fellow creatures have a sensation of weakness and doubt. We think, what are we? Let us toss everything into the sea and put an end to our foolish aspirations. A peculiar sensation attacks the stomach. We become children who, having built castles, knock them down. We ask ourselves, can we have any verification of our dreams, our philosophical castles in the air? Are they not the mere fantasies of an overwrought reason? Our sole resource is to seek the normal, but where shall we find it? For my part I have found the normal alone in art, and in unequivocal physical and moral joy, when I am in a happy physical state, or my mind is charmed with some right action it has performed. What assurance does the normal hold for me? None. What then is its value? This, that before it certain of my philosophies fade, certain others are intensified. With this knowledge I have attempted a seventh book, in which, as far as I am able in the midst of the errors in which I find myself bound to exist, through limitation of my perceptions, I put my life to the test." "I agree with you," cried Smith. "Men must inevitably return to the body to verify their thoughts." Ingman got up, and approaching him shook his hand in the young man's face. "In spite of it, however," he cried, "I enjoy an arrogant assurance. I have done something worth doing, and that is the end of it. Brandes is my inferior. You have nobody at Cambridge as cosmopolitan as I am." He chuckled. "My wife is only a woman." His famous Schnapps was beginning to have an effect upon him. Smith, who felt also a little enthusiastic, replied: "Rosa Ingman? I should not like you to say anything against her. My God! I shall think, in spite of 25 years of marriage, you don't realize what she is like. I knew her directly I came into the room." "Ah, ah!" cried old Ingman, "do not be misled, young man. Rosa is the kind of being who belongs to fairy tales. Rosa is not real. We must limit the influence of Rosa." "There is nobody like her. She is incomparable," said Smith, laughing, and being a little freed by the spirits, was glad to be able to declare himself to a man of experience, even if that man were her husband. "She is incomparable," he repeated. "I wish I were in your place." His remark was not altogether ingenuous. His mind had in a sense been cleared by the spirits. He thought, "I shall gauge this old man's attitude toward her by rousing him as much as I dare." Old Ingman's eyes became bright and sparkling. He replied: "Wish you were me? Do you now, do you?" "Certainly," said Smith, "and I am a young man whose wishes are his only laws." "That is brave," cried Ingman, "but I hear the nightingale in your voice." And he took, he assured himself, only one more glass of Madeira to help the spirits through the night. "I hear the nightingale." Smith got up and began to walk about. "She sings louder to me than to you, at all events," he answered, and laughed gaily. He stood still, put his hands in his pockets, and rocked audaciously upon his toes. The old man remained by the stove. His eyes were bright and beady, his large mouth grinning, his hair more on end than usual. His mind seemed to be issuing from his head, and to fill the room with smoke. It was the smoke of a long life of many experiences and many thoughts. "When will the old creature stop exuding himself?" thought Smith, who continued to stare at him very hard from the middle of the room. The Professor stared back and remarked: "The good God! We realize the difference between our youth and age." Smith laughed again. "Yes," he replied, "in this room we two make a complete example of the mature man." "I and you?" said the old man, as if he feared some slight was being offered to his dignity. "Yes, you and I," repeated Smith. "And you suggest that that is Rosa's view of the situation?" cried Ingman, still fixed immovably by the stove. "I do," replied Smith. He had simply spoken at random, but he let the occasion serve. Old Ingman's eyes blazed up. He clenched his hands and made a step forward. "Your audacity," he cried, "is tremendous." "It is," Smith answered. The old man stared fiercely at him for 2 minutes, contracted his brows, then let his hands fall to his sides. "Well, well," he murmured, "I saw how it was, I saw. I said to myself, 'I am old, fate must take her course. If fate cuckolds me, it must be so.' Rosa Ingman has taught me this, that the heart and the hand are inseparable. As well be cheated by one as the other. Young man, you are free. If I were your age I should immediately kill you, but time has made me the worser man." Smith's generous nature rose to the top in him. He had an impulse to swear that Ingman had nothing to fear from himself, that his interest in Rosa Ingman was purely intellectual. He resisted it. He knew that he ought not to promise away his tomorrows either to man or woman, that promised tomorrows are debts which are rarely to be paid. "Bah!" cried old Ingman, "you are silent. I know it, you are too wise about life," and he drank another glass. Smith walked back to the wine table, and also poured himself out a glass, which he swallowed; then leaning against the stove, he slowly peeled and ate a mandarin. "I have fought in a war," he said. "I can see that," cried Ingman. "Sven Sigerson did not quarrel with you for nothing." "Oui, you young men, you women! I prefer the old sort. Damn you! I must get myself a cheery girl, like the great King David. I am in a world I don't understand. I am right. Old folks should go to the doctor at 60. But still," he cried maliciously, "though I may be but a janitor in your eyes, it is I who retire to the conjugal chamber, from which death alone shall oust me. Good night." And he went out of the room. Smith threw himself down on his chair as if he had been hit in the stomach, and gave himself over to groaning aloud. "I am drunk," he said to himself; but nevertheless he complained in agony at the wickedness of old men, and fate, and the universe, until the image of Rosa Ingman crept softly into the room, and sat itself upon the table calmly before him. He looked up. She was not there. He hid his face in his hands and closed his eyes. She reappeared. He spoke. "Rosa Christianson," he said quietly, "I am afraid. I am mortally frightened." He waited for her reply, but none came. Instead, through the darkness which he had given himself, calm and peace began gradually to come over his soul, and he thought presently, "Fear! Why, what have I to fear? I am neither away from her, nor have I incurred her displeasure. Whether she loves me, I neither know nor do not know. There is no fear in ignorance, only uncertainty. And when certainty comes, whatever it may be, I hope I may bear myself as a brave man." After some long time dwelling upon the beauty and the grace of Rosa Ingman, he fell asleep where he was, in the chair, until the stove went out and he awoke cold and stiff. He went to the window, but it was still full night, and the old method of ascertaining the hour by the stars being no art of his, he looked at his watch by the light of a low burning lamp. It was 2:30. He yawned. In spite of love and old men, he was sleepy. So turning out the guttering lamps, he left the room and went upstairs to bed, where he fell asleep again immediately. End of Chapter 11. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 12 of The Death of Society, a Novel of Tomorrow, by Romer Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 12. When Smith awoke next morning he saw the rain drifting past his window. He had forgotten the possibility of wet weather. No doubt Rosa Ingman did not walk out in wet weather, and he would pass a painful day cooped up in the bosom of the family. He got up and dressed, and went down to breakfast in an ill humour. Only the old man and his daughters were at the breakfast table. Smith said good morning all round, sat down, and looked about the room. "She is not here," said Ingman. Smith smiled. "It seems so," he replied. "I was ascertaining if she were not lurking in some corner or other." Old Ingman chuckled like one of those secure husbands who like to pretend other men are infatuated with their wives. "You are a bad youth," he said. "Mother often stays in bed when it rains," said Natalia. "Then I hope it doesn't rain long," ejaculated Smith. "When it is wet here it rains for many days," said the old man. "I am a magician. Is it not so, Natalia? I conjured the rain." "It seems likely you did," replied Smith gloomily. "I can believe anything of your family." "But," said Natalia, "mother will have us all go talk to her later in the day." "Chut!" cried Ingman, and flicked his table napkin at the girl. "I wished to make the young man desperate." "But I could not bear that," said Natalia. "He might kill somebody. All Englishmen are dangerous men." "Oh, you women!" exclaimed old Ingman. "You will always outwit the magician." "Yes," said Smith, "human nature will always triumph over sorcery, because it has God on its side." "What do you know about God?" cried the old man. "I know," said Smith, laughing, "that He always protects the normal." "Bah! You are clever," replied Ingman good humouredly, and went out of the room. "Does he believe me the fool of an innocuous romance?" thought Smith. "Did you quarrel with papa last night?" asked Natalia when he had gone. "I? No. Why?" asked Smith. "Because," said Natalia, "he has been laughing to himself ever since he came downstairs." "So that means we had a quarrel?" "Natalia is nonsensical," said Hilda. "You don't know what the hobgoblins say," cried Natalia. "When old men laugh somebody has died." "But that does not mean a quarrel," said Hilda. "Yes, it does," asserted her sister. "Why?" asked Smith. "Because," she answered, "they have another saying: 'Only death puts an end to old men's differences.' I thought you must be dead, and you were so late, so late, I was sure I was right, and I should go upstairs, and Nils would have to break the door open, and we should have a real sensation." "You are foolish," cried Hilda, laughing. "The maids would tell one another he made a beautiful corpse, and I should dress in white and put flowers on you, and compose a piece of poetry for your tombstone." "What would you compose?" said Smith. "I couldn't make it in English," said Natalia, "but it would mean: 'He came and stole what was not his, so the devil called for his soul.' Or he died of an old saying." Natalia lives by ridiculous sayings. Old sayings," cried Natalia. "When something has been said for 1,000 years it must be true. 'It is true,' says the fool, 'and wise men listen.'" "Thou art nonsensical," said Hilda in Norwegian, and got up and left the room. But Smith said, "You are quite right, Natalia. I, alas, got out of bed on the wrong side this morning, as they say at home. No doubt too much to drink last night." "Did you get drunk last night, Torvald?" asked Natalia. "I suspect myself of it," replied Smith, and smiled. "Last night," said Natalia, perching herself as usual upon the table, "I thought " "What did you think?" said Smith, and lit himself a cigarette complacently. He was already in a better humour. "What came into that little head of yours?" He found a pleasure in treating Natalia as a little girl. She was so charming, so small, and so pretty, that he liked to think of her as a doll, and to pretend that nothing was really serious in this world. She had an old fashioned air which pleased him mightily, and so much vivacity and serious mindedness mixed together that he would like to keep her by him, he thought, as a little companion for his happy quiet moments. "I thought," said Natalia, after serious consideration, "about what I said to you yesterday." "And you decided," said Smith, determined not to let the matter overcome him, "that I am not good enough to love after all." "Well, I will tell you what I thought, if you will listen," she cried. "I know you are stupid, a great big stupid Englishman, and you are bad." "Well, that is settled," said Smith, "at any rate," and tweaked her hand. He had an irresistible desire to tease her this morning. "You very bad beast," she said. "I shall lock you out of Rosa Ingman's room all day." Smith laughed, and Natalia slipped off the table and came and sat on his knee. "I love you," she cried, and threw both arms round his neck. "I knew I did," and kissed him. "You should not be so handsome, Angel Smith." "Handsome!" cried he, laughing louder than ever. "I am glad to hear it. Do you know what I am thinking?
Rosa and Natalia Ingman behave very much alike, although they are so different." "What?" said Natalia. "Does she sit on your knee?" "No," he replied, "she never did." "Tell me then what you mean," she said. "One day, perhaps," he said, "when the world is much older." "When?" "After the death of society." Suddenly Natalia buried her face in his shoulder and began to cry. Sobs shook her so that Smith was forced to hold her for fear she would slip off his knees. "Now what is the matter?" he said tenderly. "What have I said now to hurt the child? How have I offended her?" "It is not you," she sobbed, "it is not you. But if you could understand me I could explain to you. I am in the middle of something which goes round and round, and which I cannot stop. You can make the world go round or stand still, and she can, and father can, and Hilda does not seem to care, but it spins so fast for me. I cannot tell which is the north or south or east or west, and I think perhaps if I take hold of you it will stop, and so it does, but when I go away again it begins to spin once more." "You are delightful," said Smith, stroking her hair, and all at once he felt a desire to understand and to know this little creature to the depth of her soul. Although she was a foreigner, he thought that, like the rest of the English race, like Rosa Ingman and a few of his foreign friends, she was his own flesh and blood; that she was, in other words, a human being, and his idea of humanity became at once enlarged. A great kindliness came over him, and drawing her towards him, he kissed her. She opened her eyes wide and said, "Why? Do you love me?" He replied without any hesitation, "Yes, I do. And because I am in this house I can say so. I love you as I love flowers and the trees and the sky. I love you because you are lovable as a wet or fine day is lovable. Why, yes," he said, "I must confess that I love you." "I will give you everything I have," said Natalia, and smiled into his face, "because I love you so much that you are all I want. You must have everything you want." "You adorable child," said Smith, and leaned back in his chair. She sat straight up on his knee, and he thought, "Is this she? Is this she? Is this Rosa Christiansen?" He hoped that some god would make the matter clear to him. Perhaps if he spoke his own words would enlighten him. "I will give you this ring," said Natalia, and drew a ring off one of her fingers, a small silver affair with a jewel from an old bridal crown set in it. He put out his left hand with the fingers extended and said, "It won't fit one of them," but it went on his little finger. "Now," she said, "if ever you want me, send me that ring, as they do in the fairy stories, and I will come at once." Smith looked at it. It had a blood red stone in it, 3 green agates very small, and 2 turquoises. "It is a bit gaudy for a man," he said. "Well," she replied, "you will not mind that for me." "Very well," he agreed, "I will not mind that. And what is more, I will have my revenge, and you shall wear this ugly watch of mine round your little wrist until your dying day." He took his wrist watch off, which was indeed very ugly, and strapped it round her left wrist. "Now," he said, "I am going to speak my mind, Natalia. I wish," he continued, "that I could ask you to be my wife, but I cannot at present because life runs in deep channels which neither you nor I have the right to change. My life is set in a tide that I cannot stem, and if it were possible to stem it, I should not do so. I have fought in a war, and while this makes me careless of odds against my happiness, and causes me to value caution nothing at all, it has taught me also that I cannot promise to morrow away, that I must not engage a future time which I do not possess. I may risk all I have, but not risk that which I have not got. The times are set between us now. Neither you nor I know how they will change, what winds will blow us apart. I ask you for no promise and give you none. But I may say, may I not, that one day, if I can, I will send you your ring, and if you can, you shall bring me back my watch. And if you do come to me, I swear, and this I can swear, that if you come with a fearless mind, you shall never regret it." "Torvald," said Natalia with astonishment, "I was all alone." "Am I to be alone no longer?" "Sure," he cried, "I am here with my friendship." "And your love?" she asked. "Of course, my love," he assented. "Well then," she said, getting up, "I can bear the rest." "What rest?" he asked. "Anything that you may do," she replied. He bent forward, and seizing her, dragged her to him. "Natalia," he cried, "Natalia! There are some things beyond my power. I do not know yet how I am called upon to act.
what is before me or around me. Be merciful, be more than charitable, be more than just. I am possessed by a force which at rare intervals has taken me and shaken me slightly. Now I am shaken through my whole soul. I speak to you out of the depth of a storm. You, the days, the nights, life, death, are nothing to me. I love you, yes. But to day it is an empty love, a goodwill love, nothing more." He kissed her violently on the face. "I am alone," he said, "and I can ask no help. In my situation I can ask help from neither man nor woman." "Why, Torvald," she said, "you are quite wild." "Yes, I am quite wild," he answered. "Is life like this?" she asked. "It is," he replied. "This is life." Then she said, getting free of him, "It is more like a fairy tale than I supposed." "More like," he cried. "It is a fairy tale. Exaggerate your worst tales and your best, Natalia, and you'll get a sense of life." "How fearful!" "No, no," he ejaculated, getting up. "Its storms have a fearful grandeur, but, my dear, in the depth of life there is a beauty and a calm, inconceivable now to you and me, which I know, though I cannot conceive it at this moment, and you shall know." "You are sure?" she asked. "I am quite sure," he answered, going over to the window and looking out at the rain. Then she replied, "I am too," and came and stood beside him. He put his arms round her. "It's raining frightfully," he said. "Yes," she answered, "but I do not mind." "Well, then," he replied, "shall we go out and look at old Panther, my horse, and in spite of the rain ride him out for a bit of exercise?" "Yes, yes," she cried, "and you shall see my mare Kvöldsol, and we will ride and get most terribly wet through." Chapter 13. Of the Death of Society, a Novel of Tomorrow, by Romer Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 13. Presently Smith and Natalia met in the stable yard, and she bade old Nils saddle her mare. He said it was too wet, but Natalia declared that it was not, and in spite of many rumbling curses he saddled the horses, though he intimated that young people were out of their wits. "He says we are mad," said Natalia to Smith, "but that is because he is lazy and does not want to clean them when they come in. One is always mad to take a well groomed horse out of a stable, it seems, according to Nils." Smith was glad to see his horse again, and the panther was most glad to see him. "Does your mare speak English or Norwegian?" he asked Natalia, as the panther nosed in his coat. "Stop it, panther, I haven't anything for you." "She speaks horse language, of course," Natalia answered, but Smith said he refused to believe that the mare and the panther could understand one another, so she said she would put it to Nils and hear what he had to say on the matter. Nils mumbled something, at which she laughed. "Nils said it might be different if both were mares," she said, "but that men and women understand one another pretty well, whatever either of them speaks." "Nils," said Smith, "is a wise old man." But not wishing the girl to make any application of the case, he remarked quickly, "By God, it is wet. Are you sure it is not too wet for you?" "I am not going back now," she cried, and as the horses were ready they mounted and rode out of the stable yard. "Which way?" he asked. "Down to Tageso," she replied. "It will not be so wet under the trees." It was raining thickly, and wet mist drifted across the face of the hills, sometimes coming down upon them, then drifting high again, like ragged, mournful ghosts of the Valkyrie. Under the trees it was more sheltered, though dark and damp and silent, and the soft hissing rustle of the rain in the tree tops could be heard overhead, as if the ghosts trailed their wild draperies against the branches as they sped sighing over forest and mountain. Water ran down the trunks of the trees and formed rivulets down the bad road, and every now and then Smith's head brushed a hanging branch, and a heavy shower of water fell upon him, which startled his horse and made Natalia laugh. Her laugh did not come cheerfully in those wet woods. It had no ring in it, and mouldered away as laughter does in old time stricken churches, which God has long given over to the bats, and some old devil's laughing stock of a parson. When they emerged into the open road along the lake, The rain drifted into their faces, and the wind scurried the snow chilled clouds down upon them from the mountains. Wolfsæter appeared now like a lonely eagle's nest among the fringes of the clouds, then vanished out of sight. No view could be seen. No other world of hills and sky shone in the waters of the lake. Its surface stretched away into the rain and mist, a dismal sheet of rain flecked greyness. "It will be better in the forest beyond," said Natalia. "There the trees are very old and thick, and we can ride about under them as dry as in a house." Smith cared not to believe it, but when he came there he found she was right. There the forest was a place of dreams, a palace of dark green hung with heavy sombre banners, from a high roof supported by immense ruddy brown pillars with a scaly surface of tortoise shell. "This is the palace of Queen Hulda, I say, who rules over bears, wolves, foxes, wolverines, and the great reindeer," said Natalia as they entered its gloomy shades. "She makes war on werewolves and hobgoblins and nightmares and all those things, and against the king of the mountains with his hordes of lemmings. That high pile of mossy rocks is her throne, and I am her particular godchild. She has taught me to dance on a moonbeam and sing to a gossamer harp, songs which mean nothing and have never been heard." "I believe you," said Smith. "Everything is credible to me now." Natalia laughed as they rode slowly round the vast forest hall. "Those are little girl's fancies," she cried. "Some more," said Smith. "They are enchanting." "I know witchcraft from her. Elderberries brewed in snow under the midsummer moon, with the midnight sun in the sky, make a love drink like Isolde gave Tristan; but the runes must be said between the old and the new day, so that the sun can carry them his highest over the north where the fates are." "And what are the runes?" asked Smith. "That she taught me?" "Yes, that she taught you." "He has nearly forgotten Rosa Ingman," said Natalia to herself. "If I was only a fairy he'd never go back, never, and I'd take him over the hills up to wild places. He'd be surprised how I love him." Smith smiled at her from his horse and said, "What are you thinking?" "I was thinking an enchantment." "To enchant me, whom you enchanted long ago?" "Yes, yes, yes," cried Natalia, and rising in her stirrups recited in a shrill voice: "Fata, fata, fata, ha enthly kita me, ru udor, di mane mursul in ta cor." "That," she laughed, "is the language of Queen Hulda. It's an enchantment to brew into the tea, and it's sure to come right if the water boils up of its own accord." Her cheeks were flaming red with the rain in her excitement, and to Smith she looked most brilliant and fairy like as she rode along under the dark trees. "Has it ever boiled for you?" he said, laughing, and his eyes became bright and his heart delighted. "Of course," she said, wishing there were no everyday reasons, such as money and food, to prevent her enticing Smith farther and farther away. He would go back to the house soon, and then love her again out of good will. "And this so marvelous language, is it written?" "No," she laughed, "you don't learn it. Queen Hulda gives it to you. It has a real meaning, mane mursel, that's round and about. It all translates as real languages do. I said a great deal of it when I was young. I won't laugh at it now, because one never knows." "No," he said, "it might come from Mars." "Or be something the witches told us." "Or the ghosts?" he suggested. "When I am not here I say it is poetry made up of nonsensical sounds I like." "I see," said Smith. Now came the moment to try her power over him, she thought. So she suddenly urged up her horse, and shouting something unintelligible and wild, galloped down a clear way. Smith did not follow. Her action took him by surprise. He started and pulled his horse up sharp as her cry echoed against the surrounding rocks. But no Venusberg opened in the dark ravine, no troupe of supernatural beings danced before him in the gloomy and forsaken forest. His horse was on edge. It wished to dash after the mare along the ravine. He himself wished to turn and race back to the house. He suddenly felt miserable, wet and lonely. He had been led out into this wilderness by a sprite which intended to destroy him, a sprite with the power to counterfeit at times Rosa Ingman. His horse turned and twisted under the rain until he all but lost his patience. "Curse you, panther!" he cried. "Curse you!" And the horse reared on to its hind legs. "I am not going down the forest, you brute," he muttered. "Curse that silly girl!" And the horse waltzed round and about, and round again. "I know you," said Smith. "You'd scrape me off your back under a bough, you merciless brute." Natalia galloped up again, crying, "Come on, Torvald Torvaldsson!" "Steady!" he shouted, "or we shall have a catastrophe." The horse swirled and turned, bucked and sprang, but at last he got it started on the way home, and they went back out on to the lake road into the driving rain. The panther's temper was up, and it shied and jibbed and racketed till Smith could barely hold it with the wet reins. "Go home," said Smith to Natalia. "This animal has got his spirits up. I shall keep him out in the forest." Natalia left him, and her tears in the rain ran down her cheeks together. With men the business in hand was always more important than a girl. Smith liked his horse better than her company. Smith turned again and went back into the forest down the road. "Ha!" he cried to his horse, "you big brute! When you are in a better temper we will go a ride together." But his own temper was up, and not on account of the horse, but irrationally, and they waltzed and pranced in the gloomy hall of trees as if they were riding in a ghostly tourney before an invisible Guinevere. At last he got the horse resentfully to acknowledge that it could not expect to throw him, angry though he was; and finding itself unable to crush him against the pillars of the trees, or dash his brains out under a low bough, it submitted to walking on the road stiffly and with jerks and spasms, until it saw that no amount of cunning could produce the slightest inattention in its rider. Old Panther," said Smith kindly, "you and I are back to front to day. This is no country for you and me, it goes to the head." And the animal recognized the master it knew and loved. "You ruddy nag," he exclaimed endearingly, using Bryce's comprehensive appellation for horseflesh. His horse, however, only accorded the fight gradually, in order not to lose its dignity, and Smith found all his attention necessary as he rode north along the forest way. They went along for some time between the ever narrowing rocks of the ravine, and after a while came to a ford, which Smith did not at first think fit to cross; but curiosity about the road beyond, and a desire to get out into the world once more, urged him to go over to the other side, and he entered the stream cautiously. It foamed up to the saddle girths and wetted his shins up to the knee, for it was swollen with rain and melted snow. The ravine now became so narrow that the road and stream ran parallel for some little distance, and the rocks, 30 feet overhead, closed to a grey streak of daylight. After a while it opened again, and not far ahead Smith could hear the roar of falling water. The trees cleared, and suddenly the stream fell away in a cataract 40 feet in height. The basin below the fall was a dismal sight, full of wreckage of trees and rocks brought down by an avalanche of mud and snow which had swept from the heights above. Rain drifted dismally past, the wind whined feebly in the wet trees, and little stones caked with dirty snow rolled all the while down the appalling bank of mud, as if the whole avalanche had only paused on its journey, and were rousing itself to turn and gather down the valley. The road was completely blocked, and since he could get no farther, he reined in his horse and sat contemplating the desolation. "Desolate, old boy," he said to his horse, and his mind went back to the deserted and desolate trenches. "Do you remember, old boy? Do you remember Bryce?" It seemed as if Bryce's ghost, on a fat bay horse, was beside him looking at the avalanche. He seemed to hear his voice say in lazy pleasure over the dismal sight, "Say, Angel, some tip, some ruddy rubbish tip," and the wind wailed a feeble echo on its cracked chords in the trees overhead. "Funny old Bryce," said Smith to himself, and the ghost as it faded away murmured, "What's wrong in loving, Angel?" as if that were what it had really come to say. Good old Bryce, thought Smith, he'd have sympathized. His horse jerked nervously at the bridle, because it felt that danger was about, but Smith kept it there and stared down upon the desolate scene, which, since the road was impassable, had become Land's End to him. Like all men, he hesitated to leave a place which awakened his sense of horror and catastrophe. It filled his heart with a longing for something hidden deep in nature, roused some memory perhaps of the back ages of man, or brought back homesickness for prehistoric days, when the ice crept down over Scandinavia, and dismal forests shrouded the cold countries of Atlantis and Europe in regions where the sea now roared. He lingered, patting his horse, then suddenly seized by a desire to flee away, he turned quickly back, as if he had suffered a revulsion of memory for those inhospitable times. He only knew he wished to be near a human habitation, to talk again with reasonable people, and assure himself that men had at least compromised with nature. In apprehension he plunged his stumbling horse through the ford, in apprehension urged it quickly through the dark ravine and the gloomy forest, and like a man pursued by an invisible enemy in the miserable rain, galloped along the shores of the lake. At the steep ascent he dismounted, and after resting his horse a few minutes, led it back under the trees, up the steep hill to the stable, thankful to be again near a house. End of chapter 13. Recorded by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 14 of The Death of Society, A Novel of Tomorrow, by Romer Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 14. He was late for lunch, but though the others had finished and old Ingman had gone, there was a great plate of roast pork for him and a jug of beer, and Hilda and Natalia waited upon him. He was cleaned and bathed, and full of new energy from his ride, and as he sat down felt he had fate in his hands. "Where is Rosa Ingman?" he said, as the Sultan might ask for the favourite. "She will not rise to day," said Hilda. "Shall I see her?" he asked, a little peremptorily. "If she wishes it," replied Hilda with dignity. Natalia said, to make them speak of something different, "Where did you ride when I left you?" "Oh," answered Smith grandly, "I went, as your fairies would say, Manimorso through the forest, over a ford and down to a waterfall, but there an avalanche cut off my way." "The road, then, is blocked," exclaimed Hilda. "We shall get nothing from Ortsäter to morrow. We get our eggs and butter that way." "Jan will come the top way," said Natalia, "or I will go for you and take this Torvald to carry the basket." Smith looked at Natalia and half shook his head in denial, and she dropped her eyes and said nothing more, because she understood he meant to be at the service of Rosa Ingman. "That is a lonely spot," Smith remarked, to cover up the silence, "down by that fall." "I hate it," cried Hilda. "I hate it." "Yes, Hilda hates it like an enemy," said Natalia. "But under the protection of Queen Hulda you no doubt like it," said Smith. "There can be no forest terrors for you under the shadow of that potent majesty." "You are making fun of me," she cried. "Not at all," he said, eating very fast. "I wish she would accept me as ambassador at her court." "Where from?" asked Natalia. "Let's say from Ruritania. That's where the handsome heroes come from." Even Hilda was induced to smile, but as she smiled she noticed Natalia's ring on Smith's little finger, and her heart stopped. What did it mean? What was this stranger? At all events, why did he not go away and take the unquiet out of the house, and the stare out of Rosa Ingman's eyes with him? Even Ebba spent so long cleaning his room that she neglected her other duties. She said to her sister in Norwegian, "This wears thy ring?" Natalia stared straight in her eyes and replied, "Yes, and I his watch. We are friends." "Friends!" exclaimed Hilda. "He has bewitched the house." "Yes, yes," cried Natalia, "and I am glad." "You are mad," said Hilda, and went away. "Hilda suspects me," Smith remarked when she had gone, "of being the devil in disguise." "And I too," said Natalia, "but I know you are. I do not suspect you, I am sure. Now, Torvald, as you are the devil, will you buy my soul?" "Why, certainly," he said. "There is always a ready market for souls in hell. But give the old devil a match first. The rain has damped all his brimstone." Natalia lit a pine branch in the fire and brought it to him, fragrant and smouldering, and he lit his cigarette at it. "Now," he said, "what is the bargain to be?" He thought he might as well talk this way as any other, until the interminable hours should pass, until the time when he could see Rosa Ingman again.
and at this minute the hours did seem most interminable, like a bad scene in a play which never comes to an end. "Why do you want to sell your soul?" he asked, as she hesitated. "Because it is no use to me," she said mournfully. "I'd better warn you. Bartered souls often fall due long before the body dies." "I know, I do not care," she answered, as if the matter were really serious. "Mine may fall due to day, for all I mind." "Well?" he asked, smiling. "What is it to be? Wings, or money, or a prince, or vain temporal power, as they say?" "I wish," she said, trembling a little, "to be the most wonderful writer of stories that ever lived." "Is that all?" he asked, and laughed. "That is one of the many things you can get without the devil if you wish hard enough, you silly child." "Can I?" "The daughter of Karl Ingman and Rosa Christensen ought to manage it. It is a secret a great many people don't know. There isn't any limit to what you can be, but the limit of your aspirations wishing power, that is." "You think so?" "Sure," he cried. "There is no limit but the power to will." "Have you ever written?" she asked. "Yes," he replied, and blushed. "I wrote bad plays when I was young, before the war." "And now?" "Well," he smiled, "I think there is more money in trade. There, you look unhappy. Found out I am mercenary after all." "You should write wonderful plays. Why didn't you?" "I am not Rosa Christensen's son, and didn't wish hard enough, perhaps." "You will write again?" she asked excitedly. "I hope not. I hope I am a plain, sane man now." "Oh!" she exclaimed. "Oh!" "I am content to live life and to create living men and women," he said, to try and lighten her disappointment, "and to earn money. You see, I am poor." "You look rich." He laughed. "Yes, I am awfully rich. I am a millionaire on the" he all but said love market, but changed it to "on the wrong side." "But you know I am a happy man because," he smiled, "like a spider, I am content with myself and have rather many resources within me." "Oh," said Natalia, "how very pleased with yourself you sound." "Conceited?" "Yes, very, very conceited. Please tell me how many poor girls' hearts you have broken." He laughed. "I am a Bluebeard, Natalia, with a cellar full of wives, all with their heads chopped off, still in the prime of beauty, and not a bit decayed, so that their relatives can recognize them." "You are stupid," she said. "Well, I'll own to that. Come, let's sit by the fire, and you shall tell me some of the exploits of the great Queen Hulda." They drew up their chairs to the cheerful log fire, and Smith settled himself down to continue waiting, but Natalia sat on the floor at his feet with her head against his knee. They neither of them spoke for a while, and then Natalia said timidly, "I should like to know about the wives in the cellar." "One was a Russian," said Smith good humouredly, "and she deserved her fate. She cheated me as only a Russian can. Her name was Vera Abramovitch. Abramovna, I suppose, over in her own country. She got me to London on false pretences, and ran off with a fat baron 10 minutes before I arrived at the hotel. She was very amusing, and used to call me the old horse. Then there was Jane and Lucette, who consoled me in Paris for the disillusionment in women I had through Jane." "Is that all?" cried Natalia, who felt again that she was hearing of reality, or life as it is called. "I am afraid not," said Smith. "There was Judith, a child like you, that I played the tragic comedy of parting forever with when I was 18. She married. Another, Laura, also married somebody else while I was fooling myself in the Tyrol, trying to pretend I had a platonic friendship for her. I never obeyed a woman's commands of that kind again. I was 20 then. And there was another, between whiles, that I pretended nothing with, not even love, as I did with Vera Abramovitch. I had a cynical side to my nature, you know, even then." "Do all men love a great many women?" asked Natalia. "I believe so," said Smith, and laughed. "You see, God hasn't created the woman yet who represents the whole of female perfection." He smiled. "Don't mistake me, Natalia, I am not a beast. I don't run after women solely as women." He began to stroke her head as he thought of all those past and bygone romances. "I should love only you," cried Natalia. "Only you, Torvald." "I hope not," he said kindly, "or you would only have me to offer myself." "So I must," she said, "love a great many people?" "Of course," he said, "as many as possible. Lord!" he cried, and threw back his head laughing. "When one's in love, one's inclined to believe that it is only love that makes the world go round. When one's out of love and dyspeptic, love seems the greatest blot on creation. Love everything, men, women, cats, dogs, houses, flowers, rain, sun. That's it," he said, and took his hand away from her head and scratched his own and yawned. "Love the bottle, or card sharping, if you can't love anything else." "How terrible!" she exclaimed. "I shall die. There, that is why I am not free. Because you say I must love, I feel I should try to. I have no heart of my own. I believe I only said I loved you because you told me I was to be brave and say what I thought." "Well, you did love me, didn't you?" he asked indulgently. I did," she cried. "Then, my dear," said Smith, "there's nothing to complain of." And they sat in silence for some while, each staring into the fire. To day he felt indulgent toward her, like an affectionate and elder brother, who is older by a war, and by long experience of work and love and failure and success. There was no contest between them, nothing but kindliness in his heart for her youth and inexperience, which he had no desire to teach. He thought now he would rather have brought her a doll from Paris than act as showman of life. But when she forced him to act showman, he nevertheless found it not altogether unpleasant. In a little while she began to speak again, and broke in upon his thoughts, which had gone away round Rosa Ingman. "When I stare at the fire," she said, "I feel we are not all dead. Inside we have fires, and the fire seems like me, and I like the fire, so I feel as if I were a little one burning on the hearth. I then feel sorry the pine wood is blazing. Queen Hulda makes her fires blaze round black rocks. They glow like bright coals, and clear as scarlet crystal, and you can see through them into hell, where the devils poke bad folk with toasting forks, and turn them on spits till they are roasted. When she takes the fire away, the rocks turn black and rough and cold, as if fire had never been near. If you wish to know how they act in heaven, you must look into a pool on a bright day, and there you will see people walking in a green paradise, with flowers on their heads and long embroidered dresses." "As they say in the old books," said Smith. "Yes," she replied, "exactly like that, and the old pictures." "But," she said, "Queen Hulda said that neither heaven nor hell were like that except to those who were not there. Once she made heaven come down into the forest, and it was a light that made everything vanish, and I sat there in the midst of it and saw nothing and felt nothing but that I was the light. And yet there was no light because there was nothing, yet I knew that it was heaven. She once took me walking upon hills where the sons of God walked, but there were no hills and nobody there, and still I knew I was among the sons of God on the hills of Paradise." "I understand," said Smith. "She showed you ineffable bliss. When do you have these adventures?" "In the forest, at night sometimes, sometimes any time. They seem real to me, and the people I do not understand unreal. She takes me all over the world. We go to China and the Arabian Nights. I could never tell you all the things we do." "I," said Smith, "have similar adventures, though you might not believe it, but mine are with persons of flesh and blood, and not with fantastical phantoms." "Are they?" cried Natalia, and sat away from him on the floor. "Are they?" she said again, and gazed into his face. "Yes," he said, thinking of Rosa Ingman, "they are," and looked straight into the girl's eyes. "That must be why you look so wise and quiet and proud," she murmured. "It must be," he said, smiling. "The world is not what people say it is, as we agreed, is it?" "And you," she cried, "you find it?" "A simple and beautiful place," he said quietly. The silence fell again, and he felt himself come very near to Rosa Ingman, and yet waited, with his body and soul at attention, as if he were about to receive the gift of sight. He thought, "I'd have lived the past day and night as best I could, but it has not been my life." He hoped when he came into his life again to find nothing to regret in this half state of waiting. He felt a little sick and a little tired, and Rosa Ingman went away from him like a half perceived idea. Was this age of hope never to come to an end? Perhaps the rest of his life was to consist of death-like hope. If it is fine to morrow, he thought, and things are as they are, I shall go away. What am I to her? I am playing the fool. My destiny is not worse than that of most men seeking for complete realization and never finding it. Perhaps as I have had glimpses of it before, and am now so near it, I shall have it before I die. If not now, another time. If not here, in another place. He fell into solemn thoughts and sighed. "Rosa, Rosa," he said to himself, "I could see creation with your help." And he stared for a long time into the fire, dreaming of what he imagined Rosa Ingman and himself could find together, and saw in the embers, as old Ingman would no doubt have said, a midnight sun's paradise. Suddenly he was aroused by Natalia, who had gone and come again without his noticing it. She called softly from half way down the stairs behind him, "Torvald, Rosa Ingman wishes to see you." "What?" he cried, and pain twisted his face. "Rosa Ingman wishes," she began to repeat. He sprang to his feet. His emotions nearly broke to tears, but hesitating a moment he regained himself, and in a burst of joy cried, "I am coming, I am coming," and the gates of heaven seemed to him to have burst open. End of chapter 14. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 15 of The Death of Society, A Novel of Tomorrow, by Romer Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 15. He ran up the stairs after Natalia, and followed her into a long room over the drawing room. He was out of breath, his heart was beating. He shut the door swiftly and silently, and his eyes searched round for Rosa Ingman. She was sitting up in a great bed with crimson curtains, wearing a cobalt blue silk coat embroidered all over with flowers. Her fair hair was tightly braided round her head as usual, and her eyes, blue as the skies of summer, seemed to Smith even at that long distance to see deep into his heart. He wished to run up to her and cast himself on his knees at the bedside, and pour out his love before her in a torrent of passionate words. But instead he had to walk quietly up to her and stand before her like a prisoner before a queen, guarded by Natalia and by Hilda, who rose from her embroidery at the window when he came in. He stood there beside the huge bed and looked proudly down at Rosa Ingman in the midst of it, with a gaudy bed cover embroidered with the history of David spread all around her. She put up her hand and said, "I am glad to see you. I have been wishing to see you all day." And Natalia told him what she said. "Not more than I her," he replied, and when Natalia repeated his words to Rosa Ingman, she smiled and said, "He must sit in that chair where I can see him." The two young women brought him an ancient painted armchair, and Rosa Ingman indicated that he should sit down, but he stood a moment longer because of the grandeur in his soul. At his leisure he seated himself, and Natalia sat on the end of the bed, but Hilda went back to her work. Not for one instant did he take his eyes off Rosa Ingman. "He is to tell me what he has done all day," she said, and Natalia told him that he was to talk about his ride in the forest. He said, "I went for a ride in the forest, and saw the palace of Queen Holda. My horse grew restive. I rode him down to a waterfall, and there saw the destruction an avalanche had caused. Then I rode back." What different words he would have used if he had been alone! In what terms he would have described the wildness of his horse, the grand gloom of the forest, and the desolation of the ravine! But Natalia was there, and his tongue was tied. She attempted to repeat his words, but Rosa Ingman forbade her with a raised hand. "Let him speak," she said. "He will find words soon." But he had nothing to say, and the three sat in silence until Hilda gathered up her embroidery and went away. "I shall go soon," said Natalia, "when I am sure she is not returning, and I will hide myself so that she will not come back. Then you can speak to her as you like." "If I had anything to say," he replied, "I should say it now, but my tongue is tied." He smiled. "She'll think me a fool, Natalia," but he only spoke out of convention and because he did not wish to hurt Natalia's feelings. "Oh no," she replied. "Rosa Ingman understands everything." "Why, Karin, he has thy ring," said her mother now. "Yes, we are friends," answered Natalia. "I am glad, Karin," her mother said, and smiled at her daughter as if the pleasure Natalia must feel gave her exquisite pleasure. To be happy was to be doubly happy in that house. But Smith, as he watched them, did not know whether it was not equally blessed to be sad, because the whole of Rosa Ingman's heart became a refuge. "He is a good man," she said, and Natalia said yes, as if she felt to the bottom of her soul that it was so. "He says you are good," said the girl to Smith, whereupon he cried, "I good? How can I be anything else if she says so? Why, I am in Paradise if she says so," and he laughed. "Rosa Ingman, Rosa Ingman, I believe you are the Queen of Heaven, Lady Mary Venus, Queen of Heaven, a new mythology, Natalia." "Yes," she replied, and went quietly out of the room. Rosa Ingman sighed. "She is gone, and now I am alone with you, and you love me. What is to befall?" And she sighed again. He himself felt as if life were suddenly cut across. Earth had a new meaning when he and Rosa Ingman were alone. The aspect of the room changed; it became ennobled, full of the romance which has filled the world with beauty. The shadows became mysterious, the colours of the crimson bed hangings, the blue jacket, the embroidered coverlet glorious, as if they were woven upon dreams and burnished with the light of heaven. Though there was no sunlight outside, the room glowed with the beauty of love, warm, soft, deep as a woody grove in late afternoon. He himself felt more handsome, and moved in attitudes of a prince, and carried in his heart the highest thoughts of love, as for some princess whose majesty and humanity and modest virtue filled the history of romance with tales of heroic suitors. He rose when Natalia had gone and went to the window. His heart beat too quickly to allow him to speak. Presently, with the aspect of a hero of old, he came and stood at the bottom of the bed, and sighing, said, "Rosa Christianson, I must speak. Though you can never understand my words, yet I must speak. Fate has given me the opportunity, and if I am fool enough not to take it, I may as well throw myself down the ravine." He paused as if to ask her permission to continue, and she, looking at him intently, replied, "You stand there as if you were from the old times. I feel a stirring within me as if I were reawakening. You call me Rosa Christianson, as if you knew me. I wonder who you are, and why you look straight at me as I look at myself." "You speak to me," answered the young man, whose whole being blazed with love, "as if you spoke to me myself. I feel in this room that I am awake, I, myself, the creature I alone know." "I think," Rosa Ingman said softly, raising both her hands a little way, "that you must have seen a great many things men do not often see. I think you see the world as I do, perhaps. I say so much, so often in tales, which Ingman and the rest do not understand. I am not clever. I cannot explain. I please them, they smile, but I think in their hearts they still say, as they said when I was a child, 'Simple Rosa.'" "I feel," cried Smith, directly she stopped speaking, "that whether you understand me or not, here I, my very self, can express my thoughts to you. Oh, Rosa Christianson, my heart is naked to you. Here, only here, when you look at me as you do I understand purity and virtue. Rosa, your purity, your loveliness, your beauty." He put out his hand toward her, but with a movement of her own she bade him wait, as she had something to say. "For many years," she began, "I have lived in this house. Not this house, but the house of Ingman. All that I have had he has given me. I gave him all I knew. Ingman and I have no debts. We have paid all we owed, debt by debt, to one another. Until now few have troubled themselves about me but Ingman and my children. I was the great man's wife. I was glad. There have been many things I wished for. I wished for 10 children. I wished men and women saw each other clearly instead of through a fog of right and wrong. I wished Ingman was a young man. But that did not make me unhappy, because the world is so full that I could not be without one thing or another. I never learnt the laws, but I see how things are. You stand there. You are only patient because you hear my voice. I know men. You love me. You cannot be very different from other men. Your love is not unearthly. You wish to come beside me. You are right. If you love me, you must wish to do so, because it is only time which has divided men and women, and love is the memory of before God took away Eve out of Adam." "Rosa, Rosa," cried Smith, "I feel innocent. Before God I feel innocent, as God knows it. God, God!" he exclaimed, "I use old names, but I am only answerable to you." "You cry," said Rosa Ingman, "as men sometimes cry when they see what they will never speak of. If I ask them afterwards why they cried, they say, 'We did not cry at all.' I suppose they are frightened of what they see. But I know what they see, and it makes me glad." She smiled at him, and he felt that he was in some ancient palace, that he had flown in by the casement like a bird, and was changed into a handsome prince by love magic. He smiled back, and his smile was so beautiful that she lowered her eyes and said, "I am a woman, and when God made men and women He gave some of His powers to you and some to me. Each woman is separate, but all men are one. When a woman dies, it is the end of a world. When a man dies, it is only a pitcher broken. That is what I say, but then I can say things which seem to make that false. All, I think, are true. No saying is quite true without the opposite. God separated truth when He separated men and women." She looked up again, and again he smiled. She looked down again, but to one side, and smoothed the coverlet with her hands. She said, "Sit down in that chair, it is nearer to me," and pointed to the chair he had left. He obeyed her, and when he was sat down she said, "If you could understand me, how glad I should be," and sighed, "But if you spoke Norwegian, how could I be sure you knew well enough what I meant?" She looked in his eyes, and as she looked she saw his face change as she had seen it change before. Only now, suddenly, a cloud, like a cloud on a sunny hill, passed across his face, leaving it brighter than before, and a wind blew over her whole body like a summer breeze over corn. "Rosa," he cried in a deep voice, and half raised himself from his chair. But her hands went up before her, stiff and beseeching, so that he had to clench his hands and sit down again. She shook her head slowly and said, tracing out the figure of David with her finger on the cover, "Once there was a poor girl who lived in a town. She slept in a cupboard with her 3 brothers and her sister. Her father and mother had their bed near the kitchen stove, and beside it was the cradle in which for 14 years there never failed to be a child. Nobody in the house asked the girl what she felt, or if she would rather not sleep in a kennel, into which the younger children were put when they were old enough. A sweep came to the house one day. He said to the girl, 'Why do you sleep in that hole, when I have a big bed at home in which I sleep by myself?' 'I do not know,' said the girl, and the sweep went away, but he came again soon and said, 'Will you be my wife? I am only a sweep, but I have a big bed, and I cannot sleep for thinking of you in that kennel.' So she said yes, and they were married. She kept the house, and bore him 2 children, and was a meek, obedient wife, and in time she paid by her conduct for the room in the bed. He was like other men, no better and no worse, and she was patient. One day, when she was in the pleasure gardens of the town, she met a man whose eyes looked straight at hers. Her 2 children were now at work, and she owed nothing to anybody, for she gave her husband work for his bread. As she looked at the man, she thought she awoke. He said, 'I know you. You are that part of me for which I have been looking.' And she replied, 'What you say is true, but I am married.' He said, 'That makes no difference. I love you, and not you and the sweep.' She was a simple woman, and one day did what he wished. There was, she considered, no reason against it. After that the man went away to sea, but she was happy, because she knew what love was, and she also saw the sweep in a better light. She asked herself why this was the case, and because she was simple, answered, 'I was too good. Now I am no longer honest, I am better.' She thought she spoke right. The man, however, who had loved her knew that God had wept away many tears over society, but that He had smiled upon these too. That is, perhaps, she said, and smiled, how Rosa Christiansen might feel." Smith listened to all she said, and when she had finished came and knelt by the side of the bed and said, "Rosa Christiansen, I have no idea what you have said word for word, but I feel quite as if you had nothing against me, as if I could stay with you forever and never trouble to speak, yet interchange thoughts with you. There is not a thought in my heart but love of you. You are all I desire, all I wish for, and all I hope for. In past times, Rosa, men have died for less than my desire. and if those unequivocal days were here again, I should be prepared to risk my life to obtain you. Ingman has but a slender chance to kill me. If he had greater, I should exert all my power to cheat him. We do not fight man to man." He threw his head backward and looked up into her face. She put both her hands on his head tenderly and gently. "There," she said, "I put both my hands on your head. You are like David. Here is the history of David," and with her left hand bade him look at the coverlet. He rose and sat down on the bed beside her. "David," she said. "Jonathan. There, Bathsheba, David." Without an instant more Smith clipped her in his arms. "You mean," he cried, "you love me?" His time was not come yet. She turned her head away from his and spoke again. "I know," she said, "now that your arms are round me, how much you love me. I know that I am so free that if I put up my hand you would let me go." "I am proud," said Smith, "to hold you in my arms. Rosa, I have no doubts. I am single hearted and single minded. Your will is yours and mine." "I do not know," she answered herself, "why, without knowing what you say, I feel that you are a fair man. I am so glad that you are an honest man that I should like to sing, as the old folks say the stars sing. When I first saw you I knew that you were different from most men. You are honest to all. Other men are honest to those who are honest, yet not simple. Rosa, can you tell me, Rosa? Rosa Christianson, why am I so happy? Does time stop still and future cease when you are with me? Are you infinity, Rosa?" murmured Smith. "With you," continued Rosa Ingman, "I will be honest. You call me Rosa, Rosa Christianson. She will be honest through to the bottom of her heart." She put her head back against Smith's shoulder. Good women, when they are loved truly, wish to give. They wish to give many things you would never value perhaps, their time and their service and their wills, all they possess in the world. I know that if a woman offered you these things you would take them all, so as not to dishonour her, for presently you would give them back and use them sparingly. "You love me," she said, "and you love fearlessly and honestly. What shall I say? Am I to send you away? Am I to say remain, remain? Am I to say wait, perhaps to morrow, next year? I might as well say next life. How should I act if there were no such thing as society?" She turned her face to him and smiled. "I know," she said, "how I should act. Must I wait to do right until the death of society?" "The death of society!" exclaimed Smith, and took his arms away from her and rose. "The death of society! Am I to wait?" His exclamation was a cry of pain. "I owe nothing," said Rosa Ingman, "to either man or woman. My name, my husband's name, those belong to society. Is your love wicked when it springs straight from your heart? My gladness wicked, which springs fresh from mine? Who shall we hurt? I will not leave Ingman because he is an old man, nor my daughters because they are young. But if I give you a day of love, and again a day perhaps, whom shall I hurt?" She looked at him with a question in her eyes, her hands spread on the bed, asking for an answer. He drew in his breath fiercely and cried, "What are you asking? What are you asking?" and came close and looked in her eyes from where he stood by the bed. "My soul belongs to nobody. I, Rosa Christianson, am my own. My body is my soul's servant and friend, and by it I can completely know other souls as I know my own. I love you." She held up her arms. He came and knelt again and took her tenderly in his. "Oh, oh, my soul is mine and loves your soul," she cried, weeping. She put her arms round his neck and pressed her cheek to his. "So sweet," he murmured, "so sweet, such sweet tears." "The tone of your voice," she said, "is kind to me. You know kindness, you are gentle and good." "My love, I can hear your voice praising me, and I can talk to you in wildest hyperbole, and not even you can laugh at me." He laughed. "Your laugh is full of love. How many years since man or woman was so gentle with me? I am glad. I could sit here 1,000 years quietly, and tell you all the sad things in my life for the pleasure of being made happy, but I am too happy to remember anything sad." "Rosa, Rosa, you make the past come back to me. I feel as if it was all yours. Everything I have done and thought belongs to you." He saw everything that he had ever done. The whole past and all the people in it came round him, as they say life comes round a drowning man. His friends, his enemies, his acquaintances, an innumerable crowd pressed round him, begging, as they begged to every man and woman at some time, for understanding and admission into his happiness. "Understand for us," they seemed to ask him, even those whom no chance would ever bring near him again in life. "Think of us when you are in Paradise. We meant well, we meant well." At that moment he loved them all humanity, every living creature. His heart overflowed with love of the world. He felt: "Such as I am, I love you. I see, I know, I understand. When I come back I shall not forget you." He saw Rosa Ingman in the world, and the world in Rosa Ingman. She was the entire world, it in himself, all the entire world back to the beginning of creation. He saw how every man in his degree felt as he believed she did, certainly as he did; many a one only in his inner heart, under the heavy burden of existence. A few pressed close, urging him not to turn back from her, as if afraid that he might have some cowardice in his heart or some scruples that would close the door on themselves and him again. And then the past left him, receding behind some ambassador, some specially chosen envoy, more acceptable perhaps than themselves to Rosa Ingman, and Bryce's ghost came near him, and a lazy echo of his voice went through the room. "What's wrong in loving, Angel? Angel, what's wrong in loving?" He smiled, and holding Rosa Ingman closer, said: "You would have liked old Bryce. Do you know," he said, "what's wrong in loving, Angel? You would have liked that. I am Angel. Bryce, most of all the past was Rosa Ingman's." Smith felt glad, as if he had done something fine, and justified existence to at least one man. "Angel?" she asked. "Yes. That's a foolish name they gave me." "Angel, Angel," she repeated. "The sweet way you say it! It is a silly sentimental name." He leaned away from her a little and laughed, and she laughed. They were both beginning to be happy. He sat on the bed again and drew her closer. They were lavish of time, which was no wonder, since they had forgotten it. The idea occurred to him, but not as ending the immediate present. He said: "I suppose, Rosa, this will be short. I shall have to go away and leave you, perhaps for always, my soul's delight. But I cannot believe it, cannot believe that we are not in eternity. As I sit here with you and look over your dear head at that romantic quilt, I seem to see everything being renewed, all life made simple and more clear. Once or twice, let me talk, darling, though you cannot understand me, once or twice I have caught a clear glimpse of it before, and each time I saw my way better than before, as if for a minute I had a map of creation spread before me, with human nature well defined. I should like to know everything you ever said and ever thought. Even sitting here, with your wonderful face close to mine, I seem to be so much more able to see and think, as if the world was made clear to our four eyes." He stared in front of him a little while with blank eyes, and then suddenly he kissed her. He kissed her a long time, and as he did so felt her whole self and his, her whole mind and his, flare up in one high flame of love, like the first signal of the aurora, or the first flash of lightning, the first darting flame of a consuming fire. He fell away from her back into his chair, in order to look at her one moment, to compare her now and before he kissed her, to be able to compare her again, so as to hold all aspects of her in his heart. As they sat staring at one another, as if each saw for the first time a city of blazing gems, a cataract of liquid light, or some other new and wonderful spectacle, the door opened and Ingman came in. The room was nearly dark, but that was nothing to the lovers, who saw sufficiently well in the half light to see heaven. Ingman brought in a lamp, and its light threw the room into darkness which had not been there before. He stood at the door with the lamp in his hand, an old baggy figure of a philosopher, with his wild hair and thick features brightly illuminated, his feet lost in the deep shadows. "Well, well," he said in German, "so they are talking together in the dark?" Smith turned his head when Ingman spoke, and Ingman said in English: "And so, young man, you do not know the proverb, 'A poor lover seeks the darkness'?" "No," replied the young man, to his own surprise, with complete self possession. "I am a good enough lover not to notice it." "You should have replied," said the old man, advancing to the bed, "'Without a light there is no darkness.'
And now, Rosa," he went on, turning to his wife, "I am come to take thy swain to supper. Has he sang thee the whole song of Solomon?" "I love him," replied Rosa Ingman, "very much." "Well, well," said Ingman to Smith, "fate is not handsome as an old man with a lamp, and destiny not heroic as a Norwegian supper." He smiled, but whether complacently or maliciously Smith could not tell. "Worse fates and worse destinies abound," replied Smith. The old man looked at him narrowly. "Now," he said, "bid thy young man good night, Rosa. Kiss your woman. Kiss her, young man. Take opportunity in both hands. It may not happen again." Smith went up to Rosa and took her hands in his and kissed her. "If it is fine," said Rosa Ingman, "I will take you to Wolfzeter to morrow." "Wolfzeter?" replied Smith. "If it is fine," said Ingman. "If it is fine, young man." "And if it is wet?" asked Smith, with Rosa's hand still in his. "Then you must blame the gods," answered the old man. "Now, my pearl of price, liberate thy captive. Come, young man, we will go to supper, and afterwards we will take life and discuss it, and see who is going to be the fool." With that he turned and went out of the room, and with many lookings backwards Smith followed him out of the room. End of chapter 15. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 16 of The Death of Society, a Novel of Tomorrow by Romer Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 16. Nobody spoke at supper but old Ingman. Smith's thoughts were filled entirely with the image of Rosa Ingman. Hilda was silent and offended, and Natalia had nothing to do but to look at Smith and ask herself 1,000 questions. She had never seen a lover at close quarters, although Axel had been in the house. Axel represented nothing to her but a fast lieutenant who hoped to marry a good dowry. Her interest in Smith as a lover was greater than her interest in her love for him. She was long ago used not to cry for what she could not have. And so, said old Ingman, the bees see the universe in the nuptial flight and work, and to the bees are no doubt men, man but another force of nature like the wind. "No doubt," answered Smith. "And you and I forget that tragedy is an unfinished comedy, and comedy a merry episode beginning with the creation." Smith laughed. "I'd like to see people die and go out in a box drawn by black horses, the devil's chariot. I say, I am glad the devil is not dead yet. He takes the box to God's house for a blessing, and there the earth swallows it, the grass grows, and nature has the laugh of both God and the devil." "But," said Smith, smiling, "when man is brave enough to seize the sublime, he becomes eternal and laughs in God's face." "You are right," replied the old man. "But God has made half of us blind and the rest cowards, and we discredit the brave man by calling him inspired, or giving the praise or blame to his instincts, so the devil has the laugh over man, in whom God's caution made the seed of the tree of knowledge to bear fruit against eternity, which is said to be extremely long." Natalia laughed. "You laugh, my child," said Ingman, "but it is the finest point in philosophy, who shall laugh last, and the last laugher laughs eternally. When the fruit is ripe, then the devil will laugh at God, whose employees are part sharers in the Godhead. But will the earth grow cold before the harvest?" He ate violently at his salt fish, and drank violently of his white wine. "This young man here," he said when he had finished, "thinks bliss a commodity well within his reach. Take a lesson from him, Natalia. It is a complaint which young men often suffer from, but they mishandle the goods, and when they have spoiled them curse life, which remains equally obliging all the same. Remember," he said, and shook his finger at her, "that sorrow is tears sprung from within, and that disappointed old age is eyesight ruined with useless weeping." "To what end," thought Smith, "is the old fellow delivering himself of axioms?" After supper the old man took him again into the library, where, as before, schnapps, fruit, wine, and wafers were set upon the table by the stove. Again Ingman poured him out a glass of spirits, and they sat down as if to continue the conversation of the night before. "You find it difficult," said the old fellow, after he had sipped his schnapps, To credit as I do that we have not sat here for a great many years, and that life consists of anything more than schnapps and talk, and the image of the woman you carry in your heart. I recollect when I was in Weimar I fell in love with a married woman. Perhaps as the world saw it, I was never so in love. What the world did not see was the vista that my passion opened to me. The husband was a dragoon by nature, and he beat her. She was a silly woman in all respects but one. She cheated her husband with the skill of a conjurer. When I held her in my arms I saw a world which to her would have been inconceivable. I found it necessary to speak to her of suicide. I declared I should hang myself. I got her by the violence of my threats. Her understanding was so obtuse that melodrama alone appealed to it. I went to the trouble of buying a length of rope. I learnt her husband beat her with a rope. Rope meant determination to her mind, and certainty. I made a noose in it before her eyes, and in coarse terms told her that that alone was my alternative. In public she was a pretty social wretch, but nevertheless she was the doors of heaven to me as long as I was in Weimar. In particular she led me to a high hill crowned with a wood, from whence I saw repeatedly the same magnificent sunrise. In that wood I found myself in a world where a young man spoke to me in the glowing language of the eclogues of Virgil, and the extraordinary result of my amour was that I almost determined to become a rustic, and engage in farming purely to see those homely sights which Virgil interwove with poetic vision. It was, however, my fate to return to Stuttgart, and time has led me into the position of the dragoon. Rosa has, however, no skill to cheat me, and I imagine sees no necessity for it. Yesterday I felt that I was secure, to day I see that I was wrong. Now I find myself in a peculiar condition of mind. Apart from my study of philosophy, which you might think sufficient cause, and my long experience of humanity, which in spite of science has not become a cinder for me, I find myself in two minds. In one, I am unable to show any lively resentment against your attitude toward my wife. By the rules of society I am despicable. Perhaps I have seen too much to set myself in a fever even over the end of the world. As it is, I am interested, young man, in the figure which such a simple thing as the weather will make you cut to morrow. On Saturday, that is the next day, I shall send you away." Smith laughed. He knew there was a barograph standing on the desk in the window. Instead of answering the old man, he got up and went to look at it. "The glass is rising," he said. "I like you," cried old Ingman. "I like you. You are a young man after my own heart. Why don't you marry one of my daughters?" "Nothing would please me more under other circumstances," replied Smith, and came back and sat down again. "But I am not an Oedipus." "What are women?" said Ingman. "What but a number of books on the same subject, each one of which enlightens us according to our own reading capacities? Their practical uses are two, one of which was well defined by Napoleon, the other is to wash and cook, which as a rule they do badly." "Yet," said Smith, "in the Arabian Nights, where they neither wash nor cook, except to delight their lords, they were not only the earthly paradise of men, but their oracle and refuge." "Bah! God has engaged all lovers as counsel for the defence," old Ingman laughed. "But you are right. That book is a mountainous ode in praise of our wives and mistresses, and a complete exhibition of the futility of men. Ah!" he cried, "I love the human race, young man, and its wicked ways. Praise God again for the devil. The devil's the soul of good humour. In Rosa, young man, there is a quiet jollity, and I never heard her say a word which does not belong to common men and women. You have never heard her speak, and never will. For you she means only dreams, dreams. She is not one of your high souled angels, she is flesh and blood. But even I, in my highest mathematical moments, never approached her for purity of thought and for clearness of intellect. What I can express philosophically, she says more clearly in common words. Sometimes she is so clear that I cannot understand her. The things which Rosa says have the ancient quality of traditional poems. Sometimes in the night I believe she is as old as Eve. She would no doubt have accommodated herself cheerfully to the ejection from Eden." "I believe she would," replied Smith, and the image of Rosa Ingman glowed in his mind, clothed in all the poetry of the world. "I have," went on the old man, "in my day seen the whole of Europe at work, at war, in the theatre, in the bedchamber. There is no event of life at which I have not assisted. Few sins, those only of the grossest sort, which I have not committed. Few joys I have not tasted. Nevertheless, I have found the apex of my happiness since I became a recluse, a married man, and the most serious event of my life, with the exception of death, seems to be about to occur. What is my sagacity, my sanity worth? If it will not now save me from considerable pain and humiliation, nothing. It is not your fault in the first place that you love Rosa. That she loves you, I am, alas, aware. My unhappiness begins and ends with the necessity to acknowledge that I do not represent the whole of humanity for her. My unhappiness entirely consists in the sorrow caused by a deficiency in my own character. I met in Vienna a man who was consistently unfaithful to his wife, whom he loved. I asked her, 'Madame, how do you tolerate the irregularities of your husband so complacently?' I was paying her my addresses at the time. She remarked, 'As they do me no harm and are very amusing, I have nothing to complain of.' And on another occasion she enlightened me by saying, 'I love my husband and not the man he is not.' I have seen her husband and his mistress at dinner with her when I made the fourth party. Their manners were so perfect, natural, gay, intelligent, that I was charmed. For a time I thought that this was the only desirable way to conduct a household, especially as there was no restriction on my behaviour but the inclinations of the wife. Monogamy is certainly unnatural to the human race. I have always professed rational opinions concerning the relationship of the sexes. They should be founded on freedom. I believe in the good sense of fools. Give a fool a gun, and in time he will learn not to shoot his neighbours. The enemy of happiness has been the priest and the lawyer. Both will soon follow the medicine man to the grave. But," cried old Ingman, rousing himself, "though in one mind I cannot resent your attitude save by the imposition on myself of a resentment I do not feel, in another I am tormented with jealousy. Ah, jealousy! I have suffered tortures from it, sometimes against the husbands of my idols, sometimes against their children, their occupation, my rivals. Upon one occasion I determined to shoot myself. A beauty with whom I had taken the usual course of passion preferred a prince of some small house. I had no redress, an operatic guard was ready to throw me into a pasteboard jail if I accused his highness of immoral conduct. When I felt the barrel of the revolver against my temples, I asked myself whether I would not find a worser hell in death. I put the weapon away, but not until I had suffered the torture of shooting myself 1,000 times in my imagination, besides the torture of a foolishness which you will hardly credit. Tears, oaths, curses, blows, vows, were part of the accoutrement of my delirium. Now, after a respite, fate asks me if I am still the same fool. I have found the amazing part of life its simplicity. Before I married it appeared to me extremely complex. I knew a man in Frankfort with 7 sons, each, he told me, more disreputable than the last, of whom one was an imbecile, one a drunkard, one the youngest a poet. I commiserated with him. I suggested that he must find life extremely involved. "Why?" he asked me. "My sons are what I have said. I know it. The rest is simple. Only those who cheat themselves find life intricate." I did not believe him until long after my marriage. Rosa has been my best schoolmaster. Smith nodded his head over his pipe. He had no desire to talk, but he had no objection to the old man's reminiscences. He was able meanwhile to entertain dreams such as he had rarely suspected before, in all of which Rosa Ingman figured. "I was at one time in Rome," continued Ingman, "with a certain Prince Emmanuel di Paradiso. He was poor, but a philosopher, poor, that is, for his rank. He had about 40,000 lire a year. His palace was let to Americans, and he himself lived in a small house near the Pincian, very beautifully appointed. He had no regrets. 'What I have done,' he said, 'I have done with the beautiful. It is the only resort of a poor man with the tastes of a Medici. My actions may have been futile, but they have been epicurean.' He poisoned himself when he was 54 because he was threatened with cancer of the stomach. His life was as clear cut as a cameo, his passions clean and fine.
He dressed well and wore very highly polished boots. When he found Rosa invulnerable he became her friend. He learnt Norwegian to please her, and called her Monna Fiora della Via Appia, because he assured her she was an escaped Vestal, and should have been walled up there. He caused a portrait of her to be painted with blue anemones upon her head, with which I heard he was buried. It was from him I first learnt to regard life as a comedy, young man, great with the tragedy of the North, of which tragedy I had always been too fully conscious, supposing myself its sole butt. Having settled tragedy in the womb of comedy, I was haunted only by the shadow of its memory, which has come back to me to day. The old man fell silent, and Smith looked at him and saw that he was suffering. Ingman sighed and drew his breath in strongly, but he sat there limp, as if his mind rather than his body was combating the shadows that had fallen upon him. After a little while he spoke again, as a man speaks on his death bed, when he has a great many thoughts to ease himself of before the silence falls. "Ah," he cried, "ah, young man, youth, youth! If I were not an old man you should not sit there listening to me, but we should fight, fight with our hands, until one of us should acknowledge by his fall the other to be the victor. I must bear my part. I must acknowledge that I am old. Now the dream of youth has gone, and belongs to other men, not to me." The tears ran down his cheeks, but tears of passion, not of feebleness. "Ach!" he said, "you see me weep. You see me sit maudlin by my fireside, regretting past glories. So shall you do. Soon time shall fly out of my hands, and I shall be dead. What then? The dark? Or shall God say, 'You miserable sinner, you prisoner of youth, where is the price I asked for my daughter I gave you to wife? Pay it in hell.' Yes, I am old, I must acknowledge it. At Rosa's age I had not awakened from birth, I was only half awakened at Rosa's age. Shall I grudge her the years of her life, or coop her up, a prisoner, until I die? Bah!" He stood up. "I have nothing more to offer her. Shall she be King David's warming pan?" He poured himself out another glass of spirits and walked the length of the room and back, then poured out and drank another glass, and yet another. He looked at Smith maliciously again and spoke. "I could send you away. I could send you away. Shall I be so feeble? I have the power of a weak man." He turned from Smith, who all the time watched him with the profound admiration he felt for all those who faced life and were not afraid of it. The old man continued to speak more and more as if to himself, as the dying do toward the close when they see the impossibility of telling all to those around them who are perhaps unable to listen. "She is my daughter," he said, "my daughter, the delight of my old age. Yes, yes, her children are my grandchildren, their father the man I was. She is a widowed daughter in my house." He recovered himself, sat down, drank a further glass in brooding silence, and then again addressed Smith. "Well, well," he said, "young man, what is it to be?" "The devil! Why did you choose her? There are 2,000,000 women at waste in your own country. That is the devil's trick. He is the slyest and most perverse animal in the universe." He drank again, and Smith saw the spirit was overcoming him. "The devil!" he repeated. "What can an old man do against God and the devil? I slew you, young man, in the forefront of battle. You have come back. Uriah has come back. Have your revenge, if the weather be fine, if the weather be fine," he muttered. After which conclusion he became silent, and began to stare into space, but not for long. Soon his head sank upon his breast, and he fell to snoring loudly in sleep. End of Chapter 16. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 17 of The Death of Society, A Novel of Tomorrow, by Romer Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 17. Directly he had assured himself that the old man was asleep, Smith rose and went quietly out of the room. He did not wish to retire to rest, indeed he could not have slept, for a glorious madness and a wild excitement urged him rather to go out into some place apart and dance and sing and shout under the stars. He made his way to the front door, opened it, and looked at the night. Rain no longer fell, and beyond thin shifting clouds
The stars shone clear in the dark sky. Stealthily, like a departing lover, he slipped out of the house and laughed softly. The moon was not yet up, the forest stood around him black and impassable, a cloud of hell black ghosts come to watch the poetical ravings of their earthly days, no doubt to laugh with soundless laughter and whisper as the wind passed by, "Such fools were we, such fools were we." But Smith was a stately man, and neither danced nor sang to Orpheus' ghostly lyre, though the song he heard would have drawn 1,000 Eurydices from the pit. He sighed, and walked about the alleyways, and saw neither stars nor trees nor mountains. Presently he came to the pavilion, which reflected the bright stars in its windows. It was no longer a wooden summer house, but an ebony palace, with doors of sapphire and diamond, set under a tent sown with multicolored jewels and guarded by the dark hosts of night. The young man opened one of the jeweled doors, entered, and having thrown himself down upon a divan covered with cushions, gave himself over entirely to those passionate thoughts which absence alone brings to love. Rosa loved him. Rosa Christiansen loved him. He believed the incredible. Out of the incredible came the impossible, and he was transformed into two instead of one, into a whole instead of a part. Life began in a new world of unheard of beauty, where there was no sequence and no time, divided from the world round about by the blue sky of his will, which, like an immeasurable sphere of glass, hung in the middle of creation. Here were practised all those principles admired by human beings as idealistic, and out of the range of common possibility. "I will" and "thou shalt" went up in one burnt offering to Truth, upon an altar in a grove of cedars. Yet Rosa and himself protested, as the blue smoke rose high above the mountains, "My lord, my liege lady," until they were tired of futile attempts to prove the half greater than the whole. The felicitous argument came to an end, and the slaves of one another discovered that in those climes one and one do not make two, but infinity, and found that man by himself is only half God's image. He laughed. Ingman was dead, surely, and his daughters married. Rosa and himself, possessors of a paradise, disguised themselves as mortals and submitted to common life. How they glorified the ways of men, and what a thing they made of daily existence! He worked for her as men work, and they took pleasure in hard earned money, as if they owned neither golden skies nor stars of emeralds and rubies. Their conversation consisted of a complete harmony of wit and intimacy, which excluded no topic and no emotion, no sublimity and no vulgarity, no rarity and no commonplace. Their thought was democratic, and embraced as equal every thought and sensation of which wise men and fools are capable. Most glorious of all external conditions, they were able to communicate without words, and to give each other to understand by mere presence how cool and pure and sane their mutual love unalterably remained. His dreams broke, his divine fantasies melted away, and he found himself a man again. Yes, Rosa Ingman loved him, and for that certainty he would give 1,000,000 years of visions. He was a common man of flesh and blood, and felt glad that his feet were on the earth, his head not among the clouds. He was also a proud man. He had held Rosa Ingman in his arms and kissed her, and the recollection of it made him prouder. "Thank God," he thought, "I am brave," and he felt very strong and full of force. He had no doubt about his love for her, and not the slightest hesitation in his determination to identify himself with her if it were possible. He knew that he loved her as surely as he knew that he existed, and that by the mysterious laws of attraction he and she were most certainly united. This unity had the perfect symmetry of an arc. It stood above his life like a pure rainbow, and as yet it was only chimerical, with no more substance than a rainbow, with no less actuality. Indeed, Rosa Ingman loved him, and the joy she gave him coincided exactly with his pre knowledge of the ideal. He could ask nothing more of fate except to consummate that love. Man was a noble creature, man was God, but also beast. Unity of spirit was a lovely thing, but between men and women an incomplete completion. Men walked down here in the grass of the field and lived by the fruit of the earth, and being men, their godly ravings and ecstatic dreams were vaporous and foolish if they did not derive direct from human life, were mere madmen's wanderings and Cassandra cries, which nobody heeded. "Oh, Rosa!" he cried, and passion and the hot storms of desire swept over him. "Rosa, Rosa!" he cried again, and threw himself about and groaned deep in his heart. "I am only a man, Rosa, and an animal, Rosa. I'm proud of it. Oh God, Rosa, I am proud. I'll show you my pride and my strength and my beauty." He fell still again, and quietness and peace came over his soul, and simple gaiety took possession of his heart. "Yes, I am a man, thank God," he repeated, "and now I do not care for anything but to have you, Rosa." He laughed. "And I shall get you, by God I shall. After that I shall be able to live." He remembered old Ingman, and the very idea of the old man made him laugh again. Ingman was a dream of the past, a mere anachronism. Everything was an anachronism but himself and Rosa. The force of his passion shook him again, and he recognized that he was happy. All force was joyful, and though it might break to war and terror and cataclysm, in the onrush of its forward movement arising from the primal impulse of creation, he knew that force alone was good, alone pure, alone perfectly calm and sure. Without it there could be no stability and no instability, which are the same as knowledge and progress. He felt, I am what I am, and life seemed no longer a frail vanity under the shadow of wrath. His love became full of human tenderness, and he remembered Rosa Ingman's tears with delight. Her tears! He thought the very salt of her eyes a sweet concession of her weakness. Oh, wonderful! She had surrendered herself to him, she had given him her tears and sorrows, greater gifts than strength at any time, concession of the innermost. Such thoughts poured from his heart, and the recollection of the brief moments of association with her came back to him. He had stroked her dear head. He could remember how strong his hands felt upon the softness of her hair. He thought he was with her again, and that they knew one another very well, and were very familiar with each other's habits and failings. He seemed to have been kind and even forbearing, and her failings, if she had any, were unutterably dear to him. Again he offered her his will to the last extent of his power. Her will alone could send him voluntarily away, or make him turn his eyes from her, or cause his mouth to cease to utter his thoughts. She was all his. He owned her from beginning to end, and therefore no wish of hers that he could gratify must go unpreconceived by him. He felt ennobled in every limb and nerve and thought. If he failed, how kind she would be, and how she would hide his shame from himself, and pretend, until he recovered, that he was still the same strong man. As in women the human race has its continuance, so his hope and courage would have continuance in her, and no matter for how long he lost heart, she would hold his faith till he was able to take it again and become again the lawgiver, making laws for her according to her unexpressed desire, the despotic ruler of a world whose wishes alone inspired his commands. Rosa would cheat him into the belief that he was sole master of their fate, but he knew well enough that tyranny comes from the devil, and that himself, though lord of all creation, could not expect to hold his empire by the capricious will of his own ignorance. Presently he got up and thought he would go to bed, but he recollected that the family, supposing him to be in his room, would have locked up the house. What of that? The summer house was comfortable, and he had often slept on chairs and tables and floors before. He went and stood at the open window and looked out. He thought he had been asleep and had dreamt a great many things, things perhaps which would have no counterpart in life. He stroked his head and considered, and after a little while, as he found no solution of his thought, shut the window, turned and threw himself down again to sleep. As he lay still, waiting for sleep, his mind cleared, and entranced with joy he realized the truth. Whereas before nothing had been as fine as in the imagination, henceforth imagination was to be but the foreshadowing of a marvelous reality. End of chapter 17. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 18 of The Death of Society, A Novel of Tomorrow, by Romer Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 18. He awoke at dawn and lay long enjoying tender dreams until the sun was well above the horizon. Rosa Ingman, crowned with blue anemones, had inspired an Italian prince and an Italian painter, and that picture of her now rotted in the mold. Some day he would love her under blue Italian skies and crown her with flowers in the meadows of Lake Como or the Vallombrosa. He would dress her this way and that, and make her in fact a perpetual masterpiece to delight his eyes, a quiet and innocent image of a chaste woman. If it were possible, he would be so rich that no wind of adversity should ever come near her. The beauty of a woman had always seemed to him sufficient justification of her existence, but when beauty and fineness of soul were joined together as they were in Rosa Ingman, what then? Her beauty had him by the eyes, her goodness by the heart, and the rest of the world was out of date for him. He had seen her smile come and go like the sun in April. Like the sun. Yes, there it shone above the mountains. The day was fine, the sky clear, the treacherous clouds had not gathered again in the night. He threw himself to his feet. The weather befriended love. He opened the windows of the pavilion, and the cool fresh air streamed in. He was wild with delight, as when a boy he had been wild upon the first spring morning. He ran out into the wet garden, fragrant with the smell of pine wood, and looked up at the house. It was early yet, and the people in the house were still asleep. He wondered what the time might be. He had given his watch to Natalia. He would have liked to have awakened them all to enjoy the morning, and if he could, have run in and waked Rosa Ingman with fresh kisses, and called her his joy and his heart, and told her that it was a fine day. He wandered into the stable yard and found old Nils already there, of whom he contrived to learn that it was 5:30. He thought he would wander in the forest until breakfast time, and walked round by the path that led behind the house past the kitchen door. The kitchen door was open, and he looked in. The cook was lighting the stove, and Ebba and the other maid were washing themselves in a wash tub. They did not see him for a few minutes, and then Ebba looked up and laughed. "Oh, there is the Englishman!" she cried, and in their chemises and skirts as they were, the two girls came and stood in front of him, soaping their strong arms and laughing, and the woman who was cook joined them, but she looked stern, as if she were weary of the world. She wore a red handkerchief over her head and a green jacket over her embroidered blouse, and stood with her arms akimbo, as if she were used to domineering over men. "When you have finished laughing at me, Ebba," said Smith, laughing, "I'd like to beg a bit of bread and cheese." "Bread? Cheese?" he asked the cook in Norwegian. "If you will be so kind, ma'am," he went on in English. "Bread? Cheese?" mocked the girls, but the cook said, "They must have locked him out for kissing the young misses," and turning away, went into the larder to get an appetizing morsel for him. The girls teased him with language which they made bawdy because he did not understand it, and shrieked with laughter as they vied with one another in daring. Smith knew well enough how they were taunting him, and took great pleasure in replying to them at length, as he saw fit, in terms that Bryce would have approved of. The cook brought him some bread and ham, and the girls cried, "Kiss her, kiss her!" But Smith was well aware what they were saying, for human beings in similar circumstances always make the same remarks. He said, therefore, most solemnly in Norwegian, "I thank you, ma'am," in a manner which silenced the girls' laughter, and caused the cook to draw herself up, and with a wondering look in her eyes to reply, "You are very welcome, mister." She was a woman above incidents, with her own opinion of the world. Smith took his ham and bread and went out of the kitchen, and as he went he heard the girls titter. It pleased him. He was glad the girls were as they were, silly, foolish, bold young women, and happy enough not to be too nice. He walked along to Lange Herfoss, which sparkled in the morning sun like a stream of crystals. Rosa Christiansen hung it from the rock. The temptation to bathe in it was not to be overcome. High overhead the sky was perfect blue, the green trees swayed their soft branches in the breeze, and himself, hero of heroes, prince of all the princes, praised the fine morning of his kingdom, and stripped off his clothes until he was naked. He stood a moment, proud in his naked beauty, upon the edge of a gorge, and then climbed down to the stream. The water fell clear of the precipice into a deep hole that foamed and bubbled like a cauldron, and spilt over the edge away down the ravine in a clear running stream. He stood and watched it until his eyes grew dizzy and his ears deaf, and then sat down on a moss covered boulder and pitched little stones into the hole. "Ha!" he thought, "if I fell in there I should never come up again until the water had broken all my bones and wearied of me. Then Rosa would find me like a dead sheep in the stream." The spray from the fall splashed him, the wind blew softly upon him, the sun shone bright and warm. There seemed no necessity ever to wear clothes or to go back to civilization, or to engage in anything but hunting and wandering wild upon the mountains. All the complexities of modern civilization, towns, clothes, money, laws, machinery, were things of a former and a future time. He was here, in the in between state of a transmigrating soul, with the power, if he chose, to see his past and future existences, or, if he chose, to believe that he was eternally exempt from human toil. He was in the land of the departed. He laughed and thought, "I am mad. I am becoming a dreamer. I am beginning to imagine I own perfect liberty." He suddenly felt so happy that he stood up, as if to behold the climax of human existence, which seemed no longer a mystery, nor any strange, unconceivable fate, but only happiness, surety, and death of hope. It was impossible that he could ever know anything finer than the joy in his heart, which for a moment was absolute. If there had been anybody near to see, they would, perhaps, have declared afterwards that they had seen the Archangel Michael; for as men and women do at times, he shone from head to foot with divine beauty. He was unaware of his own transfiguration, and when the glory had left him, climbed nearer to the waterfall and washed his head in the icy water. In 5 minutes he was up the rocks and dressed again, and no sooner was he dressed than he ran up the zigzag path that led high above Rosendahl to the bare slopes above the trees. He ran until he was out of breath, then paused and gazed at the mountains across the valley. He could see Schneehatten clear in the distance above the barrier of the Dovrefjeld. Once he had stood at the foot of that white glittering peak, but now his imagination carried him to the top, and for an instant the world lay spread around him. In a second he was carried back again, and looking down into the valley could see Rosendahl far below, a tiny little house among the trees. A thin wisp of smoke clung to one of the minute chimneys, and a tiny courtyard stretched out at the back of the building. He could obliterate it all with one finger. In that little place dwelt Rosa Ingman. Was she really so small that she could find room to live a life under that pygmy roof? He felt, in contrast, a colossal god Odin, and picking up a stone 5 times the size of the whole house and garden, hurled it out over the trees. Alas, the stone grew less and less as it whirled downward through the air, until he could no longer see it. Yes, he could pitch rocks at Rosa Ingman, but long before they reached her she turned them into feathers. He must tell Natalia that. He put his hands in his pockets and smiled to himself. He was full of foolish fancies this morning. He walked on and took his bread and ham out of his pocket and ate it. It could not be later than 6:30. Up and up he went, and the path got narrower and steeper, and soon he was a giddy height above the valley. The path turned a corner, and he could now see Tageso and the hills and valleys to the north. If he got high enough, and the morning were not too bright, he might even see the sea. Beautiful flowers grew everywhere, but he did not notice them. He had the passion to ascend. Up and up he climbed for long enough, but when he had got high where the snow lay, he suddenly felt he must go down again swiftly at top speed, because, though there was glory on the mountains and the snow smelt intoxicating in the sunshine, his heart was not upon the heights but down in the valley. He must run down, he felt, and recover it, to stop the aching in his breast which he now knew had been there ever since Rosa had plucked out his heart a very long time ago. End of chapter 18. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 19 of The Death of Society, A Novel of Tomorrow, by Romer Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 19. Rosa Ingman was at breakfast, sitting as usual beside the Professor, with Natalia at her right hand and Hilda on the other side of the table; and as Smith flung himself into his chair opposite to her, with his back to the window, he smiled, and took care that his smile should have no superiority in it toward the others. Only modesty could please her. Old Ingman seemed very close to her this morning, an old Dovrefjeld of a barrier before Schneehatten; and yet, though close to Rosa Ingman, far from Rosa Christiansen, who was still a free woman. The old man said, "You read the barograph right last night, young man," to which Smith replied, "Yes, I see that I did." Ingman answered nothing, but a few moments later he went on: "And so the young Dante has been enacting his Divina Commedia up the mountains, and has cast down fragments of the Purgatorio into our garden." "I didn't know I did as well as that," laughed Smith. "Natalia saw you hurling the mountains down upon me," continued the old man, "but I survived." He took up his correspondence and looked through it again, then suddenly, as if he were in a temper, screwed it all together, and cried to Rosa Ingman: "Bah! Rosa, thou canst have all that to make thy stove blaze up in the cold of the evening." And turning fiercely to Smith, snapped: "This is your last day, young man. May the devil make you hell fire fodder." Smith laughed and looked at Rosa Ingman. She put out her left hand to her husband, who took it, and said, talking still to Smith: "Yes, yes, it is a very fine day, and Rosa will take you to her Wolfsæter." He drank down his coffee, and still holding his wife's hand, which he fondled, went on more calmly: "We are all Rosa's guests at Wolfsæter. She entertains the world there, you and I play our tricks before her like anybody else. At Wolfsæter she is the Empress of China, who is above relationship. Art thou not a celestial empress at Wolfsæter, Rosa?" Rosa Ingman smiled, and they all looked at her expecting her to speak. Ingman let go of her hand to give her the liberty, but though she seemed to have many thoughts in her mind, she said nothing. Ingman continued talking in the manner of a man upon the eve of a long separation, when his friend will soon be gone. "You may," he said, "believe that if the Vikings came down upon her there, she would go to the door and say, 'Come in, come in, I am glad so many men seek shelter here,' and instead of burning her, house and all, they would go in quietly and sit shamefaced until they had forgotten how to fight, and die at her feet, no doubt, from old age." As he finished speaking the old man rose, and Smith watched him endeavour to remain the experienced philosopher until he was out of the room. Would human weakness break him when he got alone in his library, or was human weakness impossible in this house? When he was departed, Smith felt that at any rate one barrier had been removed between himself and Rosa, but there were still two left, and he thought, in common with all impatient men, that only death or a heavenly miracle could take Hilda and Natalia out of the way. At this moment Rosa Ingman spoke, and he strained his ears to hear those words which were mere sounds to him. "Tell him," she said to Natalia, "that I have not forgotten my promise. At 11 o'clock I will go to Wolfsæter. He shall come with me and carry our lunch, and say everything he has to say, because, so Ingman tells me, he will be going away to morrow." "To lunch? The whole day?" he cried when Natalia told him, and though Rosa Ingman got up from the table and followed her husband out of the room, his impatience vanished. Hilda also departed, as if she could not bear to be longer than necessary in his presence, and now they were alone together, Natalia cried: "But you are going away to morrow!" and her face showed consternation. "Your father tells me I am," he replied, "but I can hardly believe it." He took out his pipe and lit it, and sat for some minutes smoking silently and staring at the opposite wall. At last Natalia repeated: "But you are going to leave us." "Don't let us think of it," he said, getting up and going over to the window, "if possible," and then gazed out of the window for some time with a sad, far away expression, and Natalia watched him without daring to speak. "I wish," he said after a while, "that I were a Frenchman, anything but an Englishman." "Why?" she asked in a frightened voice. "Then," he replied, "I would have no scruples, but could love two women simultaneously. I feel cowardly, Natalia, in your presence, as if I were not behaving as I ought. I fear I have not the wealth of passion to be a libertine. You know," he said, "I cannot love women lightly. I tried once in disgust, and was disgusted further. The other time I became enchanted in spite of the commercial basis, and had my good humour restored." He smiled. "I wish I were a European, for you are so charming that I regret my disability to do you any wrong. I love you, you know. I frankly wish to please you. I am allowed to talk freely at any rate, am I not?" "Yes, you may talk as you choose," she answered. "But you are going away to morrow, and I shall never see you again. Torvald, I do not care about anything else. I shall never care about anything again." Smith felt very sad, partly because his heart was filled with pain at the thought of going away, and partly because he hated to cause any one unhappiness. He came to the table again and sat down. "I must act as I can," he said, "and you must forgive me the rest. At any rate, you know, Natalia, I am always at your service. We can never pay all the debts we owe to people who love us. We must thank them, I try to assure myself, and hope to serve them, and let fate strike the balance. You mustn't imagine, Natashka, I don't value your love. No, indeed. I think I'm the one to be pitied, who can't accept such a wonderful thing." "If you had no better you would take it," she said bitterly. "Yes, I should," he answered, "and I feel very bad about it." "There, Torvald," she cried, "I have made you miserable." "I am miserable over my own inadequacy," he muttered. "Yes, I have made you ashamed, which I should not have done." "One has to be brave," he said, and fell silent again. "One's first obligations are toward oneself," he added, after a little, "though one may sometimes hate paying them." "That is so hard," she sighed. "I have no love for myself, and no friend." "Well," he said tenderly, "I thought I might hope to be your friend. You have been mine. We might write to one another and see what the years hold for us together. We have a lot of mutual feeling, surely, love and trust, and some day I may have learnt to have something worthy of you to offer you. I shall try to learn courage, but don't hope. Hope's a bad thing. Take life as it comes." "It is very sad, Torvald," she said, and hung her head to hide her wet eyes. "Yes, it is very sad," he repeated, "but we are not old, Natashka. Karin! Shall I be rash? Shall I make prophecies that no sane man would give ear to?" "Yes, Torvald, make prophecies." "Only upon one condition," he cried, "that you won't build upon them, and will never hope." "I promise," she said, and wiped her tears away. "Then I believe we have not done with one another." "You believe that?" Firmly he answered, and looked at her so earnestly, and with such a strong desire to impress her with the truth of what he said, that she answered, "Then I will be good and do as you say." "I am not trying to accommodate my conscience, you know," he went on, "by palavering and stuffing your head with nonsense. I see myself in a very bad light. One day I shall try to explain the whole thing to you." "And could you not now?" asked the girl. "No," he said, and sat back in his chair. "Because, my dear, I am experiencing something new to myself. I can't talk about it. Silence, and perhaps pity, are all I beg." "I shall do as you say," repeated Natalia. "Why, you make me glad when you talk to me." "I ought to, if there is any grace in love at all," replied Smith. "It is strange," continued Natalia, and came and sat down near him in a chair, "but we seem just now as if we had known each other a very long time." "We are old friends," he said, and smiled. "So I can say that when you smile like that I think you look very beautiful." "You may be so foolish," Smith replied, blushing, "and in return I shall say, when you sit staidly beside me like this, I think you are adorable." "And not when I behave wildly? Then you are enchanting." "Those do not sound like compliments." "No, they are the truth." "Well," said Natalia, and looked down sideways from him as Rosa Ingman did, "I shall not mind you going so much now I have felt quiet with you. I am sure now that I really feel the truth of what you have said about your friendship." Smith's eyes moistened with tears. His tenderness of heart overcame him. He held out his arms and said kindly, "Come and sit on my knee, Karin." "How kind you are, Torvald," she answered, and with perfect trust in every word he uttered, came and sat down on his knee. "Now," he said, "you know it is all true. And Natalia, if to day was over, if I saw my way, if it were commonplace and straightforward, I should beg you to be my wife. Dare I, in spite of everything, engage the future? You know, I feel I ought to, but I must tell you the truth. Rosa Christiansen stands between us." "If she knew she would go away," said Natalia, fingering his tie and looking bashfully down with her face aflame. "Yes," he replied, "she would, but unfortunately the strongest instincts in me would go with her. I cannot refuse to obey them, Karin. I am bound to myself to follow them." He looked at her hard, with a face as red as her own. "In consequence you and I must suffer." "Must we always?" she murmured. "A day? 10 years?" he asked. "What is the difference?" "Nothing." "Then I suppose," he went on, "we must suffer always." "That seems very foolish, Torvald," she said, and looked in his eyes. "Yes," he answered, "it does. And I don't know where the foolishness lies. Rosa Christiansen would clear up the matter." "Yes, certainly," said Natalia, "we could act upon what she said without any fear. But I am always like that. Not brave over my own ideas." "And I seem to be the same cut of coward," laughed Smith, but his laugh died quickly away, and they both sat without speaking for some time, thinking their own thoughts. "Well," said Natalia slowly after a while, "as you are going away, and I think I shall only be alive once, and I am not very important, can I say what is in my head?" "Why, yes," exclaimed Smith, returning from afar. "I shall be glad." "I think then," she said, "I should like this to happen. I am glad I can be quiet with you. I feel like your wife, so I can say anything. I am afraid. I am very much afraid of what is happening. I am afraid of Rosa Christiansen and you, and of what you may do. It is as if two people of a different time had come here, and were acting in a way I do not understand. Hilda is afraid too, but she does not say much, except that I am mad to defend you when she calls you wicked. I tell her they are not like us, and that is true. You are not like us. But now I feel that you really belong to my day, and have gone away. So I shall let you go altogether, and when you are not here I shall soon find out things I do not understand." "I think you are right," said Smith solemnly. "I think you must let me go away. When I am certain of myself I will tell you, and we will see what the world has to give us. I believe," he went on, "perhaps stupidly, that Rosa Christiansen will show us something neither of us suspect, because you and I are both ignorant people, and it may be the case that I am the only one of the two who can learn it entirely. I am not a mystic, Karin, I am only a man, only an animal. But I have felt that if it is possible to get sight one ought not to remain blind. My instinct has been to seize upon everything that will give me sight. I love Rosa Christiansen as I never yet imagined I could love a woman. I read of such things, but hearsay does not entirely convince one without experience. I love her as a man, Karin, which you shall understand some day, and as a human being, and as," he smiled, "an angel. I can't do with only fantasies, no dreams will suffice me." He paused a moment as if he were a little embarrassed, and then, taking her hands, asked, "My dear, I am not offending you? I am talking to you as I would talk to myself. This is the greatest event of my life, one which, I imagine, will make a better man of me. But I do not know, I do not know. All I know is that when I am with her I am sure of myself." "Yes, you change when you are with her," cried Natalia excitedly, as if she had made a great discovery. "I feel myself change, Natalia." "Torvald," she cried, "Torvald, I understand what you mean. It is quite clear to me now. I am not frightened any more. I see into your mind." "You do?" he asked, looking straight into her eyes. "Yes," she answered. "I believe you," he said, and suddenly cried fiercely, "Karin! Natashka!" and clasped her to him roughly and held her tightly in his arms. "I may not come back from Wolfsaeter." "Not come back?" she moaned. "I may go straight away, and if I don't come into the house with her, with Rosa Christiansen, lead my horse down to the board at the main road, or get Nils to do it, and put my heavy coat across the saddle. I may turn coward, Karin." "I will see to it," she replied. "Your horse shall be saddled ready." "Kiss me," he said, and they gave one another a long kiss. "It is difficult to understand," he murmured, "and difficult to think of leaving here. Hilda, your father, and most of all, you. I love you almost indispensably." "Not quite? Not quite?" she asked. "Don't be so cruel," he said. "I am inclined to be unable to resist anybody's wishes, but I must wait." "Wait until when?" "Oh," he said, "until I am sure, there's no other phrase for it, until I am certain of the death of society." He laughed a little bitterly and threw her off his knee. "I am the worst kind of fool," he added. "And I think, oh, what do I think?" wept Natalia, and went and leaned against the window. "I think we are both tragic fools," he said, "making up for a storm which will only turn into brilliant sunshine. I think we are human husband and wife watching fate play freaks with our destiny." "You think so, Torvald?" "I am fool enough to do so." "Then I am quite content," she murmured, and tried to dry her tears. They stood together at the window, which always seemed to be their refuge in bad moments, and presently Natalia looked at the watch Smith had given her, and said sweetly through her tears, "It is nearly 11 o'clock." His soul lit up with joy. "What?" he cried. "Nearly time to go? You are a great woman, Natalia." "Am I?" she asked. "Yes. God bless you," he answered. She felt very proud, and suddenly very much older, as if he had created a woman out of her childishness, but nevertheless her tears flowed again. "Now," he cried, moving over to the door, "I shall get out of this uncertainty, Natalia. I am going to learn the truth about the future." "From her?" said Natalia, and in spite of all they had said, the world seemed to slip away from her. "Yes," he answered a little dreamily, "from Rosa Christiansen." And the next minute he was gone. End of chapter 19. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 20 of The Death of Society, A Novel of Tomorrow, by Romer Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 20. When he came downstairs he found not only Rosa Ingman waiting in the hall, but her old husband. "What?" he thought. "Is the old man coming too?" Ingman knew exactly what thoughts his presence would arouse in the young man, and said accordingly: "You no doubt imagine the day is spoilt, and I am coming to act the cautious husband, but that is not the case." "I cannot imagine," replied Smith, "that you are capable of such a small action," but nevertheless he had imagined it. Ingman smiled. "You are," he said, "precisely the young man I should choose for a son in law for any but this, my widowed daughter." Smith shrugged his shoulders. "Where there is a choice," he replied, "I should be a fool not to take the best, and you would be the first to call me one." "You are quite right," answered the old man, "and when you have gone, do me the honour to say, 'Old Ingman is a philosopher.'" Smith laughed kindly. "Now take thy Rosa," Ingman went on, "and know that it is she alone who makes it possible for me to act as I do. My regret is that I shall lose you, for I never met a young man that I liked so much. I could have, young man, made your fortune, and given you Natalia with a cheerful heart. Your poverty be upon your own head." "I have no regrets at my unbusinesslike decision," replied Smith, and wished the old man would let them go. "Bah!" cried old Ingman suddenly, and with that one word turned and went back into his study. "Now we will go," said Rosa Ingman, who appeared sad and quiet. "Take my basket," and she handed Smith a large white basket in which was placed their luncheon. "A singular business," he muttered. "I think I cut rather a stupid figure, Rosa, in the eyes of the gods, don't you?" "You ask me something," she said. "You feel as I do, that life is curious and strange? We shall recover in the forest." "Whatever you say, I believe it," replied the young man, and when they were out in the sunshine he got back his good spirits. "Rosa," he cried, when they were well away from the house, "we are free." She sighed. "I hear," she said, "you feel glad. I am glad, but I caused Ingman pain, that makes me sigh. But his pain is not as great as yours would have been. Besides, I also wish to make you glad, and to show you Wolfsæter." She smiled, and Smith, with little caution for the basket, clasped her in his arms and kissed her. After that they walked on quietly. "Don't smile too often, Rosa, or I shall go crazy," he cried. But she smiled again, and gave him her hand as they went along, which made him laugh as men do when they are very much in love, and say, "Rosa, Rosa, I am beside myself." Presently they came out above the lake, which lay shining before them in the sun, and Smith cried, "What a morning! Rosa, by God, you know how life should be lived. God bless you for the sun. God bless you for yourself and me and the whole world." He felt quite foolish, and spoke like a man gone silly with joy, which indeed he was. "You don't realize, Rosa, perhaps," he said, "that I am now gone off to heaven, and this is heaven, and you are heaven's queen. You don't realize my delight, my love, that I am beside myself because this is the place. You don't know what place, you can't, because you don't understand me, but I am here. That is all I can say." "You are foolish," replied Rosa Ingman, "but I am very glad. I said to Ingman, if I do not go to Wolfzeter I shall think I have done wrong. I was not able to tell him why. I felt that I expected to come here with you, and when I do not do what I expect, I always feel I have done wrong. Many men have loved me, but you alone seem to belong to my life and I to yours. With others I was a woman among many. From me they did not ask more than they asked of the rest. The ballet girls and the poor waitresses with beautiful eyes gave them more than I could. Because they did not ask what I have, I gave them nothing, and they forgot me in the next café they went to. But perhaps what I have is not more than the others, perhaps I am too proud. They did not see with my eyes, however, as you do." "Oh, Rosa!" exclaimed Smith. "Oh, Rosa! I never supposed I could be so happy with any woman just walking by my side. Never stop walking, never stop talking." "I never heard a man so happy," said Rosa Ingman, and sighed again. "You sigh," he cried, and she understood him. "Yes," she replied, "I sigh. Many men I have met, when they saw me, men who came to see Ingman, thought, as I was young and, as they said, beautiful, that I was part of the visit, and that no man who thought well of himself should go away without seducing me. Many men say, 'I see a pretty woman, she must be mine.' But you, directly you came into the house, opened your eyes as if you had discovered something fine, and I could not tell you that you had found nothing. That is how you seduced me, because I saw love spring straight from your heart and not from custom. I sigh because so many men love from habit. I think I am the enemy of custom. There was an Italian man who loved me, but not more than he loved the ivory mirror and the books with gold covers on his shelves. So I remained a book with a gold cover, and told him that he was not rich enough to buy me. He said I was the muse of comedy. By that he seemed to mean that I saw what others did not see, and had a different kind of judgment. There was a Frenchman who said I was the muse of poetry, and the most superb fine poem that had ever been written; that the ardour and passion I raised in his soul were incomparable, divine. He used a great many words of that kind about me. There was a Russian who said nothing, but followed me about with his eyes, staring as if I were a ghost. He loved me because we were both animals. But only you love me because I am part of your life, and so I love you equally." "You can't imagine, Rosa, what fine things you are making me feel," cried Smith. "Why, the world seems clear when you speak to me. Life's glorious. I always fancy, but this time it is most certainly true, I never loved so much before. But by heaven, Rosa, I am shy. I confess it, shy," he cried, and he looked at Rosa with eyes that shone with love's shyness. Rosa blushed and smiled and looked down, and instantly Smith threw his arms around her and kissed her violently a number of times. He laughed. "It is glorious to be shy again. I feel 18," he cried, "and you are the first woman I ever kissed." And when he looked at her again, she was smiling the smile which only love brings. She said, "I thought I am old, but I see I was wrong." But when he wished to kiss her again, she pushed him away gently with the most beautiful actions in the world, and said, "Be good. We shall soon be at Wolfzeter." And he followed her along the path, murmuring the most impudent caresses he could think of. "To be mad, Rosa, it's life itself. Rosa, I am mad, crazy, I am clean crazy," he cried. "Aren't you afraid of a madman? Hi, Rosa, what do you think?" And continued in a worse strain. After an impudent peroration he went on gaily: "I am your lover, Rosa, as mad as a bee, my delight, my fairy, my shepherdess, my princess. If you could hear what I said just now and what I am going to say, you'd run away. They are not fit for anybody to hear. Delightful madmen's chatterings, children's talk, and wretched imps at that." He walked along behind her left shoulder and chattered into her ear, and made her shake her head with laughter, because she guessed he was talking as he should not, and it amused her. He went on talking right up to the door of the hut. It was an old place, with an old oak door washed grey by the weather. Nettles and thyme grew along the mossy pathway outside it, and a twisted hawthorn, only now coming into blossom, sheltered the steps. On the top step she turned and looked over her shoulder at him, and shook her finger, and the next minute put the key into the lock. "By God, I love you!" he cried. Directly the door was open he sprang up the steps after her, and taking the key out of her hands, locked the door on the inside and said, "Now you are my prisoner." He kissed her, but she made no response, and went through another door into a large square room, the only room in the hut. The ceiling was rough and open to the beams. The walls were covered with pale faded tapestries of old German weaving, where St. Ursula and the multitudinous virgins set out upon a sluggish river to suffer their glorious fate. The furniture consisted of painted wooden chairs and a table, and upon the floor were a great many fur mats. A long sofa and an old oak cupboard painted with tulips completed the decoration of the simple apartment. In the open hearth a fire was laid, and when Rosa Ingman had taken the basket from Smith and put it on the table, she lit the fire into a blaze. He stood and watched her all the time, turned quiet now they were indoors. When she had finished her duties, in which he did not help her because of the pleasure of watching her, she came to him and said softly, "I hope you like this place. I live here sometimes," and indicated it with her beautiful hands. "Rosa," said Smith solemnly, "this is the only place I care to know or see. The rest of the world has vanished." She went to the windows, which filled the whole southwestern side of the hut, opened them, and bade him come and stand beside her. "The lake," she said quietly. "You understand that? The lake." Smith came and put his arms round her, and cried with a long sob, "Rosa, Rosa!" His love seemed for the moment unendurable, and for the first time they looked close into each other's hearts, through eyes which had no other thing in view but the love they felt for one another. "Now," she said, after looking at his face as if to know minutely what it was like, "now," she repeated, and frowned as she fixed in her memory her visualization of his features, "now we will eat." And she left him, and taking a napkin out of the basket, spread it out on the table, set plates and glasses which she found in the chest, and prepared their luncheon. When everything was ready she made him come to the table, seated him in a great wooden armchair, and before she sat down served him with chicken and fine white wine. He watched her in amazement. His love multiplied its intensity every minute. She spoke, and pointing to the old tapestries said, "We are two ghosts. We belong to old times. We are Tristan and Isolde. We are princes and princesses." He looked around at the old pictures. "St. Ursula!" he cried. "She was an ugly girl, mistaken in her views, but perhaps charming. Let us change her legend into the story of Graciosa and Percinet. In the old times you would have sung me a song to your harp whilst I weaved tapestries." "Yes, weaved tapestries," he repeated, watching the motion of her hands. "When Ulysses grew old he had to admit the suitors were the better men." "Ulysses," she said, and sat down close to him. "No Ulysses will turn away my suitor." "Most grave and modest woman," he murmured. "Most grave, most modest, most fine, most sweet." He put his hand on hers. "I love you impossibly, Rosa Christiansen. Do you realize that this is a fact? Your love and mine in the present day world? Do you understand that we are alive, and today is the present, is, in fact, today?" "I understand when you say today. I think today I am young again." "Today," went on Smith, lingering upon a word they both understood, "is so wonderful, Rosa, that I don't believe there is anything to match it in the past or future. Rosa, this is perfection. To sit here quiet, alone with you. To know that I am no ghost, no, a mortal man in the world which everybody says is brutal and commercialized. I have little or no money, and yet fortune has given me more than I could dream to ask. Rosa, do you understand me? I am happy, although I know it can only last one day. One day." "One day," she repeated, and looked away at the 11,000 virgins, as if to ask what they thought of it. "Yes," continued Smith, "the bliss those virgins hoped for extended for ever and ever, but I wouldn't change it for mine. Mine will last for ever and ever too, Rosa, And when we are dead somebody will recollect us and say, 'They loved. The times were not so bad.' We ought," he smiled, "to throw ourselves into the lake to night. Then somebody will discover a new star in heaven." "Do you love me, Rosa Christensen? Love me? Will your modesty answer?" "You ask," she said, "do I love you?" She shook her head. "I feel," she continued, "as if all that I thought was right was true. I do not know if that is love. I do not feel as I always felt with other men, shamed by your foolishness. I have felt shamed when I did not wish to. I hide it because I think, perhaps, I am wrong. But my heart has been cut by the things men do. I will tell you," she went on. "A man loved a woman as I think you love me. They acted as lovers act, and each thought, 'Now I am really loved.' The woman said many things to the man, because she thought no finer love than his could ever be hers. So she said the finest things which she knew, which were simple, because I think love is simple. She sighed, and the man asked, 'Do you think I do not value what you have said?' 'I know you do,' she replied. But his question hurt her heart, because between them there ought to have been no necessity for it. She said nothing more, because she saw that there the grain of their hate lay, but she never spoke to him again after that fashion. She smiled. "I do not think," she said, "there is any hiding place for hate between us two." At last they began to eat the food, and when Smith drank he said, "I expect this is a love philtre brewed by you, Rosa," and held up the glass. She took it from him and put her lips to it. "It is charmed now," she murmured. "You will never forget me." He drank the whole off at a draught, and then threw the glass against the wall, where it struck the head of a Virgin and fell shattered in 1,000 pieces. "That is an old romantic fashion," he said. She smiled. "He does foolish things so naturally they do not seem stupid." "Where did you learn to smile, Rosa Christensen?" he said, and put his fingers on her lip. She took his hand and held it against her breast. He put his other hand on hers. "Your smile," he continued, "is so wonderful, Rosa, I could love you for it alone. It is enough to make hell happy and turn away the angels' eyes from God's face. Do you hate anybody? Are there any wicked people in your world? No, no, we all become good when we see you." He liberated his hands, rose, and knelt down by her. "Rosa," he said, "my secret life, my darling, my dear. Oh, Rosa, Rosa, you make me groan and moan like the most hopeless lover. Rosa, I am love sick. I have held away from you for 3 days. I am groaning now for the past. I daren't groan then, or I should have gone mad. I daren't hope, I daren't be frightened. Now I can glory in being both, because you will delight me by comforting each fear one by one. Rosa, I fear it is impossible. I fear you will never love me. I fear I shall never possess you. Here, my delight, my heart. Now I have scored off fate. I can indulge myself in the luxury of unnecessary anguish." He sighed and hid his face in her breast. He felt her delicate hands rest lightly on his shoulders. When he looked up in order to see her smile, he saw her face filled with horror. "What? What is the matter?" he cried, springing to his feet. "Rosa, my heart, my child, what is wrong?" He put his arms round her and drew her to his breast, but her head fell back, her eyes half closed, her mouth quivered as if in anguish. What?" he cried again. "Love, darling Rose." "Oh," she moaned, "oh." Then her head sank onto his breast and she hid herself in his arms. He picked her up and carried her to the window and sat down with her on his knee on the big divan. But for some time she only showed the most pitiable distress. At last she seemed to calm herself and spoke a few words very low and soft. "You cannot know," she said, "what is in my heart. The truth sometimes does not mean anything to me, though I say it. I know now," she went on, "that all I have said and all I have thought has been of you, of a man like you. Oh, my heart will break, my heart will break. I cannot bear the love I dreamed of. I knew you when I first saw you, but I did not understand, not clearly until now." "My dear, my love," murmured Smith, "there is nothing to be afraid of here, nothing to fear. My love, my dear. You and I are too perfectly made for one another to have any fear. No fear in the world, my sweet, my heart." She leant away from him. She put up her hands in all the beauty of suffering. "Oh, cruelty not to understand your words." He spread out his arms wide. "I am not your enemy."
You are free, though I shall have to pay the ransom, Rosa. I am not your enemy." She hid her face in her hands and sighed, and then quickly put one hand out and clutched his coat. He clapped his hands on hers. "Then you don't regret? You don't regret?" he cried ecstatically. "You don't wish me to leave you?" She looked up and with tears in her eyes smiled, though she had cried from her heart. He wished to draw her closer and kiss her fears away. He was entranced and wild with joy to have her weep and not be the cause. "I am bad," he said. "I am madly happy to have you cry." She sat upright on his knee as Natalia did, in the same position, but he did not think of Natalia, and he let her sit there at her will. Presently she became calm and began to speak again. "I think," she said, "that in love I must be braver than when I am sad. I was afraid that so much would come upon me that I should die. My heart fainted away. Rosa Christiansen is often afraid. Fear is her great enemy, but he has never before overcome her. I was afraid," she said, "because I saw that I was to learn something to which everything I have learnt before is nothing. Life is changing right over. It has changed before, but this is new and more. You have made me see right into the eye of God, and God's eye can see everything that the world does. I was a very poor girl and a poor woman because I was proud. I conquered fear with pride, now I am no longer proud. You have taken everything from me. I myself stand here, as the old books say, I shall at Judgment Day, and there is nothing I seem to possess. Nothing but this feeling of love which is between you and me, and which makes me love the whole world." "Rosa," replied Smith, "as you talk I feel my heart break. Rosa, who are you? What are you? Why are you breaking my heart? What am I? What am I becoming? Rosa, the past in which I thought I figured well comes and goes, never to return. The present is left, and I am here alone with nothing but your love, nothing but your voice, nothing but your body." And now in his turn the young man leaned back and gave himself up to sorrow. Rosa said no word, but put out a hand and touched him again. "We must be brave," she said. "We find we are nothing but a man and a woman." He sat up, he clasped her to him. "We are alone, Rosa. We can never live without one another, we can never part." "You are thinking," she said, "that we shall not be able to live without each other's help." "Oh," he said, "this wretched day, this secret sinning, as the world calls it. Rosa, you are mine indissolubly, not by accident or caprice. Mine, do you hear, do you understand? And I am yours." "My love," she said, "hold me close to you, hold me close." "My sweet," he answered, "what a sight we see together, you and I! What a world, with happiness hidden under heaps of dead leaves. Pigs snuffling for truffles. Hell to it! Come, hide yourself. My love, my unutterably dear. We have waited and lingered 3 days cheerfully like blind fools. My girl, my woman, my desire. Do you understand," he cried, "how we are situated, with fear around us, not touching us when we touch one another? Together here we go right back to the beginning, and we know God's end. We are man and woman, no more, Rosa. You understand me? Two, one. The marvel of the universe. Heaven within us, my darling. Hope and hell without. And your sanity is so perfect that here now we stand united in perfection. Rosa, my love, my heart." My dear," she replied. "Oh, my dear." And they fell deep into the depth of love. Time passed and they spoke again. "We cannot afford to sleep, time is too short. Speak to me," he said. Rosa opened her eyes and looked at him. She put her hands up and stroked his face. "Even if you go, you will never leave me," she said. "I shall now never be alone by myself in the world. I have always been alone before." Who would have thought a woman could be so beautiful? Your eyes, Rosa, have the soft brightness of evening stars. All poetical nonsense is true, all stupid extravagances are lovely. All of them, my soul, my heart. "Are you aware," he said, gathering her softly close to him, "are you aware, I ask? I am a fool. All I know you know, that we have seen everything. There is nothing more for us to see, no more sciences to discover, no more histories to read. We know everything profoundly as we lie in each other's arms. Ah, love, love! There is no other word. Love, love!
Your omniscient Adam, having regained Eve, sinks back into God's bosom silent." He smiled and then laughed. "But we may be gay and feel the pleasure of ourselves, my counterpart." Rosa was too far gone in bliss to reply, but she smiled so sweetly that he covered her face with kisses to gather the last ray of her smile into his heart, and as he kissed her, in spite of vows and contrary wishes, they fell softly asleep. End of Chapter 20. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 21 of The Death of Society, A Novel of Tomorrow, by Romer Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 21. When Smith awoke it was late afternoon. The sun was shining straight in at the window, and all the room glowed rosy and warm. He raised himself on his elbow and looked about him, and as he did so Rosa Ingman opened her eyes. He turned his head to her immediately, and they gazed at one another and smiled. "We are now in Paradise, Rosa," he said. "Paradise," she murmured. "We have come a long way." The plain virgins on the walls smiled beatifically in the afternoon sun. Surely they would strike up a harping, he thought, and indeed soft music did in his imagination begin to play. "My love," he said, and kissed Rosa Ingman softly. "I know what it means to be transported with joy, Rosa. My angel, my dove." She put her arms round his neck, and they entertained one another with peaceful amorous play, and said 1,000 foolish things upon the subject of each other's beauty. They felt that they were the only living people in the universe, of which they were lord and lady in joint right forever. The old story of the creation was the finest love story in the world, which began at the end instead of the beginning, and which they found themselves able to reverse into the proper order. "Those flaming swords at the gates of Eden were put there to frighten people, Rosa," he said. "God did not tell Adam and Eve that to die upon them was the secret of return to the garden, my love." "Oh," murmured Rosa, "the sun shines in as it shone in the old days before men and women obeyed laws." She stretched out her fingers and looked at the sun through them. "All the leopards and elephants and gazelles, monkeys, peacocks, sparrows, lions, and serpents live amicably here with man. Beyond the primeval forest is the primeval sea, my darling, and a vast unpeopled world. We have seen enough to make yesterday and tomorrow easier to bear. Rosa, what is dirt and poverty and death to you and me? What is pain, my heart?" He smiled. "Even the catastrophe of the Tower of Babel only divides us superficially." "Babel," she repeated, "when men all began to speak differently." "Tush! Go to!" cried Smith. "I don't care a fig for that. We will build a tower, Rosa, and at the top all languages shall be united in one kiss. When God differentiated the human race He forgot to differentiate animals. We have the secret of life there, and the key of heaven." They chattered on for an hour until they began to imagine that they understood one another's language. Calm, peace, blessedness surrounded them. Nothing was needed to make them happier in the state in which they then were. Their happiness was founded solely upon love, harmony, and mutual pleasure. No magic gave their tongues power to express truth, or their eyes the power to see it. Natural joy cleared their sight, simple consciousness freed their minds. They both felt, "We are not bound by anything, not by oaths nor vows to one another, we are quite free." They were, behind their joy, delighted at their own superb simplicity, and Rosa felt, "I was right. Simple Rosa is the best name. I am glad we came here together, and that he sees I am no longer mysterious, as the others say. People who live in a fashion of their own always seem mysterious." As if he read her thoughts, Smith said, "When first I saw you, Rosa, I thought you were mysterious, but I find it was only the distance between you and convention which made you seem so. Now I find you simple, my love, and in tune with the ordinary world. In tune with what lies in life, my love, unseen except by you and me. Men and women don't know how rich they are, Rosa. Rosa, my life, my delight, my courage, my faith, my hope. Ah, my soul!" And he took her passionately in his arms again. The sun went down behind the mountains, and as it sank she cried and started out of his arms. "Rosa, Rosa," he murmured, "these wild alarms!" She pushed his head away and made him see the sun. "Why, it is only the sunset," he said. But as he said it his heart leaped with fear, as when Eve and Adam heard God's voice among the trees in the cool of the evening. Rosa Ingman sat up, and by her gestures of despair and her voice he gathered that it was time to go. To go? To go where? Back to Rosendahl, to the cunning old professor, lovesick Natalia, offended Hilda. "Rosa," he cried, "it cannot possibly be true." "The day is over, the day is over," moaned Rosa, and taking her in his arms again he cried, "I cannot leave you, Rosa, I cannot leave you." And for a time they gave themselves up to complete despair. They were astounded, horrified, aghast, and clung to one another in silence. It was not possible that such a catastrophe could have befallen them. "Rosa," he cried again passionately, and groaned, "what is to become of me if you leave me? What shall I do? Throw myself into the sea? There is no possibility of leaving you. None, none, none. We are only at the beginning, the beginning." "Oh," she cried in reply, "I was happy, I was too happy. I believed I was dead, but I am still alive. I believed I was dead." "Dead!" he cried. He understood her. "Oh, my soul, my love, my love! I wish we were dead here together. Love ought to kill us, but men do not die of love, Rosa." For some time they kissed each other in silence, and their thoughts were wild and tormenting. At length she moved and sat away upon the edge of the couch, and rocked herself and moaned. Smith put out his hands to touch her, but she pushed them away. Therefore he sat back in his corner and watched her anguish helplessly, as a man watches the woman he loves die. Presently she rose and began to walk about the room, clasping her hands and weeping, and all the time he watched her, and neither of them spoke. She went to the window and stood there some time with her back to him, and he noticed the curve of her neck and shoulder, the beauty of her arms and hands against the light. At last she came and stood in front of him. Her eyes were quite calm, but full of what love and what assurance of love. She said, "I am quiet now. I thought, I can never live, then I thought I may die if I choose, and you would die with me. But then where would our love be? Rotten, in the bottom of the lake with the cold fishes. I said, I will live, but without you that seemed intolerable. Live, die, I said everything. But I thought, our suffering is a sign of love. I have his love, I will share his suffering. Your soul and mine are one, it can never be divided." "When you look at me like that," said Smith, "suffering is tolerable. Are you braver than I am, Rosa?" "Oh, my dear, you must not be braver than I am, or we shall thus be divided." He put out his hands. She took them and knelt down at his knees. "You are good," she said, "you meet my thoughts," and looked a long time into his eyes. "We can die." "Death?" she asked, bending her head and smiling faintly. "If you wish." "Death?" he said. He understood. "No, my sweet, my treasure, you and I are not such cowards." She put back her head and looked into his face again, and it seemed to him as if only now at last were they perfectly united. "Now," she said, "nothing is of any importance to me." "Nothing can come between us, no matter what our fate may be," said Smith, and they gave each other a solemn kiss. Then both got up and prepared to leave the hut together. They unlocked the door and stepped outside. "We are two new people," said Smith. "Rosa, you have changed me to the heart. You took everything away from me. You have made me fine, proud, noble, kind, and sure." They locked the door and went away along the path from the hut with slow feet. Smith was filled with godliness and grace of pride. He walked slowly because he felt that he was newly made divine, and that the world belonged to him as it had never done before, entirely, unequivocally. Now he could choose and hold a way in it, and turn off neither to the right hand nor to the left. Now he had courage to be his inner self, the one that had retired all these years behind his outward silent form. But the self that loved Rosa Ingman was an incomparable man, a man who had ceased to be a coward and had ceased to equivocate. He thought, "I shall have confidence now to do what I think right. Before, I did it against a great mass of opinion. I do not care for opinion any longer." And because what he thought seemed doubly the truth when he had expressed it to her, he said, Now I shall be able to do what I think right cheerfully, instead of doubtfully, in the face of everything." They came into the woods again, and stopped and looked at one another. "Rosa," he said, "I could spend all my life in love of you, if the exterior world matched my heart; but as that is impossible, I swear to you I will go away bravely. I will show you I am a brave man. I will not make your life difficult. I swear I will not do so. But if you decided to come with me I should take you bravely also, because you have taught me finely and for certain there is nothing to fear." "You look at me," she replied bravely. "I know that whatever I decide you will do. I love you. I love you entirely and completely. My heart is yours. If you asked me, I should leave my home. You do not ask me. We love one another too much to ask for each other's lives." "You accord your will to mine, Rosa, I mine to yours." He kissed her. "You have made me a strong man. I thought I should run away when we got near to the house, and disappear like a coward. I shall act as you wish." They walked on again very slowly, as if their feet could not obey their wills. "Now I shall put on a new Rosa," said Rosa Ingman presently, "like a new dress, and you will see me clothe that simple woman whose naked soul you loved with yours, in garments which I have made from your love. Then you will know I am yours, and leave me happy, because you will say, 'I clothed her, she is wrapped in my love.'" "My beautiful, my soul!" cried Smith softly. "To day is the thing I never dreamed of, but which I know now I knew would happen," she murmured. "To day," repeated Smith, who was beginning to accustom himself to catch familiar words. "To day, Rosa, I have been looking forever since I was born. The 'I' that comes into a man with his first consciousness of mind and never changes, is satisfied. I am satisfied to have lived in a world which the human race curses. I am going to live there again. I am going to work, and find my work difficult and perhaps irksome, my love. But I shall have experienced something that I thought I should spend all my life looking for. Nothing can make me unhappy for long, because I am sure now, quite sure, my heart, that life can be beautiful, and that nothing can destroy the beauty of life for those who see it. I am glad I am not a dreamer, Rosa. Dreams brush away. I have found reality. My old dreams are grey ghosts beside to day's reality. There is nothing but reality in my happiness to day, my darling. No hope, no future. It is here, now, the present, and I know it. I know it," he said in his poor German. "To day is beautiful, and I know it." He stood still as he said it. Rosa put her arms round his neck, and looking up into his face, let her love glow into a smile that made him feel more proud, more certain, more noble than before. Thus, with words of quiet resignation crowned by love, they came back to the house. When the house came in view, he stopped and said, "Am I to come in? In the house?" She nodded her head. "Yes, for you must see how I shall be when you have gone away." "It is scarcely possible, Rosa," he replied. "Kiss me, one last assurance." They kissed, but not long, for each felt the other slightly tremble, and knowing that they were not only gods but human beings, they drew apart before the catastrophe. "I am a man," said Smith. She understood. She said, "I am a woman." But they stood and looked at one another a long time before they had sufficient command over themselves to enter the house. "We are going back," she said, "into society." "Society," said Smith. "Yes, we must tolerate other people's blindness. We must respect it, Rosa. Respect fools, Rosa. That is right. You would say that. That is what you would say, Rosa Christiansen." He spoke quietly as they walked through the larchwood and up the steps of the house. "Rosa," he said as she was about to open the door, "we do not seem to be parting. We are setting out, my love, from heaven into new adventures." "I shall open the door now," she said, "and I will live my life, you yours. I feel that is right. But all the same our souls will never be divided." With that she opened the house door and they went in. End of chapter 21. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 22 of The Death of Society, A Novel of Tomorrow, by Romer Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 22. The candles were lit on the table, and supper was laid. The house was homely and warm. The fire burned cheerfully, and Ebba, the maid, in her bright clothes, was carrying in the dishes. Smith went upstairs into his room and washed and brushed himself, and when he came quietly downstairs again the whole family was seated at supper. He sat down in his usual place beside old Ingman, and at first nobody spoke. It seemed inconceivable that there should be any conversation at this supper. At last, however, Ingman turned to Smith and said slowly, "The human race is a mole, which at best sees dimly. In order to see, we must feel. Hence the body is superior to the intellect as an instructor of the soul. That is, perhaps, an old man's unromantic view." "I agree with you," replied Smith. "I absolutely agree with you." And his voice sounded strange in his ears now he used it for the first time again in the world. He looked at Rosa Ingman, and she returned his look with a calm smile. "But," continued the old man, "without the intellect would the body have any power to communicate with the soul and to establish a permanent experience?" Smith looked at Rosa Ingman again and laughed. He was glad to be able to show her that his bravery was, after all, not only fine talk. "You are arguing, sir," he cried to Ingman, "like Socrates, on three false hypotheses: soul, intellect, body." "I am," answered the old man. "I have none other to argue upon. But out of your extensive experience, can you suggest any hypothesis that cannot be suspected of falsity?" "I suggest," said Smith, "consciousness of consciousness. I mean the knowledge 'I am' that was born with consciousness, and the instincts arising out of it." "And how should you illustrate the instinct of your consciousness? Listen well, Natalia. Let your memory hold my weapons." "I will illustrate that instinct which has neither reason nor power of argument by the sensation of balance of satisfaction which my consciousness sometimes feels." "But," said the old man, "if your instinct and mine disagree, where can I obtain a criterion for a hypothesis out of instinct?" Smith laughed. "Your instinct and mine may oppose one another, but they will never disagree." "You are right, you are right," cried the old man. "Natalia, the young man is right. He thinks, 'The old fool, Socratic arguments are out of date.' I believe he finds all exact knowledge out of date since he talked himself out to Rosa. He does not believe the books any more. He has gone back to the dust to learn about God. Rosa, thou art the heretic of learning." He swilled down a glass of wine. "What shall I say now?" he continued. "The angels sing in unison of knowledge which they have in common perfection. The devils likewise eschew conversation. Men, however wise, never hold their peace. Come, tell me, since I have nothing better to ask, what was your father?" "He was a man," laughed Smith. "Oh, bah! You are impossible," cried Ingman. "But as it is your last few hours here, I forgive you the puerility." His wife at this point rose, and Smith started to his feet. Natalia and Hilda also left the table. "No, no," said the old man to Smith, "let them go alone. I have a word or two to say to you." So in much vexation of spirit he sat down again. The part of brave man was not easy. When the women departed, Ingman repeated earnestly, "Yes, I forgive you your puerility, and much else beside." "You can afford to," ejaculated Smith bitterly. "You mean that I am the victor," cried Ingman, and a bright red gleam shot through his eyes. "No," replied Smith, "but in this case the purse goes to the loser, according to the rule," he added smiling as he thought of Natalia, "of the French game." "Ah, you are mad, mad," said old Ingman. "No sense in you. But after all I will not inflict my company on you alone. We will sit as we did at first in the family room." They rose and looked at one another, and Smith thought, "He finds me nearly intolerable, as I do him." But as they went into the drawing room he seemed to himself to have behaved well. He also thought, "Ingman is a philosopher. He is acting magnificently, but we shall not be able to keep it up long. We are only men." Ingman sat down in his usual chair by the stove, opposite Rosa Ingman, and Hilda and Natalia had the good sense to go to the piano and begin to play. Smith took the vacant chair near the old man. He was in a great ado to keep his self control, but how he would have acted had he lost it he did not know. Laughed perhaps, and delivered a tirade against old men. After a while Ingman spoke. "We could," he said to Smith, "have been extremely suited to one another, as well suited as youth can ever be to age. But circumstances have made it impossible. I have a number of things to say to you, a number, a great number. I am an old man, and have seen much beauty in my time. Don't forget that, young man, old men have been young fellows once. I have no regrets. I had my day, and I did what I could with it. Have yours. Ennoble it with truth before all things. Never mind the rest. Live, as Rosa says, after the death of society, and all your actions, if you follow that instinct of yours like hers, will always be right. I myself have not been always able to profit by that maxim, but I have made my attempt. I feel age, young man, creep on my character, and make it weak, irresistive, querulous, but the I, as you call it, that was born with consciousness is still here, in me, and it tells me that an old man may be brave. I am not to regret the past. May men forgive me the stupidities of decay. "I hope," said Smith, getting up, "I hope that at your age I shall be able to speak as you do, and to act as justly." "You do?" asked the old man. "I do." "Then I forgive you the rest, young man," and with that old Ingman snapped up his jaws and said no more, and presently he fell asleep. Smith paced up and down the room a while, smoking his pipe, but when he saw the old man was sinking into slumber, he stopped and looked at him. His wild hair nodded on his head, and Smith thought irresistibly the nodding plumes of funereal old age. Yes, Ingman was falling asleep, and he, Smith, was wide awake, the live man at a deathbed. Rosa Ingman was watching him all the time, and presently he turned and looked at her from where he stood. Corpse or no corpse, Ingman, he realized, was the master of the situation. "Oh, Rosa," he murmured under his breath, "am I right? Am I acting as you wish? Am I brave enough? The memory of everything is clear in my heart, no detail has faded or will ever fade." And as he spoke to himself he saw his thoughts echoed in her eyes, and turned away satisfied, but in fear that if he looked at her a moment more his flimsy edifice of common life would shatter. He went over to the window and stood with his back to the room near those curtains he had once desired so keenly. Hilda and Natalia were playing Bach's Passacaglia dance in duet, and as the rhythm swelled up in sighs of ecstasy upon the measured beat, he turned and looked at Rosa and she at him, and their lips opened as if to speak, their eyes softened and saw magic, their hearts quickened, and their breath came short, but gradually the calm ecstasy of the music stabilized their souls, and as they took possession of themselves again they knew that they understood one another perfectly. When the music was finished Natalia dropped her head, as if the Passacaglia dance had tired her, but Hilda turned over the page and bade her play the brief pastoral which, quiet and gay, was the dying of a kiss upon the lips of love reposed and satisfied, when the world has become a far-away dream, and the lovers fade into the death of gentle sleep. "Oh," Smith thought as the music entered his heart, "now no more shall I be vexed with worldly care." In his mind he repeated those words to the soft slow rhythm, and went back to be near Rosa Ingman, without fear of any longer losing his self-control in wild tears. Indescribable peace came over him, and as he sat down quietly near her he held up his head in modesty and pride, for he felt that the calm in his soul could never give way again to terror, nor his strength be broken. When they had finished the pastoral the two young women left the piano, and Hilda went away. The ending of the music woke the old man, and he too rose as if his part were played, and followed her out of the room, but Natalia came and sat down in his chair. She said quietly, "You came back." "Yes, I came back," he said, "but I shall go early to morrow morning before they are awake. I shall endeavour to reach Christiania to morrow night." "You will take the train at A?" she asked. "Yes," he murmured, "if I can." "Will you be waked?" "No, I can wake myself. It will be too early to rouse anyone. Can I get my horse?" "Nils is out at 5 with the cows, but I shall wake." "Then I shall be glad," he said, and smiled, and Natalia, endeavouring to conceal her tears, also went away. Rosa Ingman got up. "I will go too," she said, and put out her hands. Never had she looked so lovely, so perfect, so mysterious as she did now.
with a mystery that was none to Smith's heart, though his eyes saw it as a haze across the day. He stood up and took her hands, and lingered one moment to foresee how beautiful her outward form would remain in his memory. Then he clasped her in his arms and gave her one intense, long, passionate kiss. "Good bye," he said. "My perfect love, my soul." He kissed again, and as they lost themselves in that long last embrace they felt death come near, but not near enough. Fate intervened, and in spite of themselves they drew apart, and Rosa Ingman went out of the door. Smith threw himself down upon a chair, and hiding his face in his hands wept strong and bitter tears. For a while he wept fiercely, but at last his anguish left him, and he saw the world before him in a revelation. He rose and sighed, but with a sigh of realization, not of despair. Now at last he knew himself a man; now at last his eyes saw clearly; now at last he could live. The grandeur in his soul lighted up his face with glory, and gave his body majesty and strength. End of Chapter 22. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 23 of The Death of Society, A Novel of Tomorrow, by Romer Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 23. Smith was mounted on his horse, prepared to depart, when Natalia came running into the courtyard. Her eyes were red with crying all night, but she tried to smile cheerfully. He dismounted at once, and she, coming up to him, gave him a packet, saying, "You may be hungry, you may be hungry." "Kind you are, Karin," he murmured, and in his humble mind he felt very much shamed in bravery beside her. She looked at him very gravely for a moment, and then asked, as if the question were of the greatest moment to her, "Are you happy?" He recollected all that he had said the morning before, and how he had promised that he would find out the truth for her about the future, and he knew that she had come to learn from him what that truth was. But, just as she was unable to ask him more than if he were happy, so he was unable to reply in any other words than "Yes, perfectly." As he looked at her, however, his lips added, "And you?" "I cannot help these tears," she sobbed, and broke out weeping afresh. "No," he said, infinitely embarrassed, "but remember I am always at your service. I feel, indeed, as if I owe you my life." "Your life?" she asked. "Yes," he answered, and felt his embarrassment pass entirely away. "It is at your disposal." Then she answered and cast her eyes on the ground, "I am happy. I shall be brave now." His words were absolutely sincere, and he knew that she had no doubt of their absolute sincerity. She looked up and smiled. "You seem even more to be trusted than Queen Hulda." "Of course," he laughed, "she is only a fairy. And," he went on, taking her hands, "fairies are doubtless flighty beings, and don't appear unless they wish to. But I shall obey your summons instantly." "You will!" she cried, and in a childish manner threw her arms round his neck. "Good bye, Torvald." "Good bye," he answered. "You trust me." "Yes, I do," she whispered. "You have done right." Then he concluded, "I am proud." With that she kissed him and took her arms away as if she were quite content, and he mounted his horse again. "Good bye, Torvald," she said once more, and smiled. "Good bye, Natashka," he cried, and urged his animal forward. His heart was filled with deep and tender respect for her, and as he rode out of the courtyard he turned and looked at her to give her one last assurance that he had not spoken out of expediency, but had meant what he had said. He was on the road to A again, by which he had come 5 days ago. He felt the same man, yet not the same man. He was returning, it seemed, from an outpost of the world, from a place whence one could make excursions into the beyond, and go hunting with the hounds of heaven. Soon he would be back in common life. He would like to see himself in a human mirror, and find out if his eyes had changed, as the eyes of men are said to change who live upon the borderlands of civilization. He was happy. He had no regrets for the impossible. He knew that he must pass an ordinary existence. Nevertheless, as he thought of the future, he sighed.
Perhaps he would find it long, tiresome, tedious, a waiting for a time he had already experienced, a slow ascension of heights over which he had already flown. The notion of daily existence became unendurable. After a time, however, his disgust with his outlook passed, and that fresh desire to live which keeps men from self destruction through the most hopeless conditions sprang up in him. Simultaneously he thought No! What he had seen could only fill his heart with joy and peace, and give the intricacies and pettinesses of every day a finer meaning, his heart a tenderness toward the human race, his mind a greater tolerance toward blindness and stupidity. As he rode steadily along he became absolutely sure that knowledge of heaven brings love of man, and, proudly numbering himself among the angels, he prepared himself to wait in patience and humility for an age that he might never see, an age of which he had not the slightest doubt, but which he knew would never dawn or ever be established until after the death of society. End of Chapter 23. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. End of The Death of Society, A Novel of Tomorrow by Romer Wilson.